Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway,
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
And Avery, we have an exciting day here today, as here in Winchester we are celebrating the Apple Blossom Festival.
Yes, Chris. I mean, it couldn't be a more exciting time here in Winchester. This is like our premier event of the year. Everyone in the community comes together. We play some great esports, you know, have some beautiful things downtown to go look at. Weather outside is beautiful. Love going out and seeing the nature at this time of day and this time of year. It's great to be a part of Apple Blossom once more.
Yeah, certainly a beautiful time to be in Winchester, Virginia, and we have the pleasure to once again bring you another esports competition here as part of the festivities of Apple Blossom, and we want to give a massive shout out to McDonald's for partnering with us again, and as well as Frederick County Parks and Rec and Partners First Federal Credit Union. Without them, none of this is possible, and so we have the pleasure of bringing you another Smash Bros. Tournament, and this time we've got some Rocket League to throw in there.
Yeah, I mean, Smash and Rocket League, two great games to just bring the community together. Everyone knows these games. It's easy to tell what's going on. That's what I love about these games, and yeah, it's a pleasure to have McDonald's with us again. You know, check them out on McDonald's DMV on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. They're our main sponsors for this event, so we're really excited to have them again, and they brought us what you're going to see today.
Yeah, and so hopefully we should be getting into some action here pretty soon. We will have plenty of both Smash and Rocket League to bring you pretty much all the time. We're going to be trying to bounce around from game to game, try to get you as much coverage as we can, but it'll probably be pretty chaotic, right?
A little bit.
So bear with us because we've got a lot of video games to talk about. But yeah, so we do have tournaments for both. They'll both be double elim. I believe they will both be best of threes, all the way up until like semifinals, and we'll move to best of fives. We'll make sure to make that clear to you as we get there. But pretty standard structure, right? Nothing crazy. We'll have losers brackets for both, and it'll be a great time.
Yeah, I mean, the double elimination format, I love it so much. I mean, you got so many different skill levels here for both Rocket League and Smash Bros. So I really love the format because you're able to play, you know, 2 matches before you're going home. So yeah, a lot of great players here tonight. It's going to be some great competition. A lot of high school players out here, a lot of college players, a lot of just community members. So it really just brings everyone together here at the Apple Blossom Festival, and what better way to do it than with Rocket League and Smash Bros.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Smash has an unparalleled way of just activating a community, right?
Yeah.
If you just announce that you're going to host a Smash tournament, oh, our lights just went. That was cool.
We're in the mode now.
Yeah, it's time to play some games. But no, yeah, if you just like announce that you're going to have a Smash tournament, it's so great watching a community just sort of spring up and just compete against each other out of passion for the game.
Yeah, I mean, the community scene here in Winchester, I can attest, is quite good as well. We just had a new local open up near here. So yeah, the Smash community in specific I can speak to is very thriving here in the Winchester area. And clearly, you know, we can see by the turnout tonight, it's the highest I've ever seen. And then the Rocket League 2v2s as well. We're going to see a great bracket for that. We got a lot of teams coming out for that as well. So yeah, the community is thriving here.
Certainly, yeah. I'm excited to see some of the Rocket League teams here because I've never really been exposed to at least an open Rocket League tournament, right? I was a little confused when I saw the whole like, hey, just sign up with your friends, and I was like, oh, I just wonder how that will work. And we've had a great turnout here. It sounds like we have like 8 teams or something, so of 2 Rocket League players each, and I don't know how competitive it'll be or if there's some really top-heavy teams. I genuinely have no idea, and I'm very excited to see.
I've heard great things from some of my friends here at Shenandoah. We're talking about the Rocket League bracket. They're more experienced in Rocket League than I. We're talking about how great the Rocket League competition is going to be. Definitely going to be some high-level teams coming out. And as we move into the Smash Bros. Action, if you were with us yesterday, you might recognize Straight Shot from St. Francis University standing over for this event. A great Wii Fit player out of St. Francis University. He's going to be taking on Schmoop, the Byleth.
Yes, we saw this Straight Shot player cause so many problems yesterday in the Smash the Nest competition we had at this arena yesterday, and oh my lord, as Wii Fit finds himself on the stage and Byleth finds himself just uncomfortably far off, catching soccer balls to the face in an early stock here for Straight Shot.
Oh yeah, Straight Shot, such a fast Wii Fit player. I love this guy. He's not afraid to go up and box, and when you're playing against a character like Byleth, who's such a ranged demon, you can just keep the opponent at the ledge, and at the ledge you go, down to the blast zone. Schmoop with the down air.
Yeah, way to strike back, saying I'm not out of this yet. I'm not going to let you run away with that massive stock lead to start. I can do the same thing. A great down air at the ledge to find just the very tip of this Wii Fit trainer and send him down to the blast zone.
Yeah, and this is just a best of 3, Chris, and we're already down to 2 stocks on this first game. This first game can be so critical in a best of 3. You want that character advantage going into that game 3 if we do get there. This game 1 is so important because that game 2, you can get that information that you need to make the adaptations you need to make for game 3. So Straight Shot having a great start here again is going to take that second stock, and at mid percents, he's looking really good to take this game number 1.
Yeah, great job covering the ledge there, right? Finding a pretty free forward smash there. And, I mean, with the heavy breathing, whatever, the deep breathing, that's what it's called, buff. I mean, that's going to hit real hard, and Schmoop definitely felt that one.
Yeah, the deep breathing is so powerful for Wii Fit when she does that move with the big circle around her and then it comes to the middle. Straight Shot has to time that perfectly in order to get the strength buff. And you can see as he's glowing red right now, that means the deep breathing is online. And Wii Fit will deal much more damage and knockback. You can see Schmoop already up to 66%, only taking 2 hits. And a beautiful soccer ball ledge trap here. Schmoop's going to have trouble getting back to center stage, but now commanding it. And Straight Shot did run out of deep breathing here, so Schmoop should have a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, breathing room. I see what you did there. But
you know how it is, Chris.
Schmoop definitely feeling the pressure, though, needing to take this stock pretty soon because there's a whole nother stock he's got to deal with after this. And with Byleth all the way up to 110% and just fighting to get on the ledge, this is getting out of control.
Yeah, and at the ledge now, Schmoop doesn't have any answer. Straight Shot is going to get over that Byleth, and that is not easy on small battlefield. That platform covering that ledge trap zone really well. So great job to Straight Shot with that incredible spacing there on Wii Fit Trainer, able to get over the small battlefield platform and cover that laggy edge trap that the Byleth was trying to set up there and get that stock.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to start. What a way to come out, and if you're a Straight Shot, right, it doesn't get much better than that. There was that, I mean, shocking down air on the ledge, right? That's a rough little hiccup, but otherwise a very commanding performance.
I mean, these are 2 characters that love down airing each other off stage.
They
both have they have some of the most powerful down airs in the game. You might not think Wii Fit does, but one thing that's really difficult about edge guarding Wii Fit is you go out there to get her, she has so many ways of spiking you. Side B spikes their soccer ball, down air spikes, her fair spikes for some reason. So there's so many ways that Wii Fit can spike you for trying to edge guard her. So it's so critical for Schmoop to use that range on Byleth to edgeguard this character. That's going to make it a lot easier, and you don't have to worry about getting spiked out there.
Yeah, and Byleth, too, definitely has these heavy hits with that axe, right? All of his, down abilities, down air, down specials, down smashes, and so it'll be interesting to see how he's able to adapt, right? That first game was certainly intimidating, but we saw signs of light there, and no map change here, right? It's opting for nothing to change, right? Saying, I didn't feel terrible about that. We'll stay right here, and I think I can beat you outright.
Yeah, the stage definitely isn't bad. The stage is pretty neutral for these 2. Wii Fit can't, plank too hard here. She does have to fight you a decent amount, and that's exactly what Straight Shot's doing. Definitely a player that's very willing to fight his opponent, and you have to versus Byleth, like I said before. One of the things versus this character you can do is just kind of rush him down, and that's exactly what Straight Shot's doing, but gonna miss the ledge there, a little too deep there for Straight Shot, and Schmoop's gonna get his first lead of the set.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, this feels like a totally different player, right? I mean, the tempo of this game has completely changed now as Byleth's able to take control, and Schmoop saying, look, I told you I'm not out of this yet, and we now see he's able to get Wii Fit off stage and looks for a little ledge trap, but couldn't get much off of it, and now Wii Fit commanding the stage with a soccer ball. Here comes the deep breathing, right? Damage buff is now online. But with Byleth getting thrown off stage now, this is uncomfortable.
This is such a critical point for Schmoop. He needs to live this deep breathing, and he did. This deep breathing being off the table is huge for Schmoop because now he doesn't die to just anything he gets hit by. Now Straight Shot has to find a meaningful hit in order to take this stock off of Schmoop, and that allows Schmoop to live for just a little bit longer to get a little bit more extra credit before that second stock. So that was huge to get that deep breathing online. Straight Shot is going to be able to get another deep breathing, but this one is going to run out at those mid%. So that's going to be huge for Schmoop that he was able to survive that long before this.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it. We do see the value, right? Living all the way up to about 150% before he finally goes down. But living in a best of 3 like this, Kevin says it all the time on our regular Shenandoah broadcast that stocks are all that matters. And it sounds stupid, but it matters. He's very right. If you're able to cling on to those stocks for longer than you really should, that's going to be a massive difference maker in the length of this series.
Yeah, living in this game is so important, and one thing you're not going to be able to live from is a deep breathing forward smash as we get into the last stock on Schmoop. We're going to also get into the Rocket League action, and one of the teams I'm most excited to see is Cairo and Proto. That's a team that our Rocket League players have been talking about extensively. I'm so excited to see Proto, a superstar in the duos Rocket League format.
Yeah, and this is, we see now on the right side of your screen, and now toward the bottom left side of your screen, we have a lot of action to bring you today. But yes, Cairo and Proto, specifically Proto, is a massive presence here in the local high school scene. A regular face at our Virginia High School League championships for Rocket League, a very commanding player, and especially in a twos format. So I'm very, very excited to see how he and his teammate are able to perform, but currently tied 1-1 in that game as we bring you back to the Smash action.
Yeah, how incredible is it that we have these high school players that are also coming out for the community events? They just love the game. They're ready to compete. And as Straight Shot goes into this last hit versus Schmoop, he's going to have another deep breathing online, so it's going to be Schmoop's job again to try to wait this deep breathing out. He doesn't really want to engage with Wii Fit up close when he has the deep breathing. No more on Wii Fit, but at 132%, it's a difficult spot to be in. You cannot get hit by another Sun Salutation. Straight Shot just lobbing him from across the stage. It's a difficult move to shield in time, and you're going to have to be careful. We're coming back to the stage. The soccer ball covers low, and the Sun Salutation is going to cover the high recovery. Nowhere for Schmoop to go. A beautifully played ledge trap, and Straight Shot will move on to the next round.
Yeah, very, very well done there by Straight Shot, covering all the options and leaving Schmoop with little to no where to go, right? Very tight situation, and unfortunately he does end up getting caught, but that will be the end of that series. You said it's Straight Shot moving on, and we now move back to Rocket League. Cairo and Proto still finding themselves in a 1-to-1 locked game against this other team.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the left side as well, Chris, and we're seeing Red, who's a player that I recognize that used to play for Shenandoah, is now an alum, I believe. So we're very excited to see him come out here and play some Rocket League duos. I'm not too familiar with their teammate, but I know that Red is a great player. So, I believe Nico's from Harrisburg. I actually did hear that in the back. So from Harrisburg and SU, a little bit of a collab here on your left side. And then, yeah, on the right side, we got a 1-to-1 game here.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. From what I've heard about these teams, it certainly sounds like the Cairo Proto squad and the Red Nico squad should be favorites.
They're the ones to look at, for sure.
If we're going to have favorites, it'll be those two. And so going down the stretch, right, as this bracket develops, I'll certainly want to keep an eye on those teams. But for the same reason, I'll want to keep an eye, we should all keep an eye on the other teams and how they're able to deal with the bigger teams, right? This Jinxu team here is certainly hanging, right? Only down 2-1 with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. This is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, clearly a strong team in their own right. And when you're looking at a tournament like this, it's not a tournament that you're going to take a lot of time to seed, right? This is a tournament that, you're going to get thrown in where you're going to get thrown in. So a lot of times these first matchups can be really critical, because if you can get deeper in the bracket, you might end up getting even easier matches than you have at the beginning, which is a really strange concept. But it is definitely could be in play here, as Cairo and Proto are maybe having a more difficult match to start off with than they expected.
Yeah, and with random seeding, right, that is kind of the beauty of this tournament, as Proto hits a disgusting reset from one end of the field to the other. Watch this replay.
From
this
downtown.
Is foul. Good Lord, taking it the distance and with little to no resistance. T-Top just a little too late to get there, and now Cairo Proto pulling ahead 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, Proto, like we said, those amazing ball control, that feeling that he has for this game is just shown so well in the duos format. And here he is to play on the Apple Blossom stage. So happy to have him out here as they do go up 3-1. And we're going to look back at Red and Nico now moving away 5-0 in this series. So doing great in their own right. Love to see Red and Nico performing well. Again, one of those strong squads we're really looking at. So let's go back to the closer game here. Cairo Proto versus Jiangsu T-Dop.
Yeah, minute 30 left in this game as Proto will look to get another one, but a great clear there by T-Dop to get out of trouble and now potentially find an opportunity of his own. But Cairo takes a shot, and with the demo, oh, wow, Jiangsu is there to make the save just in time. But, I mean, this is an interesting format here because we get to cast a lot of, oh my lord, excuse me, not quite going in though, but we cast a lot of 3v3 Rocket League, but this is twos, which means a lot more opportunities, a lot more dangerous situations are going to happen in every single one of these games. These games are going to be very fast-paced, very intense all the time.
That's exactly what I've noticed too, Chris. I'm not a big Rocket League player myself, and exactly what I've noticed is that these games are a lot more flashy and individual-based, it seems like. When we're watching threes Rocket League gets a lot more passing around the field and control in your rotations. And sure, you're going to have rotations in twos as well. You want to have that defensive person on the goal to make sure that your goal doesn't get sped by. But on the offensive side, it seems like a lot more breakaways, almost you see in a pickup basketball game when you're just running down the field, trying to dribble where you can, trying to make clips happen. I mean, when there's less defenders on the field, there's more opportunities for that.
Right, yeah, and I think that's a great analogy, right? This is just like a pickup basketball game. It's going to get a little messy compared to like the team setting of a 3v3 where you're able to play off people that you have synergy with and you have practice with and all that. But when the field is this wide open, yeah, I mean, we're gonna see full-blown sprints up and down the field to make saves, make plays, take advantages of these opportunities. But we do see Cairo and Proto end up winning that one 3-1 and pulling ahead 1-0 in the series. We will take you to the other series where Red and Nico are absolutely showing why we had heard of this team before they started.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to put on a show here in this first game, throwing that ball in the air and dribbling it about, putting it in the net in the most fun ways possible. I'm sure that's what the blue team is thinking about right now. On the other squad, we got Honeybee Warrior and Kells out here. Got about a minute left in this best of 3. I believe this is only game 1, so still time. Yeah, this is game 1 of the best of 3. So as long as this game gets drawn out for, the clock does start every time the goal is scored. They will still have game 2 to bring it back.
Right, yeah, and if you're Keels and HBW, you just have to kind of shake this off and, you know, just look towards your next game, right? What needs to change? We have not been able to watch this whole game, so it's a little hard for us to break down what needs to change, but for these players, right, you know what's going wrong. You have to be able to adapt going into your next game, because this game, I think it's safe to say, is out of your reach, right? With only a minute left, an 8-goal difference will certainly be hard to deal with, and we'll see if they're able to bounce back moving forward. But as we start our second Smash series of the day, we have a Mii sword fighter against a Link player.
Yeah, how about that, Chris? Not the first time we've been seeing Mii sword fighter on these Shenandoah broadcasts. How about it?
Yeah.
This character is oddly popular at Shenandoah right now, which is very strange. It is not a popular character around the world right now versus Link, a character that I have not yet seen a lot in the collegiate scene at least. So very excited to see some Link play here. A very dynamic character, a lot of tools at his disposal. Can be a very flashy, a very fun character to watch. Taking on a sword character, Ditto here, but Link having the range advantage with his sword, and then a little bit better projectiles as well. But Mii Sword Fighter, a little bit more speed and some great combos on that character.
Yeah, and I want to pick your brain a little bit as we see the unique thing about these Mii characters is that they get to choose their moveset to some extent. Now, this looks pretty standard, right, with the tornado and the ring thing.
Well, let me tell you something that I see that isn't standard, Chris, is that this Mii Sword Fighter is actually running the reflector.
Okay,
so
yeah.
that is something we see that he's going into this Link matchup with, is he does have that reflector, but he actually is playing a quite aggressive game. You can see Rave is doing a really good job at zoning this Mii Sword Fighter away from him, so or fighting him up close, I should say. So Mii Sword Fighter hasn't really had the opportunity to utilize that reflector as he would like to. So I'm curious to see if he's going to try to slow down the pace if we go to a stage with more platforms. But right now, these players are playing very fast.
Yeah, and I have another question for you. Is between games, do these characters or do these players get to change their moveset in a standard bracket?
So let's say that the Link player wins this and then stays Link. You would have the opportunity to go Mii Sword Fighter, but since it's your counter pick, you could pick a different moveset potentially. But if you win as Mii Sword Fighter and then you go Mii Sword Fighter again, you will have to declare what Mii Sword Fighter moveset you're running before the opponent can counterpick you.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. And all things we need to consider now as we narrow down the winner of this game. Now, both of these players to 1 stock remaining, and what seemed like a pretty noticeable deficit that this Mii Sword Fighter found themselves to start. Now, oh man, racking up percentages. Link is looking to put this away soon.
Yeah, despite this comeback, like you said, this has been a really good comeback for Sergeant Parts here. When you can make this second half of the game look this good when the first half was looking really tough, that is a really good mindset to have going into game number 2, because you're like, all right, if I can just start the game like I played the second half, then I can take this set, and I can continue to make these adaptations that are presumably stronger than Rave's, because if I'm making a comeback, then I'm making those adaptations. But Rave is going to find the roll there on that forward smash. But if I'm Sergeant Parts, I'm feeling really good about how the end of that game went.
Yeah, you'd certainly love to walk away with a win after a comeback like that, but you're absolutely right. You can't help but feel good moving forward that, hey, I got to settle in, shake those nerves off, right? That was game 1, series 1. He has not had time, nobody's had time really to settle in, so we will see if they're able to correct and bounce back. But as we take you to both of these Rocket League series. Red and Nico striking early, only 20 seconds into this game, pulling ahead 1-0.
Yeah, look at both of these series. We now got both blue teams up 1-0 in the series, as you can see at the top there by the colored bars. The blue bars are going to be your game takes. So as we see that these are both winning for the blue team, especially Cairo Proto on the right side, if they take this game away when they're already up 4-0, that's going to be the series. So you only need 2 of those colored bars to move on in the bracket. That's the best of 3 format, and it looks like those blue teams are looking strong as the offense just continues to sling.
Yeah, I would say so. And, with Cairo and Proto pulling ahead 5-0 in just over a minute of gameplay, looking to make a statement, saying, look, to any team that we need to play moving forward, this is what we can do to you. So certainly making their presence known as Red and Nico score again on the other side. And both of these teams are really looking to run away with their first series.
Yeah, one of the most fun parts of a double elimination bracket that I've had the pleasure of playing a lot of in Smash Bros. Is that when you lose in winners and you go down to the losers bracket, you're going to only play against other people who have lost, which is such an interesting dynamic because you're like, all right, I feel like this team should be at least some easier. And then you play against that team and they're like, well, this team's really good too. So again, that's the fun part about the losers bracket in this, and that you are going to play against someone else that's lost. So even though if you do drop this game, as it looks like these orange teams may do, they could potentially play each other and have a much better match.
Yeah, great point there. And we really are seeing the mechanics that we talked about in this 2v2 structure, right? As these players are getting great opportunities to take the ball for themselves. Everybody is getting more ball time than you would in a standard Rocket League match, a 3v3 Rocket League match. So we're seeing the mechanics on display, and so far the mechanics are absolutely favoring both of these blue teams, right? These players are taking incredible shots, as we see Red able to dunk one from the corner, like not even the top of the backboard, but a disgusting angle once again, squeezing that one in.
Yeah, and let's talk about those mechanics, Chris. I mean, these guys have been competing for their high school team or their collegiate team for years, and that's where they learn these mechanical skills, that they just work in that team environment and they work in their individual practice times that they have in their organized competitions. These are very seasoned players, and they know how to get better at Rocket League and how to learn new tricks. And as we go into game number 2 here of the Smash Series, Rave with a massive lead here. Not what I expected after those adaptations from Sgt. Parts, but it looks like Rave has really figured something out here on Bastion.
Yeah, and we'll look to see it now. I mean, Sgt. Parts, like we said, finding himself in a bit of a similar situation to game 1, except maybe even a little bit worse, because having to come back from 3 stocks to 1 and still at 55% is certainly not where you want to be, but he has come back, at least started to come back last game, and we'll have to do it now because this is only a best of 3. This is his last opportunity. So we see a Reflect coming out, but the forward smash will not connect. A great roll from Link there to get out of danger, and with 2 stocks to work with, I fully expect this Link to go pretty much pedal to the metal, try to put this last stock away in advance.
For sure. And Link is not a character that has kill confirms. Try to get Boomerang into up B there, which actually can work, but not near to the extent of Mii Sword Fighter. Link's a character that's going to kill you off a stray aerial, off a stray smash, like a stray smash tag like that forward smash we just saw from Mii Sword Fighter to take a Link stock at 90%. That's what you like to see if you're a Sgt. Parts fan, making the comeback here again. If you could just play the second half perfectly, you can surely still take this game. Again, Link's kill moves are very committal. That's why this character is so hard to play, because he's a very clunky character that's slow. He kind of needs to keep you out. So you can get in, you can do some damage, but that up tilt is certainly a fast move at his disposal, and that's going to take the stock off the top at 140%. Link's fast moves do start opening up, so that is going to be it for Rave. Going to move on in the Smash Bros. Bracket. As we move back to Rocket League on the left side, I want to bring up Kelsen HBW scoring 2 goals here on Red Nico. This is a much closer game.
Yeah, starting to claw back. We do see Red and Nico start to score one of their own and not trying to keep Keels and HBW down in the ground, but Keels and HBW making a statement, right? We've talked a lot about both of these blue squads and their players, how we know we've heard of these players coming into today, but I mean, it's important just as much, even if they do end up going down, to be able to score on these players is a massive deal going down the stretch, right? And especially if you do drop to losers and have to play against other players, like you said, that have lost their series. If you say, look, I did play against potentially the best in the room, and I was able to take multiple goals off them and potentially a game, right? I certainly don't want to count out Keels and HBW, only down 2 with 2 minutes left. It's a very interesting turn of events here.
Yeah, and one thing I've learned from watching Boost on the Beach is how fast goals can happen. But in 2s, they happen even faster, right?
Absolutely.
Because you have that one less defender. So when we're talking about this Rocket League format where perhaps offense is more favored, as you can see by the 7-1 match on our right, offense is very favored in 2v2 Rocket League. So, you know, being 2 goals behind with only a minute 20 on the clock, it's not like you're playing a traditional soccer game where that's not a comeback that you're going to be able to make. This is a very possible comeback if you can get a few breakaways, a few clips that the blue team is trying to fish for. You sneak by that first defender, and you only have one more to break.
Yeah, and it's certainly something to look for now as we see a bit of a break there for Keels and HBW, but a great clear to get that out of danger. And Red and Nico certainly playing great defense, right? Trying to, saying, look, we know we're up 2. We don't need to score anymore. We can commit both of our players to just killing your plays, right? It's going to be an interesting way to play as we now have dealt with this violent offense so far from both of these games, both of these teams, but committing to this defensive style, now having 2 players just basically sitting in your net waiting for any opportunity to kill the ball. It's certain Keels and HBW are starting to feel it.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that strategy dynamic as we move on. Cairo and Proto going to take the match there on the right. I'm excited to see that strategy dynamic as we move into the later sets. Are we going to be committing those 2 players to defense when we go further in the duos bracket? Because when you have those like advancing 1 player, if you have 2 players on defense, they can't like pass to each other as easy as you can pass through 3. So if you commit 2 to defense, I feel like that could be really hard to break, as Nico is going to land another goal here with 1 second on the clock, and they're going to move on as well in the bracket. So I'm really excited to watch that dynamic.
Yeah, Red and Nico making a statement as one more just to make it the exclamation point on this series, as they will look to advance 2-0 from this series, right? 5-2 final score in game 2. This will be out of touch, out of reach, unfortunately. But I'm not sure if we have a bracket made and like a visual to show, but I'd be interested to see. It sounds like we do not have a graphic, but following this bracket, seeing where this Keels and HBW squad have to go and who they have to play against, because they definitely had signs of life against one of the better teams here.
Oh, for sure, yeah, and we'll surely see them again. I mean, like we said before, 8 teams in this Rocket League bracket, and with this beautiful broadcast we have before us, we've already seen 3 windows on our screen of action that we're going to be able to cast. So I'm certain that we'll see them again and how they progress in the bracket, whether they go for that more defensive strategy or whether they're able to continue to go for these offensive plays. The Rocket League has been a treat so far.
Yeah, and it seems like it might be a good mix of both, frankly. Like,
I hope so.
You know, that does seem to be the nature of this 2's style that we're still kind of navigating all together, right? It does seem like it'll be a lot of high-scoring games, a lot of fast plays, blink and you miss it type stuff here, but we are now through 2 Smash series and 2 Rocket League series, and we will take you back to our 3rd Smash series with Alex 2020 against Retros.
So would you believe me, Chris, if I told you that you've casted one of these players before?
Have I really?
Yeah, do you know who?
Oh, I don't want to look behind me and cheat, but
This is definitely University of Mary Washington's K-Rool player from one of our first Wi-Fi crew battles that we played here at Shenandoah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't know if you recall him playing against Nipstafa, but he had a really lucrative match versus Nipstafa.
I believe I do, because I usually get to cast Smash Bros. With my brother Kevin, and he is a King K-Rool player, and he freaks out when he sees King K-Rool on broadcast. So I absolutely do remember this player. A very great, very strong King K-Rool presence.
Yeah, let me tell you, Chris, this is going to be a good match, because on the other side is Alex 2020, a local player that I've been playing in tournaments with for a long time. I think this is going to be a high-level match, Chris.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see, right? Ike certainly an interesting pick and just an interesting character with all of these Nair combos, and a character so built around just like one move as his main way into anything. But Retro's looking to find anything of his own, right? Ike up to 150% now and looking for a good gimmicky kill there, but with a great recovery from King K-Rool on like all parts of the map. It feels like King K-Rool can come back from just about anything. Yeah, and Ike's not a character that can like go down there and super contest K-Rool. He kind of can with up B, but it's hard if he hugs the stage. Down throw, they're certainly going to do it. But yeah, both these characters very low on the tier list, but these players are so like dynamic with these characters. I love watching Alex 2020 and his movement on these PS2 platforms, and Retro Z with his movement on these landing punishes. Just look how he chases you on this map. Yeah, and here comes the King K. Rool recovery I was talking about. But I agree with you. I just think Ike is a fun character to watch because with how people are able to work his movement and his move set and how they're just able to know where, I don't know, it sounds dumb because every character ultimately has to do this, but knowing where the enemy is going to be pretty much at all times just makes Ike a fun character for me to watch.
Yeah, and you know what Ike is going for. There's that beautiful back air from Alex 2020. Look at the expert edge guarding onto King K. Rool. You know what Ike is going for. He's going for those falling aerials, they're safe. There's not much you can do about them. You have to catch him while he's jumping, and we're going to see if Retro Z is going to be able to bring that out as he just continues to punish these landings from Alex 2020. He definitely is familiar with this matchup and knows how the counterplay goes, but, I mean, Alex 2020 all over the stage right now. This guy's movement is very difficult to pick apart. I can tell you firsthand.
Yeah, you certainly do have experience and can attest to both of these players, it sounds like, and with especially a collegiate presence in William and Mary that we get to play regularly. This is an awesome experience that we get to follow, but we now see the back air landing, able to take the last stock, finishing with 2 stocks remaining, and Alex 2020 will take the first game in this series.
Yeah, I love Alex 2020's edge guards. You know, I told you that Ike is not a character that can easily edge guard K. Rool, and that's still true. Alex 2020, or Ike, however, is a very clunky character. Oftentimes, if he goes for that kind of edge guard and he misses, he'll die for it. So really precise movement from Alex 2020, as always. One of my favorite players to take this tournament, and I think he's looking really good versus University of Mary Washington's Retros. Another great crew battle presence player that I've had the pleasure of playing against. I'm really excited that we're able to cast this match, and we're seeing a great start to it. I definitely think Retro Z can bring this back if he can just make a few adaptations.
Yeah, we do have a map change here as we now move to
Hollow Bastion.
Hollow Bastion, there you go. Ike finding 43 damage on himself, but dishing it right back as he finds a great combo there onto this massive King K. Rool hitbox that he can just throw around. And here comes another edge guard situation, right? Opting not to drop for that one, probably the right move, as King K. Rool is only at about 70%, but now moving up towards 100%. Ike looking for it all, but gets grabbed and thrown off the ledge, and here's where Ike struggles, right? Sometimes those recovery situations can get so dangerous, but once again, looking for that back air. Cannot find that one as the propeller hitbox is very large.
It sure is. And that center platform is so good for Ike, right? Retro Z is actually going to be able to take the first stock here. But yeah, Ike is a character that can play around that center platform so well. You can see these nair combos from Alex 2020. If he lands with that first nair near the platform, he gets a free nair onto the second platform and can continue the combo.
Yeah, and we see, both of those back airs just so strong, and I was so shocked by King K. Rool getting that first kill with a sour spot back air sending all the way across the stage.
K. Rool's quite strong, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I have certainly been proven wrong before, and that is no exception. But yes, now Ike finding himself upwards of 100%, and King K. Rool, I mean, looking to capitalize, right? This heavy hitter, but I mean, man, is Ike bringing the pressure, and
yeah.
Man,
that's a trouble spot. That's another free back air. Oh, great navigation. You see how he went extra wide, Chris, to avoid that back air? That's a high-level K. Rool recovery right there. We love to see it from Retro Z, but he is going to get caught with the nair up air there. That percent window is so wide on K. Rool, and that's going to be one of the most difficult spots. I love that Retro Z has been looking so good on this stage. I mean, the offstage has been rough. It always is for K. Rool, but on stage has been looking a lot better. He's been implementing parries. He's been implementing this great neutral, but he's getting his jumps called out now. Goes for the reverse edge guard, but gets the sour spot. And yeah, Alex 2020 is starting to pull away.
Yeah, man, this 130%, right? We talk about how valuable it is if you're able to cling on to these stocks longer than you really should, and that's exactly what we're watching as Ike is getting more than just extra credit. But King K. Rool going for a counter, and Ike not falling for it, able to find a down air on the ledge, and does put that one away. He will walk away 2-0 in that series.
Wow, what a great series, Chris. I would not be surprised at all to see Retro Z later in this bracket today. Some great recoveries on that K. Rool, some great neutral as well. Really was adapting to Alex 2020, but that's a really good player, and he is hard to adapt to. He plays a really solid game plan. It's really difficult to pick him apart, and although you know what Ike is is going to do, sometimes it's really difficult to punish. Especially when you play a slow character like K-Rool, you have to make some guesses here and there. You have to call out some options. You have to make those edge guards happen. And Alex 2020 was just able to do it more often, and he's going to take the set for it.
Yeah, very, very high-level Smash and high-level Rocket League as well. We've had a lot of very exciting action so far already, and we're so early in the day. So, I mean, this has been a great experience so far. Our McDonald's Esports tournament going on here for Apple Blossom Festival here in Winchester, Virginia. I want to give another shout out to McDonald's and the rest of our sponsors, Frederick County Parks and Rec, as well as the Partners First Federal Credit Union. And yeah, I mean, local McDonald's owners and operators are committed to the well-being of communities that they serve, the people that they employ, and providing food with quality ingredients. So be sure to check out the McDonald's socials at McDonald's DMV on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok for more information. Thanks so much again to them for bringing us all this incredible action.
Yeah, I mean, I've loved working with McDonald's for these tournaments. I mean, it's not the first time they've done this either. I mean, they've been doing this the past few years, and it's been a great time every tournament. We've run various games here. I think Smash has been the mainstay, but you know, Rocket League Duos is a new addition, and you know, the gameplay has not disappointed whatsoever, and it's only going to get better as we continue later in the day. So thank you again to McDonald's for this wonderful event.
Yeah, very much. We've been having a great time here, and I can certainly tell that all of these great people behind us have been having a great time, right? This room is very lively. We don't get this many people in here all the time, so with the bright colors and great atmosphere, this is an awesome thing we get to watch. But I want to take us back to these Smash Bros. Series that we've been able to watch, right? If we, because I know you have a better grip on the scene in this area, right? And we've gotten the opportunity to see who all's here, right? We haven't looked at everybody, but I'm curious if you think any of those players that we just saw win their series will go on like a deep run.
I definitely think Alex 2020 is one of the best players here on that Ike. Great movement, a really great understanding of the fundamentals of the game. A player that I've been playing tournaments with for a long time. I'm not saying he's going to take it all, but I definitely expect a very high finish from him. Definitely going to be a player to watch out for. Some other players that you could potentially watch out for is I was watching some local high school players come by with the esports drip on. Nice. I love seeing those players come by. We got St. Francis University here as well. I'm looking to see some big things for players like Straight Shot, players like Teo and Curbs. They're all from St. Francis University, a pretty nice Smash university in their own right. They do decent in some of the leagues they play in. So really excited to see them come out and compete as well. These guys with a lot of tournament experience, this is nothing to them. This is we're going to see Straight Shot again. Wow, look at that. Yeah, this is nothing to them. This is going to be a great opportunity for them to show off what that experience does. And it can be nerve-wracking, I will say, even if you have a lot of tournament experience. This is a very exciting atmosphere. A lot of these guys are playing in locals with 20 or less people. And then especially these high school players, they're going to be playing in leagues that are oftentimes online. So they're not as used to this in-person competition. I can speak to even the St. Francis team being a collegiate team, most of their competition is going to be online. So this offline competition is a great opportunity for them to showcase their skills in an opportunity where fluidity of movement is easier and reacting to options is easier. Adapting is easier, and that's why I love this set format, because you can showcase those skills that are more important in this in-person setting. And we got Mario on Battlefield here, comboing Straight Shot. I love what I'm seeing so far from RSA4.
Yeah, showing those mechanics we're talking about. And Kevin is our other Smash Bros. Caster that is a big proponent of, yes, the difference that online and offline can play in Smash Bros. Competition, and I know that no one will know it better than you, right? The difference that these inputs can make when you don't have to deal with the online lag, and I'm curious if we'll see any characters that really live or die by that. If we get some like Shoto characters or just heavy input demanding characters, and see if any of these players get an opportunity to really showcase what they can do when they don't have to worry about that input delay.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that one of those characters is actually Mario. This character has a lot of different routes on his combos, and some of them are much easier than others. You can kill off the top. This character can kill deceptively off the side really well. He has a lot of bridge combos that go across the stage rather than up and down it. And when you're on a stage like Battlefield, you're going to want to go for more of those ladders, but off the side, you can definitely catch Wii Fit slipping with some of these bridge combos because she loves to spend the time on the ledge. And that's exactly what we're seeing RSA4 go for here, but this is a very even first stock here. Straight Shot just is not able to die, and RSA4 not able to die either. Finally, the up smash going to come out there on that punish. Going to get another deep breathing here, so it should be a kill here. Yep, easy up if Straight Shot, and we're even again.
Yeah, we talk about the value of being able to cling on those stocks so long, but it really the value gets lost if your opponent is also clinging onto their stock way too long, right? We find both of them going down back-to-back very quickly, and now a 2-stock both ways and basically even percents. But as you see on the other side of your screen, we have started our second Rocket League section of the bracket as Red and Nico look on to take Ion and Tipley. And Red and Nico certainly making their presence known once again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a round 2 match because it's the second time we're seeing Red and Nico on the stream, so this must be winner's round 2. So we're excited to see that as Straight Shot goes for a big edge guard here. This is a very even match on the Smash side of things. I'm really excited to see how these two players pan out. I have a feeling this is going to go ultra last hit as these two are just slinging back and forth. They're really having trouble getting kills on each other. You can see RSA4 is setting up for these bridge combos and trying to keep these Wii Fit projectiles off of him, but he's unable to make any big plays happen. As yeah, you're going to be able to hula hoop back to there. Recovers the landing. RSA4 locked down Straight Shot on that recovery.
Yeah, great movement. Just able to know his own positioning, knowing where Straight Shot had to land right after a great flood shot as well as a cape to turn him around. Only a few options left there, and Mario's able to pull ahead with a stock advantage. And here comes the value of keeping on, holding on to that stock, right? 60, 70% racking up. Finally, a back air to get him out of some trouble, and Straight Shot just looking to take this one stock and get this Mario out of his hair.
Yeah, and as we watch Smash Bros today, look for situations like this where one character has a lot of percent and the other one does too, because that's when rage factor comes into play. When your character is getting to high percents, you actually deal more knockback. So that's how comebacks happen in this game. When you have high percent, especially when your opponent has low percent, then you can make these big combos and these big comebacks happen. We see a Cape Blood Trump come out from RSA. That's some high-level Mario tech right there, and going to get the back air as well. I really like this RSA player. They're going to go for some high-level Mario stuff here, and they're able to hold these stocks really well on a really stubby character. Really impressive to see.
Yeah, impressive stuff, right? We see that, you know, this is clearly someone who knows their stuff, and as I mean, you said it, we must be in winners round 2, as we've already seen Straight Shot win their first match and now playing a second one. So this RFA4 character is certainly finding some success here.
Yeah, I definitely imagine we're going to get off Battlefield, get rid of some of those ladder combos for the next game. Straight Shot, try to get a little bit more space, try to keep this Mario away from you, but this Mario's been making great use of the cape, so it's difficult to camp Mario when he knows how to make space and how to get in on his opponent. And speaking of getting in on your opponent, Red and Nico just slinging the ball at this goal over and over. It's just switch after switch for these guys.
Yeah, we can't emphasize it enough, the difference that having only 2 players makes, right? These shots are just wide open for Red and Nico, and Ion and Tipley are no different than the last series we watched that Red and Nico had to compete in, right? They're able to play off each other so well, finding great shots, and Ion and Tipley can only do so much as they do find one of their own. A whiff from Red in an awkward position, right? Can't do much from there as you're probably going to knock it in yourself, but a tight situation, and Ion and Tipley strike back.
Such an interesting dynamic that I just saw in that drive that I just thought of for the first time, Chris, is the idea of demoing. When you demo in this, I mean, normally you have like 2 more teammates, right? But you get an isolated 1v1 in that spot. I mean, Red going to get one off the kickoff there. I mean, what an interesting factor demoing brings to the table. We're on Town and City. There's no more ladder combos, and yet RSA4 is already almost 2 stocks up, Chris.
Yeah, man, and you know, we talk about the value, and we'll certainly keep an eye out for the demoing later, but yes, we move back to Smash, and this is very interesting, right? This has to have been Straight Shot's pick, correct? This map pick? And we see RSA4 absolutely ready for it. I mean, they're able to find an early stock while we missed it off camera, and about to find a second one at this rate as Wii Fit re-grabs the ledge. No iframes left for you, and Mario pulls up 3-1 in this stock.
That was a forced re-grab too, Chris. You can see RSA4 going for the cape trump once more. There's nothing Wii Fit can do about that if you don't get off the ledge immediately. He almost died again, Chris. This Town and City is so much more fluid for these bridge combos rather than these ladder combos. I was really excited to see if this RSA4 could make those offline adaptations we were talking about earlier. These bridge combos can oftentimes be harder than the ladders. So when you get offline, you can make those adaptations and get that execution a little cleaner, and they kill just as easily as the ladder ones. Those horizontal blast zones of Town and City are so narrow, but Mario doesn't even often use them. Oftentimes his bridge combos will end in a spike, and those kill on every stage.
Yeah, and I'm curious, like, Mario doesn't have as many kill moves as some other characters, right? I think of that forward air and maybe a pretty strong back air, but now we do see a kill coming back from strike shot to try to even this out a little bit.
Let me talk some about Mario killing. Mario killing is really difficult when you don't get those big combos. Mario has some great combos. You're like, this character is stupid. He can hit me at any percent and combo me into a move that kills me. That's how Mario kills you. But when you get to these high percents, now Mario can't combo you. So now he has to hit you with a stray smash attack, which is going to be the main way he kills you unless he hits you like off stage here. But otherwise, he has to get a move like that up smash. That's an example of a stray smash attack. He completely read that roll from ledge from straight shot. He was literally waiting at roll distance, which keep in mind, Wii Fit has the longest length roll in the game, so he had to walk extra far to catch that roll. So knowing that straight shot was going to roll, gets the up smash, and that's the kind of kill move that Mario needs to land. He needs to land a big move when you get to high percents versus him.
Yeah, way to execute there as RSA4 does exactly what he needs to do, right? Knowing his character, knowing what he needs, and a great clear there from Ion now as we move back to Rocket League. Red and Nico up 7-1 with only 1:30 left in this game. This is quickly getting out of hand as Ion and Tipley look for any type of success going the other direction, but so far, not finding much.
Yeah, this is still game number 1. So, yeah, 1 minute left on the clock, but no blue bars on the table. So, Ion and Tipley will have another instance to get some points on the board. And the last time we did see this kind of dynamic happen, there were a few more goals scored in game number 2. So I'm hoping to see that as Red and Nico are certainly pulling away in this game.
Yeah, a great little almost like box in there as Nico just sort of wrapped the last line of defense there for Ion and Tipley and just knocks it in straight through their hands. And now on the other side of your screen, we have the beginning of a new series, right? Daydream and Comet, maybe? Comet, maybe? Up 1-0 over Squid and Rousk, excuse me. But Daydream's scoring again, and only a minute into this game, we have a 2-0 lead once again for blue teams today.
Yeah, 4 new players coming out on the right side, and certainly if I was a new team coming into a match, I would go for the blue side, as that seems to be the winning side here in Rocket League and in Smash Bros. The colors are purely aesthetic to tell the teams apart. So don't get confused there. You do not actually get an advantage from being the blue team, but coincidentally, the blue team is on fire today.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's certainly something to keep an eye on. I mean, maybe blue team does give you an advantage. It's just a mental advantage.
Don't tell them, Chris.
Yeah, they don't know. But, I mean, we see double digits coming out from Red and Nico with under a minute left to play. They could look to add 1, maybe even 2 more before this game ends to really send a message to the rest of the bracket. But Daydream's doing it as well to this Squid and Rousk's team. I mean, both of these teams really just pulling ahead, and we're certainly noticing the top teams start to pull away.
Yeah, I mean, double digits on the scoreline is certainly nothing to scoff at. That is going to be a very powerful thing to put on that stat sheet. You're like, you know, that'll definitely pad the stats a bit for the later matches, so that'll be nice for them. But yeah, when you can get these breakaways in Rocket League and there's no defenders there, that net is quite wide. So you're able to put it in and put some goals on this board. Up to 10 now for Red and Nico, and up to 3 for Daydream and Comet. And but still 3 minutes left on the clock for that right game. I expect to see some goals on the board for the orange team as Red and Nico do pull away in that game number 1. Still game number 2 to play.
Yeah, we see a missed shot there from this blue team, and I would have liked to see a little bit more retaliation from Squid or this Rousk player because this is twos, right? Those missed opportunities, those missed shots from either side are going to create openings, and with a game style, tempo like this, you need to be quick on the trigger. You need to take advantage of opportunities you have because everybody is going to be absolutely flooring it to cover their ground and get back when they need to. So
that's so true. I mean, look at Roski just like pushing this ball to the side of the court when like it goes to your goal. It's like, get this out of here, ride the wall. There's not enough defenders to deal with this. Let's see if I can ride this the whole way to the net as Daydream does steal it back and bring it back to their side as Comet comes in for the assist. You can see this pincing offense that they're going for. They are kind of passing it back to each other horizontally as Daydream does go in for the offense there, and you can see Comet on the back burner now as they were horizontal to each other before. They ended that play vertical, and that's that rotation that we're talking about. When we're on offense, we can play back and forth on that horizontal plane to try to make plays happen, but when the play might not happen, you do have to make that rotation get set up so that you can have that defender in the case of a breakaway. And that's exactly what happened there. But Daydreams was able to put away so the defender wasn't needed as Blue just continues the onslaught.
Yeah, and that's a scary look, being able to commit your back player like that, ready for a follow-up if Daydreams wasn't able to put it in. And once again, I mean, Daydreams just breaking away, and those are the exact breakaways I'm talking about that every team at this tournament needs to be able to take advantage of. One stray hit that just gets past the backline, you need to be able to sprint and capitalize on, because with only 2 players, these defenses are going to be slow to react.
Allow me to relate this to Smash Bros in a very weird way. And I feel like I can because it's a Smash League and Rocket League event. When you get a hit in Smash Bros, the good players make those hits count. And when you get a breakaway in Rocket League, you have to make that drive count. You have to make those whiffs count. Your advantage state in Smash is tied to how much damage can I get for this mistake. And that's why certain characters are really good in advantage state, because they can get more happen off of you making a lesser and lesser mistake. In Rocket League, better players can make goals happen from you making lesser and lesser mistakes. What an interesting tie-in that is, because when you get that advantage state, as we'll call it in Smash Bros, it's the same in Rocket League. When you get that advantage state, it can be like your offense, right? And can you make those whiffs on offense count in reversal? Can you make these defensive minor mistakes turn into goals? That is advantage state in Rocket League, and that's exactly the situation we see there. We see mistakes on defense get converted into plays here, and that's why Daydream and Comet are going to take this game #1.
Yeah, that was crazy. 4 whiffs back-to-back from every player in this game, all going for the ball, all missing, and leaving a wide-open net. But, I mean, you make a great point, right? It's funny to, you know, compare Rocket League to Smash, but you're absolutely right, and I say it all the time on broadcast. The good players take little things and make them big things, right? And it's exactly what you said. It takes less for a great player to capitalize on your mistakes, and we are seeing the great players capitalize on mistakes right now, as Comet able to put that one in once again on a basically wide open net.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have those rotations, when you're just trying to rush that ball, you're going to leave your net open. And although you want to be able to rush that ball, to have 2 cars on that opportunity, you're going to leave your goal open. And I definitely want to talk about this Smash match briefly, but we'll just look at Red and Nico still ahead in this game #2. They're looking strong to take this series. But I really want to talk about this game up top here. We got Teo from St. Francis University, Chris, on this Luigi. He's been looking so strong. He's definitely another one of my favorites to go far in this bracket. A very great advanced state player. This guy makes your mistakes count. And on the other side, we're going to have Squeeblord, the Wolf.
Yeah, and you as in you and me, had the pleasure of watching Teo perform yesterday at the Smash the Nest event that we had in this same building. And man, did he make Luigi look absolutely unbearable.
Yes, yes he does.
I mean, this is an incredible player that knows where his strengths are, knows how to combo those classic Luigi 100 to death combo, or 0 to death combos, excuse me.
Or 100 to death. I mean, they both work.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. 100 to 0, 0 to death, whatever you want to call it. I mean, this guy can do it, and it's so intimidating, right? They all start with a grab like that, and boom, you're off the stage, a 3-2 stock lead, and I mean, it does not take much. We were just talking about it in Rocket League. It does not take much for Teo to run away with a game.
Notice how he was able to grab him at 80 and kill him, Chris. That's why I said, when you said 100 to death, you're actually not wrong. This character isn't like Mario, where once you get to 120, you're like, okay, only like 2 moves can kill me. When Luigi grabs you at any percent, you could die. Even at high percents, he has exclusive high percent combos. He has exclusive mid percent combos too, as Teo has showcased. Yesterday, we almost saw it right there, Chris. The falling there into the up B, that barely missed. And on Wolf, when you're a fast faller like this character, those combos are so deadly, and he can do them all over the place.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so magical to watch how a great player just in their element, executing their character is, I mean, almost a form of art, as we see now Wolf trying to find just any form of protection and aggression on the ledge, but ends up dying for it upwards of 120%. And once again, Teo just start looking to run away with it, and here comes a combo.
I would love to see Squeeblord challenge Teo on his approaches. You can see Squeeblord is looking to rush this Luigi down and use Wolf's superior frame data to outbox him. That is currently not working. Teo is a great player up close, and he is punishing Squeeblord for that. I'd love to see Squeeblord take a step back, stand underneath these small battlefield platforms, challenge Teo with his laser, make Teo come to you. Luigi is a very slow character with a very committal jump. When you make him come to you, that's when you can make things happen versus the character, because when you're trying to outbox him, although you can, it's a very difficult game.
Yeah, and Wolf's up smash hitting twice there, and yep, a jab lock will mean a angled down forward smash leaves a little to be imagined as he gets sent straight off your screen, and Teo will take game 1 in that series. But we tune back into Rocket League to once again watch Red and Nico rain hell on these teams.
Yeah, I mean, great mechanics from this Red Nico team, and they're obviously looking to go far in this bracket. They're not looking to go down here in just round number 2. And I do want to shout out Squeeblord, the Wolf player, as well. I mean, I actually expected him to continue on in this bracket, so I'm not surprised he lost Teo, because I think Teo's a very good player. But I think Squeeblord will do quite well in the losers bracket.
Yeah, 6-0 with less than a minute left to go. We'll see if Ion and Tipley are able to strike back, find some strike gold of their own, if you will. But, I mean, it would certainly take a miracle to score 6 or even 7 goals in 30 seconds, and I would say it's safe to say to write that off. But if you're dropping down into losers bracket, you'd like to find some success and give yourself some momentum as you continue on your bracket journey, as you may have to play this team again. So trying to find anything they can get. A great shot there onto the goal as it crosses from one side to the other, but unfortunately no follow-up, as this once again is only 2s. So the follow-up is going to be a little bit late, as the defender was playing just too far back, and now we see the time ticking down, and Red and Nico will put one more just to once again put an exclamation point on that series, as they will advance once more into round 3.
Yeah, Red and Nico looking so strong. We're certainly going to continue to see them as they advance in the bracket. And as you continue in winners, you're just going to do better and better as far as your placement. I mean, staying in winners bracket is so important in a double elimination format, and all these players know that, as Daydream and Comet continue to just pull away in their series as well on the right side of your screen in game number 2 here, up to 3-0 and 1-0 in the series. As Teo actually started down in this game versus Squeeblord, but one Luigi combo will bring you back up to 79 on the second stock. That is the power of Luigi.
Man, how crazy is that? We said it yesterday. This player makes Luigi look insane.
Told you.
Man, what is that? A down throw into an up special from way downtown.
He grabbed him at 70, Chris. Of course he's dead.
What does that mean? Like, why is that a thing? This character's insane, Avery.
This character's supposed to be bad, Chris. He's not bad. No, he kind of is bad at top level. But what makes him good is if you can get his big things. The reason this character isn't good is because a lot of characters don't fight him. Wolf kind of has to fight him. And when you get up close versus this character at any percent, you can just explode. Your spacing has to be so precise versus Luigi. He is one of the best characters in the game at killing you off of one hit. Oftentimes we'll call him Diet Kazuya, because he has a lot of these same tools that can just kill you at whatever percent he feels like. But whenever Luigi is in the disadvantage, like this, Squeeblord has to go off stage and make a kill happen, but Teo knows how to go underneath Smashville, and that's going to make it a little harder to edgeguard him, Chris.
Yeah, and I didn't see, was he able to charge that up, or was that his lucky?
That was a misfire.
Okay,
yeah, so he got a little lucky.
That's insane. I mean, what a moment, what a story for this series, is Teo's able to make a great recovery under the stage, and now finds himself back on the stage once again and clinging to this stock. We can't say it enough, right? The value you can get from being able to hold on to this, as he does find another grab, and once again applying an overwhelming amount of pressure onto Squeeblord.
Yeah, and Squeeblord almost died off of that combo too. Teo actually, he actually saved him there. Teo actually going for just a damage variant there. He didn't want to miss his kill combo, so he just went for safe damage. He's going to miss the up B there. Squeeblord going to land a nice backer there onto the Smashville platform, but again, you just can't get grabbed. Let's see the laser Squeeblord make Teo make this play happen. It's a lot harder for Luigi to come in with the grab rather than punish you for a bad spacing with the grab. And that's exactly what we're seeing for Squeeblord. Yes, keep this space. Make Teo make this play happen, as this is your last stock here in your winner's bracket.
Yeah, up smash just barely missing there, but at this rate, I mean, just about anything would kill this Wolf. I mean, we look for a dash attack, not quite going to land. Wolf goes for it all, and unfortunately, that will just barely miss. Teo takes that 2-0 and will advance once more as we now move back to Rocket League once again, and Daydream and Comet still putting on the pressure.
Yeah, that's actually what I wanted to see off of Squeeboard with that interaction. It's going to be a difficult game. You're at 10, or Luigi's at 10%, you're at 144. You're going to go for the Wolf down air there.
I agree.
And Luigi has very few options to recover there, but Teo is going to select the right one. And although you're going to die for that edge guard, I really like the effort there from Squeeboard. That's exactly what you had to go for in that spot. And yeah, there's nothing to go for in this spot when you're up 7-0. You're fishing for clips at this point.
Yeah, they certainly are. And as they take another just downfield shot, I mean midfield shot, I should say, and with nobody even on the right side of the field to be able to defend. I mean, these are the breakaways we talk about, or we talk so much about, as Daydream finds another one. And I mean, it'll be interesting to see, right? Because this is certainly a contender, as they're showing, but not one that we were aware of coming into today.
No, not one that I've been talking about with some of the Rocket League players here, but certainly, I mean, there's literally anyone that can come out to this tournament, right? So there's bound to be teams that we have no idea about. I'm very familiar with the Smash scene, and yet I don't recognize near half the players in the venue today. So yeah, great players here. Daydream and Comet looking to make a name for themselves in this bracket. Gonna have to take down some Titans, as we've been talking about, but I'm excited to watch those matchups in the future, as these guys clearly know how to make plays happen.
Yeah, and I love seeing faces that we don't know find success, right? I'm so excited to see these teams, these two players go up against some of the big dogs that we are familiar with, but man, are Daydream and Comet laying it on right now. So watching Nico and Red drop 10 in a previous game and saying, I bet we can raise it higher. And with 90 seconds left in this game and 9 goals on the board, it's certainly looking like they might pull that off.
That actually might be what they're going for, Chris. You can see that they're going for these kickoff goals really aggressively, and they're just trying to like rack up the score. But that could be what they're going for, that double-digit score line that is so sought after, as Daydreams does indeed put in the 10th goal there. No more boost remaining, just the last little bit just to squeeze it in there. And yeah, it's just so difficult to try to play defense versus these guys. They're all over the place.
Yeah, this is crazy to watch. But I do want to point out, as we may be taking a break between series, I'm not sure, but the next Rocket League round, I'm looking at the tournament right now, does have Red and Nico going against Proto and Cairo. Those two teams will already have to go against each other. So keep an eye. Do not go anywhere after this series, because we're going to have some great Rocket League to watch moving forward. But as we wait for this series to tick down, this 1 minute remaining, and Daydream and Comet looking to put another one on the board. They will score their 11th goal of this game and will more than likely be moving on to the next round.
Yeah, Daydream and Comet definitely looking to make a statement. I mean, that semifinal is going to be such a fun match, Chris. I'm really excited to look into that. As we look at the brackets here, give us an update on what Smash Bros is looking like.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the Smash Bros bracket too. I mean, we've seen the games that we saw, right? Alex 2020 taking down Retros, so he will have to go on and play RSA 4. So both of those players we did like a lot, as once again Daydreams puts his 12th goal in, or their 12th goal in as a team. I mean, this is getting out of control. What a display of skill. But yes, I mean, these brackets are certainly developing, and we see the top talent advancing forward and starting to have to deal with each other now to really weed out the best players. Yeah,
RSA 4 and Alex 2020 is certainly going to be a match I'm looking forward to. Looking a little further in the bracket, we see Rave, the Link player, might be going against Teo, the Luigi we just watched. That could be another interesting match, as we saw Rave really able to command the stage. Will he be able to keep that Teo player away from him? That's going to be your win condition against Luigi. And that's going to be a difficult task to do, let me tell you.
Yeah, something to keep an eye out for. And just an incredible player to watch. I can't say enough about how much fun that Luigi is to watch. But as we watch the clock tick down in this game, right, less than 10 seconds left, 12 goals on the board. Why not add another one? 13 will be the number, with a technically potential for another, as we will have a kickoff with 1 second left. And as the clock will not expire until the ground hits the ball, will Daydream and Comet look to score one more and bring this to 14?
Can we just talk about that goal, that little backflip they just did? Wow.
I mean, incredible stuff going on right now, but the ball will get killed there, and that will be the end of that series. Daydreams and Comet finally able to move on to their next series, and I mean, just great Rocket League. We're certainly seeing the high-level teams perform.
Yeah, I mean, the talent is here to play, Chris, and I cannot wait to see more of it, but I think that's going to be it for us.
Yeah, we are going to take a quick break. As I said, we have we're going to probably change some casters here. You'll get some new voices in your ear. And we have plenty more Smash and Rocket League action to bring to you. So do not go anywhere, and we will be right back with more high-level action.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
McDonald's Esports event here at Shenandoah University. We've got so many amazing players here in from the community, here playing some Rocket League and Super Smash Brothers. My name is Zombie Xander. I'm here joined by Kip, a slightly taller. We had to move the camera up a little bit from the last caster duo, but we're so excited to be hosting here and talking about some of these players.
Oh, it's definitely a pleasure to be casting for this event. It's definitely my first time professionally casting for an event as in this scale. It's definitely a pleasure, and I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, and that's the great thing. We get some of these students in here talking about some of these games. And speaking of some of these games, we're going to hop right into Jiangsu and T-Dop versus Eon and Tipley, a 1-0 lead. Already 14 seconds into this game.
Let's see. Oh, the kickoff. Okay, let's. Now Eon on defense, right up the wall. See how much boost they have. All right.
Oh, a nice little waterfall in Jiangsu. Gonna take control of that one. Another one piled on already. A 2-0 deficit for Eon and Tipley. And I like to mention it's good to see all the boost counters. I know that our overlay gives us the boost counters, but it's a nice quality of life that you can see it on their nameplates as well.
It's so nice to know, because especially in a game like Rocket League where it's all about speed and always making it to the ball in time. You always have to make sure you have enough boost, because if you don't have boost, you're never going to be able to make it to the ball. You're never going to be able to play offense or the right kind of defense. That perfect defense from Tipley right there.
So far, pretty suffocating offense here from the blue team. And gonna be trying to dump this one down to his teammate, but a little bit of a breakout here from Eon and Tipley. Jiangsu trying to collect this one over at the midfield. A nice little pass, but a little bit awkward. Now finally going to collect it once again, going to the far side of the field. Eon challenging in the corner, but Jiangsu going to ride this right to his teammate, but good defense there from Eon.
Jiangsu trying to send it back to the orange side, and both orange. Oh, the demolition. Was it demolition? Yes,
it was.
I didn't see. I don't know if that was a glitch on the right, because I didn't see who demoed who. I was who got demoed? I couldn't tell.
A nice little interruption from the offense there. Tipley trying to clear, but a nice collection from Jiangsu there at midfield. Eon now pushing this one forward, still down 2-0. So not out of reach by any means. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, so tons of time to get back in this.
That is true.
Oh, and just going to ride this one wide right of the goal, and Tipley got one man to beat here in Jiangsu at the corner. Now pushing it forward, a pass to Eon.
Oh, great defense from T-Dop, the perfect save.
But look out, going back the other way, just wide right again.
All right, setting up for another goal. T-Dop ready for that, blocking it instantly. And Eon's trying to set up for another pass, potentially to Tipley. Oh, doesn't get it though. And Tipley's waiting on defense.
And this could be a strategy a little bit from Jiangsu and T-Dop. Looking to maybe just get some 2 early goals, get one and get the second one for comfort, and then try and run down the clock a little bit. They now pile on a third one just before halftime here in the match. So Eon and Tipley, a little bit more work to do to try and get back in this one. Still game number 1 though, so even if Jiangsu and T-Dop score 15 more goals, they still only net 1 point towards the series. Though 18 goals in one game would be absolutely insane, so it's probably not going to happen.
For sure. I do want to mention, even though blue team already has it might not seem like that big of a lead, but that clock is ticking. That last point did take quite a while for a goal to actually come down. So the longer the ball is on the field, oh my gosh! As I say that, they get another goal, solidifying their lead as much greater lead. It'll make it much harder for Orange to come back from.
And that's the interesting thing about these twos, right? There's so much more open field, and that shot came from well before half field. And needing extra defenders on the field when you've got 3v3 is a little bit easier to come by. If you're out of position, those long shots, those breakaway goals really come a little bit more frequently if you're on your aim. But that one, again, going a little bit wide right. Eon and Tipley going to breathe a little bit of sigh relief there for just a moment before the offense continues to collect. Now we're going to take a look at some of our other matches. We've got Keels and Honeybee versus Squid and Rauxi. Here in the bottom left, 2-0 in favor of Keels and Honeybee. 3 minutes left on the clock. And let's take a look at the smash there at top middle. Tell me a little bit about this matchup, Kip.
Okay, Lucas versus Crom. So, I'm guessing from looking at these players so far, I haven't seen too much, but generally, both these characters are pretty scrappy. Lucas is very fast buttons and has a good amount of disjoints, but obviously there's Chrom, but Chrom is so much faster. And like unlike Roy, where his hitboxes are drawn at the hilt of his sword, Chrom's is it has no sour spot or sweet spot. It is all consistent throughout the entirety of his sword, but he still has, with a trade-off of a little less kill power than Roy and a much worse recovery than Roy, but his combos are much more consistent. Like, as you can see, he's just, oh my gosh, that combo with the air dodge read with the up smash. And knew he was going to get that grab there. Oh my gosh, a little too late on that tether from Decaf, unfortunate. And
didn't take a single lick of damage in that stock from Lucas. 100 or 0 to kill KD. I don't even know. What do you call it? Kill confirm. KC.
yeah. And something I like from Pins here is he's mixed up his recovery, especially for a character like Lucas who has such great edge guarding and two framing tools. He can two frame with F tilt and like a very easy like down smashes. Since he has 3 hitboxes and he all hit below the ledge, they can easily two frame you, especially with a projectable recovery like Chrom's. He can also edge guard with I'm not sure what Pins are trying to do there, but Luke is very well versed in like keeping your opponents in the corner and keep them off stage as well, because PK Thunder usually you use it to hit yourself to launch yourself back to the stage, like so, like right here. But you can also use it, since the projectile that you can control, you use it to hit your opponent, and since Lucas is a multi-hit, it can just hit him away from the ledge. And if you happen to take their jump with it like Chrom will just die.
Wow. And this speaks to the talent. I mean, we just watched an incredible combo from Pins to take Decaf's second stock. And it just speaks to the talent here at this tournament. This is the losers round 1. So both of these players already have a loss in the bracket. And Pins really putting on a show there, taking down Decaf in game number 1.
As we go back into these Rocket League matches, the game on the left, 7-0 on both sides actually, but just ended for the first game of the series, going to blue team, going to Jiangsu and T-Dop. And for on the right side, Keels and Honeybee, still a minute and a half left, but it's going to be very hard for Orange to make it back, as they are down 7 points and only have 90 seconds left on the clock.
And these are, I believe, lower round matchups. So Jiangsu and T-Dop are going to have to fight through the lower side of the bracket, as they've already suffered a loss to the hands of Proto and Cairo, one of the, I think people are buzzing about them being one of the favorites here in this tournament, considering how handily they defeated Jiangsu and T-Dop. And then you take a look at how well Jiangsu and T-Dop are doing in their own matchup. Speaks to the volume of how solid these players are in this tournament.
And so I've heard these guys. Oh, hold up. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to talk about this.
Oh, you as a Pac-Man player yourself, tell me a little bit.
Oh my goodness. Do I have some words for this fun character? Decaf swapping to Pac-Man. That's something I definitely was not expecting. Maybe a lazy side B to back to stage. The hide's been taken away from the town platform. Trying to get an anti here from the Chrom, because I guess he's noticing that he's gonna very jumpy. All right.
The recovery from Pac-Man, it just astounds me every time he boosts up several times.
Oh no, yeah, it's incredible. It depends on he can get edge guarded. Depends on the other character's kits, but if he is forced to use all 3 jumps of his trampoline, you can take the last jump from his trampoline and make Pac-Man land on the red trampoline and just like kill him for it.
How long does the trampoline last?
I don't have an exact estimate, but it lasts for like a decent amount of time. But for this matchup, it's really annoying for Pac-Man, because just how fast Chrom is, and unlike Roy, like at least the saving grace in this matchup, Pac-Man versus Roy, is that you don't really have to worry about like Roy spacing too often, because like his sweet spots are on the hilt of his sword. So if you get hit by like the sour spots, you're in no trouble. And another laser recovery from Decaf. Pins countering it.
Something I'm noticing after watching quite a bit of you playing Pac-Man is Decaf I think you typically utilize your projectiles a lot more. I feel like you're charging up and trying to find the right projectile to use in many different situations.
Yes,
creating separation
sure.
with that hydrant and utilizing this. And we see a lot of side Bs coming out of Decaf.
Yeah, Hydrant, its main purpose is to create space between Pac-Man and his opponent. Now, in this matchup, it's definitely hard because of how fast Prom is, but generally, Fruits is really good in a sort of playstyle like Pac-Man. You kind of just wait for your opponent to swing. We kind of like this swing second like mentality. Now, like at service level, you might think that Pac-Man want to swing first because a lot of his normals are very fast. But however, they're pretty stubby and they don't really kill. So like you kind of just swat them away from you. Like at the very most, that's all you kind of get from it. But if you happen to play more collected, play more conservative with your stocks, you happen to parry, like especially a sword at Croms, have like a fruit in your hand, you get an insane punish. Like what Decaf was trying to do there. If it was a bell, he could potentially get that kill there.
Decaf in a bit of trouble here at 133 and still a safety stock on the side of Pins. And that might be it, folks. Pins taking down Decaf here in lower bracket round number 1.
And that was back to Jiangsu and T-Dop. 3-1 so far in this best of 3 series. Game 2. 4 minutes left on the clock, and oh my gosh.
Boy. Wow.
Jiangsu getting another score for their team. And wow, it's like they wanted to just keep pushing that advantage.
Absolutely.
Because even though like they wanted to they're still confident even though the Orange has scored 1 point for the entirety of like the set so far. They wanted to keep pushing their advantage, just showing their utmost confidence in their team.
Yeah, and that could be sort of sending a statement to the rest of the lower side of the bracket, right? Any teams that get sent down, look out. You're going to have Jiangsu and T-Dop waiting for you. Eon and Tipley still definitely seeming a little bit flat-footed, knowing that at any point Jiangsu or T-Dop can strike. Jiangsu now 2 in a row here as we've been watching. The first one soaring right over the defense, and this one, what a dagger off the back wall. Catching Eon and Tipley a little bit out of position.
Absolutely. And this kickoff right here, all goes straight in the air. Basically, no one win that. But Jiangsu is ready for it to hit around that wall. That's crazy foresight. Or it's just some sort of reaction. I'm not sure what you would call it there.
Well, they know exactly where they're sending the ball at this level. They pretty high level players.
That is crazy to think about because if you consider this is in like losers round 2. Like both of these teams have lost to players, so that's how. Even though there are less participants in Rocket League than there is to Smash, there are still some amazing players. Jiangsu scores another goal for Team Blue.
And there you go. I mean, that again, we were talking about less players on the field, less accidental defenders, and you catch somebody sleeping just a little bit. Eon trying to go for a boost and gets punished for it, as now the blue team piling on a 6th goal. Just under 3 minutes left to play here in game number 2. It's not looking like Eon and Tipley are going to be able to pull another one out. Not another goal, but a game here.
Oh my goodness.
Top right. Almost impossible to defend unless you're already there. So quick.
Yeah, you just saw T-Dop was ready for that pass from Jiangsu to score the 7th goal in this game 5.
And that speaks volumes about their communication, right? I mean, the fact that there's only 2 of them on the field, they need to be able to pass. And this is a great opportunity, but Jiangsu playing defense really well off the tip-off here. And another one, T-Dop, a pass to T-Dop, but good defense there from the Orange squad. They're going to try and flip the field, but a nice steal away. T-Dop, a pass to Jiangsu, a shot on goal, and a goal on goal. 8-1, 2 minutes, 24 seconds left to go. When will it stop? Now let's take a look at Heels and Honeybee taking on Squid and Rowski. I'm not really entirely sure how to say that name, but Rowski, yeah, we got there.
I believe this is another losers match.
I believe so. Let me take a look at the bracket real quick.
I believe so. Yeah, Honeybee.
Yep,
Warrior
it is the lower
Keels.
round 1, Squid and Rowski versus Keels and Honey.
Yes, and absolutely just another game in in this tournament where it's just such a commanding lead. As you can see, Kills and Honeybee took game 1 in the series. And in game 2 of the series, they're already up 5-0 with 2.5 minutes on the clock. And scoring a 6th goal on Squid and Rautsky.
Quite one-sided affairs were taken here at in the Rocket League world, and you kind of it can happen when the seeding is random in the upper side of the bracket, but when this happens as well in the lower side of the bracket, it is actually really surprising, and neither team really letting up when the game would go faster if they just tried to kill the clock a little bit more, as it pauses every time a goal is scored. But 9 goals to Jiangsu and T-Dop, 7 to Keels and Honeybee, and on the orange side of either affair, only 1 to their names.
Of course, yeah, like just both these games have just been so commanding. Just both Jiangsu, T-Dop, and Keels and Honeybee Warrior just showing so much confidence in their ability to work together as their team. They just show so much chemistry with how well they work together in game.
Well, if Keels and Honeybee can make it through their matchup in the losers round 2, then they will go up against, actually not even, the only way that these two can play is in the losers semifinals.
That's still quite
and they'll
a
still have
trek
plenty of teams to get through, because on the upper side of the bracket, we've got Red and Nico facing off against Proto and Cairo, and those are 2 juggernauts in this bracket, and only one of them can make it to the winners finals. So somebody's going down to the lower bracket to be an absolute terror.
At the top here, we're starting another smash set. Maynard on Aegis, Pirate Mithra, otherwise known as Aegis, versus Zengrove on Incineroar. Oh no, accidentally doing the wrong side of up B. That's okay, you still have quite a lead. Incineroar is so heavy, and getting that kill with the up throw on the Aegis, because Incineroar, this putting his grappler archetype, he has some of the best throws in the entire game. All of his throws could potentially kill, with down throw being a combo throw. And oh my gosh, but he does have a bad recovery, no jump. Can Maynard, doesn't capitalize off of it.
That was close.
Great dash attack. Zengrove just trying to play very hyper aggressive, but Maynard often use Pyro a lot more than Mithra, which is generally pretty strange to me. Oh my god.
So now we're evening up. Who do you at 20% on Mithra or Mithra Pyra and 0% on Zengrove? Who do we feel has the advantage here?
I'm not sure. I feel like if Maynard were to swap to Mithra more, using her speed just to overwhelm Incineroar, because with Mithra, her frame data has some of the best in the entire game, and she's one of the fastest characters. While Incineroar, his frame data isn't bad for a big body heavy, but he's incredibly slow. He is the slowest character in the game. So if you have a character like Mithra, just absolutely just overwhelm him with her speed and frame data, you just run him over.
But incredibly heavy hitting in that Incineroar, there is the up smash, and Zengrove going to be taking the first game in that set.
Yes, though I will say I do like
no way Jiangsu and T-Dop have 14 goals. What happened?
Sorry, I just had to I had to completely stop while I was thinking. You just look on the left, see 14-1 on Jiangsu and T-Dop's side. Oh my goodness, with 15 seconds left on the clock.
I made a joke about 18, right? We're 4 off of that number, 3 off of that number.
15, oh my goodness.
Wow. At this point, and it's not even at some point the goals seem easier to come by. When there's a big lead, it feels easier to make that lead bigger, because the teammates in Eon and Tipley, they're losing a bit of momentum out of the matchup, and Jiangsu and T-Dop can really take advantage now. 0 seconds on the clock. As soon as this ball hits the ground, hits the goal.
As if the other 15 wasn't enough. They scored the 16th goal in the set. Maynard swapped into Bowser. Okay, it's a bit of an interesting pick here. Maybe to opt for more weight because of Incineroar's overwhelming kill power. Swapping to the heaviest character in the game. Catching that down B with the lone with barely living. catching the up B with the forward air. Amazing from Zengrove. All right, nice nair to forward air from Maynard. Trying to glitch up a little bit, maybe missing put on the down air. Yeah, a little bit of the combos with the down throw, the up air.
So what's Bowser's win condition against someone like Incineroar? They're both slow moving, both heavy hitting.
Well, funny thing about Bowser is that he's actually pretty fast. I don't know why, but he is. He almost has a top 10 run speed in the game. So he's incredibly.
Oh.
He is incredibly fast, despite being the heaviest character in the game. Which was just such a weird contrast to me, considering how Incineroar isn't even the heaviest character in the game. I don't think he might not even be top 5 in weight, but he's the slowest. But I think that might be because of just how good his frame data is. Well, Bowser's, despite how fast he is, like on the ground, like his frame data might not be the best. Like some of his moves still take a while to come out. Besides that, oh my goodness.
Okay, gonna take himself down. Zengrove above the Bowser hitbox. And Bowser going to go down before the final stock there. And we're having such a great time here at the Shenandoah Esports Arena. Thank you so much to McDonald's for sponsoring this event. It's been an incredible time having all this amazing community here in the arena, competing in all sorts of games. We got a lot of money up for grabs for this tournament. I believe $1,000 between the two different titles for people to try and win.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I think it's $350 for first place, $150 for second, and $50 for third, which is pretty good for a local event, if you ask me. Like, as far as like Smash tournaments go, like local like weekly Smash tournaments, like you'd be feeling like generous if you won $50. And if you were to get like $150 from this, like that's still crazy.
Yeah, it's usually like entry fees go into the prize pool for locals, right?
Yes, and it's usually about like $10 to $20, and there is like obviously TO's cut because they still work really hard to get these tournaments in place. So it's only fair that they take some of the cash that's been accumulated from the venue fees and whatnot.
Well, even more so, what makes this tournament so great. Thank you so much to Apple Blossom Festival and McDonald's for putting up this great money for these players to compete for. It makes this event so much more exciting. The air in here is electric. Everybody celebrating wins and commiserating losses all together.
Yeah,
it's been really fun.
It's certainly an awesome environment. We had way more people this year than last year, so it definitely feels good to know that this is still like a big success, knowing that there's like more people coming this year than there was last year. Because we still thought that last year did really well, still had a lot of people show up, but there was like more people in Smash, and well, last year we did Fortnite, but we still have a lot of people in for Rocket League. I believe it's like 8 teams for Rocket League, but that's still a good amount considering that they're in teams and not like singles,
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, speaking of the fact that we're at Shenandoah University, yesterday we actually hosted Smash the Nest Smash Brothers tournament, completely run by students here at Shenandoah University, and you were part of the adminning team and also a player in that tournament. Tell me a little bit about that tournament.
Well, it was definitely some of the most fun I've ever had playing Smash. Well, let me start by saying I wasn't originally supposed to be playing this. We had some last-minute unfortunate circumstances with a couple of the teams that couldn't show up. So I had to sub in, as well as AJ, our Falco player on the varsity Smash team. We had to go in and play with Gokeska. We're having to get second place, but the format is so fun with incorporating squad strike doubles and singles all together. It happened to work a lot better than I originally expected it to. So I'm really happy that it worked as well as it did.
Yeah, a little bit of an experimental game type where we had doubles, squad strike, and then 3 different singles on teams of 3. Was really amazing time, and actually a couple of players that played yesterday tuned in for today as well.
Right.
And now we've got our second lower round bracket here with Squeeblord and Chimera. Tell me a little bit about this matchup.
So, DD, here's the DD, right? He feels so hard to kill him because I believe he's the second heaviest character in the game, but he's also a fast faller. So, oh my goodness, as I said, he gets hit by the raw wolf back air, which that could kill any character. That move is ridiculous at killing. It has amazing kill power. But this is such a rough matchup for DD because Wolf's claws on his moves are you can basically think of them as swords. So basically disjoints versus Gordo, which is that big spike ball that DD's putting out. It's massive in his game plan. In both his ledge trapping and neutral. But with a character that can just challenge him without like having the risk of having themselves get hit, like Wolf's like forward air is amazing and has such low priority that almost any move can beat it. So Wolf can just throw out the blaster and just be like, I don't think I want to approach you. If you're just going to keep throwing Gordo, I'm going to make you come to me because you just throwing those Gordos back are just not going to work. So I'm just keep throwing my blaster because they beat your Gordo. It's going to send them back to you. You can take a ton of damage.
Yeah, it looks like DDD with a huge wind-up timing. So just if Squeeblord's able to pop in that moment, can really take advantage of that. And now Squeeblord going down, tied 2-2 in stock, but a huge percentage advantage in favor of Wolf.
That's for sure. But you have to remember that DD is just so heavy. But DD still has some amazing kill power. That back air is very strong. But if you having to get that ledge trap, oh my goodness, that dash attack. You may not look, it may look like a joke, but it is by far not a joke. That move can two-frame. That means it can hit you when you're grab the ledge, and it has so much kill power. And that down smash as well, killing Squeeblord at 77 center stage with how much rage that Chimera has accumulated. That's another thing that's so scary about heavies, is that since they're so heavy, they can accumulate a lot of rage. And what rage is that the more damage you take, the more knockback you deal, and that caps at 150. And as you can see, Chimera on 144, they're almost at that max rage. And what looked like Squeeblord's in the lead, Chimera's just running with it, with this lead, with all this rage racked up, and get that throw.
This was tied just a moment ago with a huge disadvantage in favor of, or for Chimera, and now Squeeblord on the ropes a bit.
No two-frame, it's on the down smash. Get in there, send back out, try again, and they're getting it the second time. There you go. Squeeblord's still in this. Still, he has kill. They are at kill percent, but however, Wolf's amazing combo game, just how big and heavy DD is. Squeeblord could get some combos in, rack up a ton of damage, maybe zone a little bit to. Oh my goodness, that was. There's no way that was intentional. That
was such good timing.
Yeah. And wow. Okay. Well, a little bit of a scrapping situation here. Oh my goodness!
No way!
Oh no! A little too far away from the corner. Squeeblord throwing that down throw a little too far away from the corner for Chimera to go far enough off stage for a down throw Wolf Flash to work. Unfortunate, but you have to respect Squeeblord for going for such a high risk option because as you can see,
sends him off.
Yeah, because if it worked, Squeeblord would spike Chimera, spiking them into the blast zone. But if it would miss, it would happen what you just saw there. Squeeblord still hit, but too far away from the blast zone, so it just fell to his death, unfortunately.
Man, what a close matchup that was. Squeeblord, I mean, it was, just a couple frames it felt like from a comeback there from Squeeblord, even though early, kind of mid-game had a bit of the advantage on stocks and percentage, and what a great job by King DDD to pull that one back and take the win in game number one.
Just taking advantage of D's just presence of just staying alive. Because honestly, even though I said earlier that Bowser is the heaviest character in the game, honestly feels like DD is the heaviest character in the game sometimes, even though it's not really true. And Squeeblord getting a decent combo with a forward air, keeping Chimera in the corner, because abusing DD's poor movement and ground speed to take advantage of just keeping him in the corner, because Wolf is pretty fast, and as you can see, it has amazing air speed, even though his ground speed might not be the best. Trying to get a peek. Oh my goodness, the two-frame from the down to the dash attack, like I mentioned before, so deadly. Like usually it would send out to the boss zone, but it actually hit him towards the stage. What Squeeblord was expecting it to hit into the blast zone, so they weren't ready for that tech, which is really understandable. I was really caught off guard by that.
And over here on Rocket League, we've got Crystal and Kaya, the team that was awaiting Kells and Honeybee. And already a minute into this game, we're scoreless. I was going to say scoreless.
Scoring a goal.
Oh, Kells and Honeybee striking first here, minute in. But Crystal and Kaya, they so far, I mean, they got caught a little bit awkward there. But so far was repelling a couple of the assaults from that of the orange team. So thinking this game might be looking a little bit closer than the last two matchups that we had. And I'm excited for that as Kells, another opportunity, and just going to pour that one in. And 2-0 in just seconds.
Wow, like such confidence. Like even going in from their previous game, Kells and Honeybee were still showing so much confidence in their teamwork. Getting this down smash 2-frame, the squeeboard, messing it up. For Chimera trying again, still getting that nair for ledge trap. Trying for a third time? No. Trying to, oh my goodness, those nairs in the corner, just knowing when Chimera is going to jump from the corner, that up to almost killing because of max rage.
Chimera is proving really hard to kill here.
Yes, that's, when you play D, you have to know like how to play kill percent. Just holding onto the stocks, especially when you're playing a heavy like this, you have to know that it's much harder for your opponent, usually depending on their character, to get the kills.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, because Wolf is like slightly below midweight, so it is much harder for Wolf to get a kill on D, despite Wolf having those kill options like I mentioned before, like the back air, those like 2-frame down smashes, a safe on shield forward smash.
Boy.
Oh my goodness, expecting to roll there, pop that shield. Chimera landing there. Anti-airing with the up air, catching the landing with the F-tilt.
Some nice free percentage from Squeeblord, but Chimera, until King DDD is off the map and exploding, never count him out.
Of course. Oh my gosh,
boy.
that back air.
No, wait, you were talking about the back air before.
Yes, it's so strong. That move, it feels like you're getting hit by, oh my gosh.
Insane. And now we're taking a look at the pressure that Kells and Honeybee have become known for here in the lower side of this bracket. Crystal and Kaya now down 5-0. 2 minutes into the game, it took them about 51 seconds to score their first goal, and it took them about a minute to score 4 more after that. So Kells and Honeybee starting to find their rhythm against this new matchup. They're using that first minute really just to feel out the opposition and see what Crystal and Kaya are made of. And it's looking like they're able to continue exactly what they want to be doing.
Oh,
and
Kells, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow, just again, such confidence in their teamwork, and just showing they just want to keep the momentum rolling. That's something I've noticed about these two as players. They're a very momentum-based team. If they can score that first goal, they can just keep on going, just ride the momentum, because they probably feel more confident in themselves as they go on. Squeeboard and Chimera on the other setup. Starting game 3 on Town and City. The blast zones on the sides much smaller, so you're much more likely to die off the sides. But at the top, it's very tall, so you're not as likely to die off the.
Well, if Kells and Honeybee are able to advance through this game, they will. I'm looking at the bracket right now. They will face the loser of Red and Nico versus Proto and Cairo. So they could get a skill check here going through the lower bracket, because those two teams waiting in the upper side of the bracket, really, really solid. So that should be quite an electric matchup, and unfortunately one of them has to go down to the lower side.
Yes, of course. And Squeeboard, just amazing like presence on the ledge trapping with the F-tilts, the down smashes, the nairs to catch the ledge jumps. Just this aggression mixed with like this like defensive play I'm loving. I love watching players that have a balance of having like an aggressive play style and a defensive play style, and swapping it whenever you think is best for this situation or matchup. And like a character like Didi, it is amazing to distinguish the two versus this character, because with Wolf's amazing combo game and bigger hitboxes than like some other like scrappy characters, you could really just combo DD and just take advantage of poor movement, poor frame data. But if you want to just hold your lead and prevent yourself from like getting killed by like a cheeky back air or less. You could take the route of Blast Rain and just basically invalidate Gordo, because since projectile, he can also use his Shine to back it away. Oh my goodness, that back air to catch the neutral getup. The 2-frame catching the up B. Oh my goodness. This one advantage from Squeeboard. Can they hold on to this lead though? Because remember, this game 1, Squeeboard did have a significant lead, but Chimera was able to make it back.
So tell me a little bit about this rage. Does it hit for more percent, or does it hit harder?
It's purely just knockback. So
gotcha.
Damage isn't affected by it, but it is all just how much knockback it does. And as you can see, that dash tag with the whiff punish on the F tilt, the safe on shield forward smash. Oh, a little scary in that rapid jab there. We were afraid that if they were going to let go of shield, that finisher would have hit them. And DD rapid jab could potentially kill, maybe on the stage like this, because it sends upwards, and Town's upper blast zones are so high, you're much less likely to die at the top. Oh my gosh, what a risky jump, catching that up smash out of shield. And there you go, the Gordo to take it off.
Okay.
And as Squeeboard onto their second stock. Well, DD essentially at kill percent, almost at back air range. Oh my goodness, that dash like almost taking it, the sweet spot, send towards the side. Up B going over the down smash. Oh, and there's the back air to finish it off. Squeeboard makes it off and makes it into losers round 3 to continue on the tournament.
There you go, Chimera has dropped here in the lower side of the bracket, and wow, Kells and Honeybee continuing their roll.
It's been like only like a couple minutes since we like last seen these players. Went from 0-6 to 1-10. What could have happened in those like short like 2 minutes?
Continued pressure from these two, and a lot of their shots on goal looking like they're going in, as a defense from Crystal and Kaya not being able to save much, and they're a little bit awkward underneath the bouncing ball, and Kel able to strike no problem here. Let's take another look. And Crystal just barely missing. And unfortunately, it opens the door, and Kells is going to slam it shut for their 11th goal here in game number 1.
There you go. Now let's see how they go from this kickoff here. Sitting towards blue side, which is really good what we want to see from orange team. Honeybee Warriors send up a potential pass for Kells. Blue team not having any of it. Send it back. Crystal send it back to orange side. Kells send it back. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now let's see how Crystal reacts to this defense. Kaya trying to fight with Honeybee Warrior to make it back into their side of the field. And oh my gosh, that aerial, like just fighting like in the air. I think that's so cool that like with that boost, he can just prepare himself in the air. Yeah. And just challenge like potential like offensive like passes, shots into the goal, and that will be it for that game 1 in the series. Now with such a momentum-based team like Kells and Honeybee Warrior, how will Crystal and Kaya react to such a momentum-based team, and as they just like keep that momentum going into game 2 of the series?
Yeah, well, the great thing about the fact that even if you're 1 goal ahead of them or 10 goals ahead of them in this last game's case, they only get 1 game that they've won there. So Crystal and Kaya now just need to win 2 in a row.
Right.
And they only need to be 1 goal ahead of Kells and Honeybee. So if they can just mentally reset and try and, you know, set themselves up for success in a way that they can try and at least just put up. I mean, they were able to hold Kells and Honeybee off goalless for the entire first minute of that game. And then things started to snowball a little bit. But if they can reset that once again, then anything's possible between these two.
Yes, I believe that potentially in this game 2 of the series, if Crystal and Kaya could take that first goal, that might mess with like Kells and Honeybee Warriors like momentum. Yeah. Because from what we've seen from that team, they've always taken the first goal, and that could be the source of just all the momentum they're gaining. Because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it like not work so far.
Well, we did see, I think, 13 shots on goal from Kells alone. So if there was a way to get back in the game, it's probably try and demo Kells as much as you can.
Yes, we haven't seen many demos in the series. And as starting this new set, Alex 2020.
This matchup.
Alex 2020 versus RSA4. Alex 2020, like one of our casters said before, I believe it was Avery. He's one of our local players in around this region. Very solid, very good player. Such a deep understanding of Ike. Some would say that Ike is a very basic character, very like vanilla like moveset. But however, this character has had so much development over the years. As patches went by over the span of this game's lifespan, Ike players have still gained trust in this character, gained their faith in this character. Unfortunate RSA4 SDing on the PS2 and a grab.
Yeah, as we were swapping over from the other casters, Avery pulled me aside. He said, "Let me show you the bracket real quick." He said, "Take a look at this matchup. This is going to be one to look out for."
Oh my goodness!
And already RSA4 falling twice. Wow.
Wow, just the offense from Alex 2020 onto RSA4 is absolutely ridiculous. Because sure, like you can see this matchup as a double-edged sword. Like sure, Ike has so much more range than Mario does. Mario has such stubby hitboxes. But however, Mario's frame is so much better. So it makes so much sense for both these characters to really just like beat up each other a lot. Like just, you know, wow, it's such an amazing grab. Trying to end it all with that forward air, that down air.
Kip, I think most swords are double-edged swords.
That would be true, Xander, but I'm talking about this matchup here. Oh my gosh, that pivot grab was so clean. Oh, the armor through the up B, not gonna work, but I do like the idea the back they're gonna kill. However, you still have to deal with 2 stocks with Mario when you're at kill percent versus Ike. Certainly scary. And how is he gonna get out of this ledge? Okay, fireball. I missed up B out of shield. Okay. Yeah, let's see if RSA could generally make this lead back, play more conservatively, and as Alex gets that back air.
And look at this!
Okay, so they just took. I think Blue Team just took the second goal of Game 2 of the series.
Crystal and Kaya right back in this.
Yeah, they're
gonna need to make a save here. A little bit awkward driving backwards. Kells disrupted there on the shot, which might have been just enough there to save, and it is. Now they're bumping into each other a little bit, and the shot on goal, but left
no
of
one
the
was
net.
there to help.
Crystal with a potential breakaway. This could be good.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. And just like that, we're talking about breakaway goals, and Crystal able to get this over the head of Kells, and he just couldn't get back in time. Now Crystal and Kaya showing up here in game number 2 with the lead. 3 minutes left.
Yes, and going to Town City on this game 2 of Alex 2020 versus RSA4. Maybe RSA4 maybe to take a more a campy approach, trying to platform camp a little bit, because just feels like he's getting challenged like on the ground more. Because he's playing those he's like to shield a lot, and Alex been grabbing him a ton. Just because generally you would think that like versus a sword character, you want to like shield and maybe like set like a parry to punish their moves, which is so good when grab is an option. You generally don't think that a swordy like Ike would grab so much, but that makes it so good for them, because generally you'd see their opponents shield a lot.
Well, what was a seemingly one-sided affair in either of these matchups in game number 1 now seem to be quite even, as Kells driving down the field here on our Rocket League side, and pretty even, or what was pretty even percents. If Mario's able to get a kill here, going to tie it up pretty evenly. Now down to 2 stocks apiece here in just a moment, potentially. And now it's still 2 minutes left to go in our Rocket League match. And
perfectly timed down there from Alex 2020.
I know, we're watching 2 different games here. I was like, what happened? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody scored a goal.
It's so hard to keep track of both games like these, but it's a great spectator experience. But we were on the casting booth. It can be kind of hard sometimes keeping track of both games, because there's so much fun like stuff happening between the 2 games.
And now we're taking a look over at the Rocket League side. Minute and 30 seconds left on the game clock, and Crystal defending well here into the corner. Kells trying to steal this one away, but Crystal with some nice moves.
using the reverse. I hardly don't see that often.
You hardly don't see that very often.
You don't see that often in Rocket League. I generally just see players just like turn around just by going forward. I hardly see them like actually reverse. I don't know if that's any faster or any slower. I'm not so sure. And oh my gosh, Alex getting that neutral B 2-frame on RSA4 to clean up the set.
I will say you can't boost backwards, so it is decidedly slower. But Kells, with a minute left in game number 2, striking to take the lead. And this is a pivotal moment for Crystal and Kaya if they're able to get back in this game. A really nice move there. A little double team on to Crystal to get through to the net. A little bit of bump and shot.
And this is kickoff here. All right, bouncing off the wall, going into orange side as orange makes it back into blue. How will Crystal respond to this defense? Playing on the goal, misses at the shot, but that's okay. Kells shooting again, but Crystal ready this time. We're going to shoot it back into the orange side. Crystal demoing Kells.
And that's the play we were talking about, the win condition they need, and this is an opportunity.
Oh no, Crystal was
defense.
Crystal was just there a little earlier than blue.
And now Kells going back the other way. The clock in the orange team's favor as they hold the lead here. Just 10 seconds left on the clock. And this one's going to dribble in. We've got 10 seconds, all tied up here.
Wow, this is the closest game I've seen in this tournament so far.
And now we might be looking at a potential overtime.
Yeah, and that's so interesting because I don't believe I've seen a game this close so far in this Rocket League tournament. You don't really see. I've seen like almost like blowouts, not really blowouts, but like such dominance from one team over another. As we go into overtime, let's see how this goes off.
Incredible stuff here.
Kickoff going to blue side. Crystal ready for it. Sends it back. Sends it to a shot. Oh my gosh, Kells, amazing defense. Pushing on the gas, using all of that boost to send it back into blue.
And we've got some opportunities both ways here early in overtime. This is golden goal. If you don't know, they're at home. First team to score will win the game. If it's Kells and Honeybee, they will finish up the series 2-0. If it's Crystal and Kaya, we're going to game 3.
As Kaya's waiting for the defense to be sent back from Crystal, sent back into orange side. Crystal swapping into offense, shooting. Kells making it back with the save just in time. And Kaya waiting for Kells to shoot, and as Crystal sends it back onto orange. This back and forth
opportunity
offense.
for Crystal, but
gosh.
Kells, what an incredible save! Got back just in time. Crystal and Kaya starting to apply some pressure on Kells and Honeybee here. Now Kells, look out the other way. One person to beat. Crystal going up for it. A really nice touch there, but Kells another touch towards the goal.
Oh my gosh.
A good save and a breakaway back the other way. This one could be good, but no, a little wide right off the crossbar, or not the crossbar, the right post.
Oh my gosh, this is making me so nervous just seeing this back and forth offense and defense just so close, back-to-back goals that just haven't been able to make it in.
Danger.
As I say that, Honeybee Warrior makes it and solidifies their 2-0 in the series.
Amazing. Well done to Kells and Honeybee. And with the McDonald's app, you'll get access to exclusive deals. Use the app to order ahead and join McDonald's Rewards to earn free food at your local McDonald's today. Thank you so much, McDonald's, for sponsoring this event. It's been so thrilling to watch some of these players come into the esports arena here at Shenandoah University, here in Winchester, Virginia, and take part in this awesome event. You can see behind me we've got the green and pink lights to show that Apple Blossom is alive and well here in this wonderful little town. But that's going to do it for us for just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. We've got more action coming back real soon. Stick around.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the McDonald's Esports Tournament here in Winchester, Virginia. We are live in the Shenandoah Esports Arena to watch even more Super Smash Bros. And Rocket League action. My name is Kevin Clayton, and today I'm joined by Griff, aka Mango. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. It's a great day to be out here. Lovely weather we're having in Winchester. We're here. We've seen some great games so far, some Smash, some Rocket League. A lot of great and challenging games going on to the point where we are seeing some great competitions. Now, looking to get into this, we're headed into the later half of our bracket. And what that means is these competitions are not only going to get better, but they're also going to get way more competitive.
Oh, absolutely. As we focus in on the Smash Bros. Action right now, we see RSA, 4, and Squeeblord, who have been putting in so much work during this bracket, and it is so much fun to watch because you have two characters who are very combo heavy, very close combat, and I'm loving every minute of it.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know the most about Smash, but from what I've seen and what I've heard, these two characters, Mario and Wolf, are both very combo heavy, like you said, both able to kind of get these smashes at a lot of lower percentage than having to be almost nearly 120%. They can get kills roughly around those 90s, those 100s, and honestly, this game could easily go either way. We've seen both of these competitors being really competitive in their matches. We've seen RS4 going a lot on this Mario. We've seen him quite a bit on this. Squeeblord, we've seen the entire tournament running that Wolf, but I'm looking to see some competition.
Oh, absolutely. Now, as we do see, RSA is able to survive for a little bit longer, gets grabbed by the Wolf, but a back throw won't be able to take the stock just yet. And Mario living at 156%, able to get the forward tilt, but that won't be enough just yet as they go off stage for the Nair, getting Wolf into that tech situation right onto the stage, and because of that, they end up going down.
Yeah. I mean, Mario at this 156%, right? Squeeblor is looking to get this and kind of get this lead early on, create that buffer that they can kind of play around with. And if they get this kill right here on RSA4, they're looking to maybe play a little bit more aggressive because they have that boundary, that kind of cushion beneath them to the point where they can play a lot more aggressive and go for a lot more dangerous things, and it won't really hurt them too much.
Yeah, but we are starting to see a little bit of the Rocket League action as well. Red and Nico versus Proto and Cairo, a matchup that I think we were talking a little bit in the back house. This matchup sounds super interesting.
Absolutely. I've played with almost every single one of these players, maybe not Nico, but the other three I've definitely played a lot with. We know some of their play styles, they like to be really, really aggressive. Players like Proto, who have played in VHSL, are known for being really, really offensive players, and they are able to do a lot of mechanics that a lot of some maybe lower level players are not able to do. But then you have players like Red and Nico, who also have those decent mechanics, but they work well as a team with one another. So this game could honestly go either way.
That's great, but speaking of going either way, Squeeblord and RSA are starting to equalize just now on the last stock situation. Mario at about 50%, but that is very easy to come back from with one good combo, and here it is, a good down tilt to start things off, but not getting the follow-up means that Wolf will be able to get the up smash. We do see a couple of strings started, but Wolf landing another up smash, getting out of these combos is going to add just a lot of value, but here comes the Mario train. 2 up airs into the Nair, get a good amount of damage, as now the Wolf able to get back onto the stage, looking for this final hit, going for a couple of forward tilts just to send Mario back off the stage. Will it be enough? Not yet, but it is getting really close because just about anything will take a stock from either of these players.
Yep, absolutely. With these kind of high percentages evening out, both players don't want to be the one to make the mistake. In this situation, it's which player is going to make a mistake first and get capitalized on. Either player could honestly get smashed as Mario is going to send Squeeblord packing.
Yeah, one good parry, calling out the up special, timing it just right to get that frame advantage, and using that forward smash to punish from the opposite side of the stage, still taking that stock. But as we swap back over to Rocket League, we do see Red and Nico are up 1-0 with about 3 minutes on the clock.
Absolutely. Both of these teams being quite aggressive, and one thing I want to mention is 2s is a really different game mode than 3s. 3s, you're looking to play a lot as a team, everyone's doing something together, whereas 2s, it could either be an individual game to the point where you're playing your game and your teammates kind of playing off of you, or you could have something more team-based where you pass a lot. One thing we haven't seen too much is the passing aspect. We're kind of seeing like one main character kind of from each team, one main player kind of doing their thing and their teammate being able to back them up. One thing that Red and Nico are doing really well is kind of taking turns going for that ball. We're seeing Proto and Cairo, where Proto is really being that offensive pressure for this orange team, and it's leaving situations like that where you're not really kind of playing off each other, but you're kind of stuck in 2v1 situations a lot.
And that's so interesting to think about, because on the one hand, you can have these sort of back and forth interactions where both players are very aware of what the other wants, but at the same time, you can have this approach of like, I am a very strong player, which means that I just need to do my own thing, and so you should be dancing around, trying to stick that distance. If I don't get that dribble all the way to the other side of the field, that means you got to cover the net. Otherwise, you get close shots like that, and a point goes in for Proto and Cairo.
Absolutely. Red played that as if Proto was going to get that kind of redirect touch, and I also thought Proto was hitting that, and that's what Red was playing for. Unfortunately, Proto lands and bumps Nico, but that just kind of, that's the game, really. I mean, 2v2 is, you don't have that third man to rely on. It's kind of, if you're going to commit, that play better work out for you and your team. Otherwise, you're going to be left in a crappy situation.
Yeah, we do see kickoff with a relatively slow start, but the ball flying towards the net, getting a little bit of a redirect and getting the ball into a good position to start things off, as an air dribble will bring it closer to the net, but a good interception from Red and Nico means that we won't see the goal just yet. Never mind. Proto and Cairo able to capitalize and get another point into the goal.
Yep. Red and Proto kind of 50'd that ball neutrally. It kind of bounced out in the middle, and Nico just quite unable to get that backboard read. Allows Cairo to slam that down with the double tap for the 2-1 lead in this game. But one thing about twos, maybe threes you think about, you have a minute left, it's very easy to score a goal. With a minute and a half, anything could happen in twos. All it takes is one mistake and a team could capitalize on that, and it kind of leads to teams being able to get broken down pretty easily.
And that should be, like, that is such a crazy factor to have to take into account, because I always am very adamant on this desk about nerves and really keeping your cool, but to really keep it for this long period of time, that means you have to be in the focus even during this last minute, and now Red and Nico are tying the game up.
Absolutely. What happened right there is we saw Cairo kind of getting stuck and drawn out, and then he hesitated to jump, and then Red was able to just beat it over him.
Oh, man. But now we swap back over to Smash Bros, and this is a matchup that I really enjoy. We have Rave on the link, but also Retro Z on the King K. Rool, the big heavyweight champion himself. And so I'm excited to see how this matchup will play out, as we also see the last minute of this Rocket League gameplay.
Yep. I mean, both of these teams are looking to kind of take a pull ahead here and kind of claim game one, because game one is going to set the momentum for the entire thing. However, with that being said, now we're in a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. So now you have to win 3 games to kind of take a lead against your opponent. But like I said, both of these teams are super aggressive. Anything can happen. Red with a breakaway here, not able to kind of get that open net. But like I said, anything's possible.
Yeah, and as we do see on the Smash Bros. Side of things, the King K. Rool Retro Z is able to get a bit of a lead going, as Link is looking for this final hit on the stock. But when you're playing against a heavyweight, you're really playing against a lot. But we do see a goal onto the side of Red and Nico, which means that they have the lead with about 20 seconds on the clock.
Yep, Proto kind of got caught out there, kind of venturing out for some big boost, where in threes, normally you have that third man on that back post, but twos, it's just you and your teammate. If one player does something wrong, it kind of is bad, but Proto is able to equalize this with 13 seconds left, kind of striking back while the iron is hot.
Oh, man, and now it is such a dangerous game. We may see an overtime here, because while you can get a goal in 13 seconds, it's not always easy. We may have just seen a very lightning-fast goal, 5-second goal there, but that's not always common. And so as we see this kickoff, I'm very excited to see, will they be able to get this score in the 10-second time frame?
Absolutely. One thing about twos is, and Red is able to sneak that right underneath Cairo. Beautiful play coming out, and one of the things in twos is cheating on kickoff. So you have naturally your one person that goes for the ball, and you can either, as your second man, you can either choose to get boost in one of your back 2 corners, or you can choose to cheat. And the main kind of meta right now is to cheat. We'll see both teams here. Both players will go for a kickoff, and then their teammate is kind of lurking behind them to the point where if the ball bounces out, they can do that. Nico played that really safe there, so that way when Cairo hit the ball towards their side, he was able to kind of play more defensively. It wasn't like he was going to get beat on that first touch.
That's really clever, and it really shows the level of strategy that goes into any given Rocket League game. But as we swap back over to the Smash Bros, we are seeing both players have lost a stock since the last time we've seen them, and King K. Rool sitting at a lovely 192, so a good forward air will be able to take that stock, one stock to one stock situation. But Link down about 60%, sitting at the ledge saying, I am not going to get near that crocodile unless I have to, as we do see what happens if you do under wrong circumstances. Grounded and able to mash out, but a forward smash will connect, as now King K. Rool is looking for that finishing touch.
Absolutely. Now, I want to ask you a question, Kevin. What kind of situation should the King K. Rool be looking for here as a King K. Rool player yourself and someone who I know adores the character?
Yeah,
what should they be doing?
Right now, you're really looking for, you have a couple of good options to really close out these stocks. Your forward tilt would be relatively safe, but you do need to find a way to get on the same level as the Link. But at the same time, you also have this amazing grab game, and when you're able to bury your opponent like that, that means that they have to mash out fast enough. Otherwise, they're going to eat a boxing glove to the face, as we see there.
Absolutely. Now that King K. Rool closing that out. Switching back over to Rocket League, we see Game 2 of Red and Nico versus Proto and Cairo. And Proto and Cairo kind of taking that early lead. Now, like I said, Twos is a completely different game. You have to kind of play off your teammate, because that right there leaves this situation where now it's a 2v1 or a 1v1 situation, but a good recovery from Cairo is going to even that out. Nico looking to buy some time here for Red to kind of respawn and get some boost, but in twos, the boost is a lot more available. It's just you have to be super smart about when you're going to get it, because you don't want to leave your teammate alone for too long.
Yeah, it feels like Demo's become so much more dangerous on this side of things, but we also see a second match for Prismo and Zach and Daydream and Comet, and we have even more Smash Bros. Action as well. We're getting the whole package right now.
Absolutely. A lot going on here. We're seeing a lot of close matchups. We have a beautiful matchup of King K. Rool versus Link. In the bottom left, you guys are seeing a great 1v1 kind of 1-to-1 situation in 2v2 Rocket League. In the bottom is going to be O2, Proto, and Cairo looking to take another step ahead, as Daydreams is going to put one away, making their game also taking a lead.
Yeah, and we do see on the Smash Bros. Side of things, the percentage is starting to build up again, looking very similar to the first round of what we saw during that Smash Bros. Match, as King K. Rool starts off with the lead, is able to get the blunderbuss and take that stock, as we do see another kickoff in the bottom left.
Right. And like I said earlier when we first got onto this, the broadcasting scene right here, was these games are going to get a lot more, like, kind of competitive, really. A lot of the Rocket League games that we saw earlier, we were seeing teams winning 12-1, 14-2, something like that. But now these games are ending in a 1, maybe 2 goal difference. So this just proves that, like, as you move through your bracket, as you win more games, you're going to face better and better players, and there are definitely some players here that are a force to be reckoned with.
And by the sounds of it, they are just absolute titans of their craft, as we do see a very nice ability in the bottom left to just sort of follow the ball through the air, and this sort of aggressive playstyle. Yes, Double's really rewarding that, but also I think we've seen a very good defensive plays all around, and that is why these point totals have started to decrease a little bit.
Right, absolutely. We're not seeing those absolute kind of blowouts anymore, to the point where one team is kind of stepping above the rest. As we see in Smash, right there, a stock even out, now it's 2-2, rather than maybe a 3-1 that we would have saw earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So now even the Smash Bros. Game is starting to even out, as Link is going super far off stage to try and deal with this King K. Rool, which sometimes is exactly what you have to do to really make sure that he is not using that propeller pack to get right back onto the ledge. A good forward tilt will continue to build up that percent, but the blunderbuss comes back out, is able to get the Link, but doesn't take that stock just yet, as we see another point down for the Rocket League players.
Absolutely. Both Rocket League games looking to stretch into where their leader is at 4 goals now. This is like not an kind of bring-backable situation. Sorry for that bad word. But it's definitely a situation where both teams, it's still really anyone's game, because twos is a completely different game mode, as Comet's going to look to step another one up 5-1, whereas the other game still 4-0. But like I said, these big deficits with over 2.5 minutes left on your clock could still go either way. Once a team starts kind of like dropping off, or maybe letting their pedal off the gas, it's over.
Yeah, and we did see up on the Smash Bros. Setup that King K. Rool will be able to take that win, getting a good hit on Link off stage, and Link going for the bomb off stage to boost himself back up, but instead blasting himself closer to the blast zone. So as we continued on, while yes, we were seeing lower point totals, I think right now we are starting to see it was almost a comfort thing, and players were sort of feeling each other out, because now those point totals are starting to skyrocket again from the side of things.
Right, absolutely. I think definitely the first games are kind of like the feel-out games, whereas we see Prisma and Zay versus Daydream and Comet. They're kind of still in their first game, feeling each other out. Daydream and Comet kind of setting the tone early, like, hey, we've come to play, right? We're not here to back down at all. Whereas Red and Nico versus Proto and Cairo, we're seeing this, they're in game 2. Maybe Proto and Cairo went back into kind of like their waiting scene and was like, all right, what were they able to do? What was our weak points, to the point where we don't know how to deal with this? And I think they found what Red and Nico were doing really well, and have found a way to deal with it.
Yeah, it does seem like Red and Nico are struggling to get possession of the ball right now, and I think that's really just becoming more and more of a detriment, because even these little small hits, 50 seconds are on the clock and you need to be getting these points. That's almost a point every 10 seconds, and that is so incredibly difficult to do, especially not right after kickoff. So I'm hoping to see, are they going to be able to try and even this up, or are we going to continue this series for even more matches?
Right, absolutely. And one thing to definitely think about is what Proto and Cairo could possibly be doing better is maybe they're playing a little bit more as a team. We're not seeing one kind of player over the other getting a lot more aggressive. They're kind of taking their time and analyzing what Nico and Red are doing. They're kind of playing reactionary to the point where, like, okay, you did this, we're going to counter with this, and we're not going to get too far forward. We're going to play as a team together.
Yeah, and it also seems like the points have slowed down for that match because it's more of a, we have this lead, we don't need to be going for too many more points, just make sure that we secure it and then focus on the opposite side of things. Make sure that the opponent isn't the one scoring, as Proto and Cairo will take that game. But on the other side of things, we do see that Daydream and Comet are doing an amazing job of really making their presence known.
Right, absolutely. And with these style of tournaments, we can have kind of any level of players come out, right? Anyone's welcome to play. It's, of course, encouraged that you come play. But this is going to happen in one way or another. We're going to see some teams that are really just kind of setting the tone early and just really like, hey, we're playing at this level, step up to it, right? They're not kind of going to slow down and just be like, just because this is happening, we're going to play a little maybe slower.
I gotcha. Now, as we do see a little bit of an air dribble from Za, we do see falling back into the hands of Daydream, getting the possession, trying to make sure that no chance of trying to bring this back. And admittedly, if I'm in this situation, I would be looking forward to the rest of the series and what I need to change going forward.
Right. It's kind of not a game where you think about what you could do better, but it's more about what your opponent does well and how you can kind of counteract that, right? Because you can control what you do, but you can't control what your opponent does. So you need to find a way to deal with what they can do best.
And what a crazy strategic, just like, the strategy of this game feels like it can get so involved in so many levels. And frankly, just one player being removed just shakes everything on its head. But we go from one game to another, and it is 1-1 for this series. But a very close shot means that Red and Nico will not be able to score off of that, and a demo will get Proto and Cairo possession for just a little bit longer.
Right, absolutely. And especially in 2v2 Rocket League, basically whatever team kind of has more control of the boost actually is going to kind of be in the more control, because if two players have boost versus one player, it completely slows down the game. That's why it's so important. Get your boost tracks, kind of follow those little boost pads on the ground. They each give you 12 and respawn every 6 seconds. The big ones in the corner are 100, but yet again, they are really out of the way and can leave your teammate in a bad situation. They take 10 seconds to respawn, but they will give you full boost. So you kind of have to play around not only the other team and the ball, but also the boost. You have to kind of like map out your tracks, whereas Proto is going to look for a dangerous flick here. Red able to make a crucial save, keeping them alive.
I love what I'm seeing because it's just showing, again, the mechanical prowess of these players as now they're starting to really take control of what all is going on. There are no accidental shots on all of this. It truly is starting to be deliberate shots left, right, and center, setups from the side of the goal going towards the middle, even if it's a little high, flicking it down, all of that. I am loving what I'm seeing.
Right, absolutely. And Proto is one of those really offensive players. He can do plays in the air, on the ground, super well mechanical player, and Cairo is kind of like a perfect complement to that. Cairo able to also do some of these mechanics, but he's a lot more level-headed. He can kind of make up for when Proto is getting really aggressive, and we see Proto here trying to go off the ceiling, not quite able to do it, as Red and Nico are going to look to counterattack. But like I said, Cairo is able to clean that up and say, hey, I got your back. You do you, and I got your back.
Yeah, and we do get a little bit of Smash Bros. Action back on the top of the screen as we do see the Wii Fit Trainer versus the Luigi matchup. If you have tuned into the broadcast yesterday, you would have seen this matchup a little bit before, which means that you may have some experience in understanding why Luigi is struggling to get in right now. Wii Fit Trainer doing a really good job of zoning off the Luigi while making it difficult for him to find this grab opportunity and really rack up this percent.
Right. Proto and Cairo here on the bottom right of your screen, looking to kind of play together as a team more. That might be why Red and Nico are having quite a more difficult time trying to deal with them, right? They're doing a better job of playing with one another. Whereas like Prismal and Za versus Daydream and Comet, we're seeing a kind of a closer game than last game. Last game they were all the way up, maybe like 7-1 or something like that. But now we're seeing a really close game, 1-1. And like I said, I think Prismo and Zaw went away into their corner and is like, hey, what are the other team doing good, and how can we incorporate it or do something against it?
Yeah, we do see back on the top side of the screen, Teo starting to even up the percentages a little bit, but down a stock because of the Wii Fit trainer having such a commanding presence with very strong deep breathing moves, as we do see the Luigi Cyclone able to get a bit of an advantage on the top side of the screen. A good forward smash will even up the stocks, and now it looks like that this game may fall back into Teo's hands, but again, it's going to take a very good grab, as we do see another kickoff in the bottom round.
Right. So I want to ask you, what makes Wii Fit Trainer have an overwhelming presence against something like a Luigi?
When you play Luigi, you have such an amazing combo starter because Luigi's whole identity is having moves that combo relatively well into each other, but you need this good starter. And what does it are these grounded options, but Teo has shown a mastery throughout this weekend of finding opportunities to start these combos without the grab, and that is not always easy. If you have that level of mastery, that does mean that you're able to really build up that percent, and Wii Fit Trainer is making it difficult for these grabs because of all these projectiles, where you see the sun move, you see the soccer ball thrown out and just causing Luigi to have to respect it, throw up the shield for half a second. But now Luigi, when in the advantage, is starting to really just continue racking up this percentage and even going for just a couple of small hits, understanding that if you want this win, it doesn't always need to be a crazy combo. You could just find one hit after another and it will just equalize things in the long run.
Right, absolutely. And watching Smash is something always so kind of crazy to me, because these matches are happening so fast-paced. Your decision-making and your technique has to be relatively flawless in terms of being able to analyze your opponent, choose what you want to do, and then also being able to execute. Now, at this high level of gameplay, both these players definitely know their characters well, right? They know exactly how to build a combo, what works, and how to kind of negate other people's combos.
Yeah, definitely, because you see the Luigi doing a good job of falling out of what that, oh my goodness, a nair into the sweet spot of the up special will be able to let Teo take game one. A very strong start for this, which means that now Luigi has the lead going into the next match, and I think that may prove critical because that matchup isn't always easy.
Right. Bouncing back over to Rocket League here, we see that the Prismo and Zaw and Daydream and Comet game is relatively close. They were able to analyze what the other team is doing well, whereas we bounce over to Ren and Nico versus Proto and Cairo, still kind of a one-sided expedition type of thing, where one team is definitely being more dominant over the other. Like I said, though, 2v2 Rocket League, it's all about playing not only the ball, but also the boost, and kind of not leaving your teammate in a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, we do see two scores around the same time, which means we do see the double kickoff, both going relatively well, but I'm starting to see a bit of a pattern here where now, once a player is able to get control onto that side of the field, it isn't as difficult to get it back towards the other side as we do see in the 3v3, where you have a lot of that control, that rotation that we were talking about. So I'm excited to see how these players improvise as Daydreams is able to get a point because of a almost just barely missed response from the side of Comet.
Right. And what that means for 2v2 versus 3v3, in 3v3 you're not going to have these players doing insanely high-level mechanics, because in 3v3 on Rocket League, when you have on defense, right, you have not only one player kind of playing that main defender. They're going to jump and force the attacker to do something, make him do something that's going to mess him up or make it easier for your teammate to defend, right? Something that we commonly do is one person covers high and one person covers low. What that means is that the first man, whoever's going to challenge the ball first, will normally jump and cause either the person to go high above them or low below them, and we'll have a second man who's most likely going to be on back post, kind of covering for whatever mistakes or whatever situation happens from the first man challenging.
Well, already I'm loving what I'm hearing and I'm loving what I'm seeing, because by the sounds of things, from what I looked at while the Smash Bros match was on the top of the screen, I blink for half a second and the Wii Fit Trainer is already down a stock. I do think Luigi got a crazy combo to start this match off, which is exactly what you need. Coming out the gate swinging and now has 120. Now a stock lead, a full life up on this Wii Fit Trainer. Bunga feeling the pressure a little bit.
Right, absolutely. If you're a Wii Fit Trainer here, you kind of want to keep your distance, but you still need to build stock because you're not going to win this game by playing 2-2 save. You need to be able to get aggressive and kind of hit these combos and just get these kind of jab percentages where it's not going to put you in too much danger, right? As a low percentage, you can get aggressive without having too much of a risk of being knocked out. But like we said earlier, Luigi is almost able to 0 to death anyone that he plays against.
Yeah, but it does seem like Bunga real quick showing off just that they're not too worried about this match. Looking for an opportunity to close the stock onto Teo, potentially getting that deep breathing active and then going for one of the two, either a forward tilt or the forward smash. Either way, the move comes out fast enough and may be able to punish, but Luigi doing a really good job of dancing around what Wii Fit Trainer has to offer. Teo able to land the down smash, get the Wii Fit Trainer off stage, but eats a soccer ball to the face, as now Wii Fit Trainer is able to make it back. The Cyclone will get a little bit of damage, but Wii Fit Trainer falls out, and there's the deep breathing, active and ready to go, as we do see Luigi up in the air, holding the shield, walks forward, goes for the up smash, and is able to take game number 2 off of Bunga's Wii Fit Trainer.
Absolutely. And from what we've seen of Teo so far on this Luigi, he is able to be such an overwhelming force on that stage, right? He kind of is setting the tone for almost every game that he's playing. Bouncing over to Rocket League here, relatively, these games have just started up. Proto and Cairo looking to take an early lead here, already up 1-0 with over 4 minutes left to play. Whereas the other side, Prismo and Zaw versus Daydream and Comet, they have also set the tone early, right? Daydreams and Comet, we've known they have coming out swinging, right? They want to set a tone early and make their opponents play from behind, because playing from behind is a lot harder than playing from in front.
Oh yeah, and now we do see, I mean, with a 2-1 lead and Proto and Cairo having that point, if I'm Red and Nico, I'm feeling that pressure right now, because it really does mean that this is not your tournament life, but it is getting close to that, because you're playing for the potential to play in these winners finals, which guarantees you part of the prize pool, and that is such a valuable asset. But at the same time, you can't be too focused on that. You really need to be focused on that part of the game.
Right, absolutely. Looking back at that smash on the top center of your beautiful screens, something that I want to point out is Teo has been such an overwhelming force, but in 2 out of the 3 games, we've seen him actually losing out of the start, right? Last game, we kind of inferred that he got that big combo to start off, which gave him such a big lead, but now he's already at 117, and when we tuned in, Bun was already only at like maybe 30-40%. So what changes in the early game really dictates kind of what tone is set for the whole game.
Yes, because when Wii Fit Trainer is able to start spacing out and get their game plan going, really focus on creating that space away from the Luigi, that means that they will have just very good control. Luigi needs to be in your face. He needs to really get that pressure going. But if Wii Fit Trainer is the one with the tempo, they are able to dance around Luigi's shield or whatever option he is throwing out, that means it can easily snowball back into his favor. But Wii Fit Trainer at 125 off stage is able to get 1 neutral special off and get 33%. A good forward tilt will rack it up even more to 45.
Right, absolutely. Looking at the bottom of your screens, bouncing over to Rocket League, actually, we're going to see 2 very close matchups as Proto is able to sneak that right into the back of the blue goal, looking to tie this game up early. And we can see these mechanics from Proto, right? We saw not only the reset, which then he faked the reset going down to the ground, and is able to flip around and flick that ball, right past Nico to tie this game up. And then other side, Prismo and Daydream's teams were honestly equal now, right? We didn't see that at the very beginning. Daydream and Comet were setting that tone early. They were up 7-6 goals. And now Prismo and Zaw, Comet's going to sneak that one into the bottom left looking to take a lead, as Cairo is going to sneak that one into the top left looking to take a lead. But like I said, these games can change on a dime. 2v2 Rocket League is something completely different and unseen a lot in tournament play.
Yes, and because of that, I mean, again, it's starting to even out a little bit, where we could go for a game 5, between Red and Nico, Proto and Cairo. But at the same time, I mean, one, if they're able to keep this lead, we've seen it before where they were able to just keep that pressure going, and that can really just secure them that goal. But at the same time, speaking of securing that lead, Teo doing an amazing job up on the top screen and was able to close it out with a back air. Beautiful play.
Right. Although we saw the 3-0 in that Smash game, I wouldn't say that that game was completely one-sided. That Wii Fit trainer, Bungo, was able to completely hold his own in that situation, just taking away a few kind of unfortunate combos that Luigi was able to throw their way. Looking at Rocket League, these games are close, right? These both could go either way, right? We have Red and Nico versus Proto and Cairo, 3-3. Like, this is high-level gameplay. This is, in my opinion, the highest-level gameplay that we are going to see today, these two teams, right? Whereas on the other side, Prismal and Zaw, Daydream and Coconut being a fierce competition as well. Both teams kind of on that same level, right? We're seeing a back-and-forth kind of symphony of plays.
Yeah, Red and Nico able to score that point, and it's showing that throughout the day, this bracket has been moving relatively quickly, which means that the players have been needing to get their hands warm to really just adapt on the fly and get sort of in that mojo. But at the same time, you don't have all of that normal time you get in a really long LAN, and so I'm hoping to see even more comfort potential come out from Prismal and Za on the other side, because that could be their ticket to bring it back and knocking Daydream and Comet into a lower bracket, which would be craziness from the way that they've been playing.
Right, absolutely. I'm pretty sure that both of these matchups are actually winners semifinals, and Red and Nico looking to take a 2-goal lead. If they hold this out, we are actually going to look at a Game 5, the first of the tournament thus far, whereas Daydream and Comet have been also relatively prominent on that kind of winner's bracket side, right? Red and Nico, Proto and Cairo kind of meeting early than we thought, whereas Prismal and Zaw and Daydream and Coconut being such a tough matchup. Either one of these teams could easily make their way through the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Prismal and Zaw just trying to bring it back, and they're doing a good job. They need one more point to bring this to overtime and get another shot at potentially bringing this to a Game 4, but Daydream and Comet have been doing such a good job of just controlling the ball, and so it's a matter of just a couple of seconds, just frames, where now you have 40 seconds on the clock to really control things, as Red and Nico are 2 points ahead, which means that we may see this Game 5.
Right, absolutely. And something I want to point out about late game Rocket League is you really want to wait for your opponent, to make a mistake and capitalize on it. That's where most of your goals will come from. Making a mistake, capitalizing on it, and then having that breakaway, as Red is going to capitalize on that kind of miss attack from Proto and Cairo, looking to honestly almost seal out this game, almost definitely going to go to a Game 5, as we see the last 10 seconds of Prismal and Zaw versus Daydream and Comet, as Daydream is going to basically solidify this game, sending Prismal and Zaw down to that lower bracket, and Daydream and Comet will actually go to the winners finals versus either Red and Nico or Proto and Cairo. Like I said though, these teams, either team could win this game. This is a very good matchup. Both teams are very aware of what's going on. They've played this game almost at the highest level possible. It's truly something to behold.
And that speaks to the competition of this game. I feel as though the community behind Rocket League is relatively close-knit, and you do start to realize that a lot of these big-name players are players that you can find in your local scenes. So I'm excited to see if, like, I'm hearing so much about these players and they're showing such a great force. I hope that if we're going to this Game 5, it is just as close.
Right, absolutely. And one thing that you have to realize is that Nico there making a outstanding challenge from actually behind Proto, and something you can't do that I've reiterated time and time again in 2v2 is leave your teammate out to dry. You need to always be aware of what's going on and what you can do to help out your teammate, as this game is actually going to look for a Game 5, as Red's looking to get a little double tap here, looking to move to Game 5, the first one of the tournament. This game could honestly go either way.
Oh man, but now we come back to see some Smash Bros action, and immediately first thing we see is Teo going off stage just a little too far into an SD, but Ike is currently sitting at 106, which could bring it back as Luigi going for the Cyclone a little high, does not connect. And now a quick back air from Teo will knock Ike off stage, using the quick draw to come back onto the stage. Ike able to go for a grab, doesn't get it to connect. Luigi dancing around, going for the back air, is able to send Ike back off stage, but is not able to find it. There it is, one quick back air, and the rest of this matchup will follow suit, as we do see Luigi going for a potential combo starter, but Ike trying to punish, getting the nair into the forward air, keeping the Luigi near the ledge, which is what you need to do. Keep your opponent in this awkward situation where their options are limited by the fact that the space itself is getting narrower and narrower.
Absolutely. And one thing that I'm truly amazed by in Smash Ultimate is the level of gameplay that players are able to obtain. Something about Rocket League is it is very difficult to be the top rank in the game or to almost have complete mastery. The ceiling is actually unknown. Many times everyone thought that everything in the game had been possible, and then we discovered air dribbling, flip resets, all of these brand new mechanics, and now we have like air dribble bumps is the current meta. But that ceiling is going to keep getting smashed, whereas in Smash Ultimate, players can always just refine their techniques. But how often are they running into something new, like a brand new combo? Something I feel like doesn't come around as often as maybe like a new mechanic in Rocket League.
Oh, absolutely. You need this level of understanding, this level of mastery of your character. There are 80+ characters in this game, and you can't learn all of them without causing some problems and truly having a full understanding of your character. But at the same time, it is, well, not necessarily solved. There are a lot of bread and butter combos in this game that people are very used to, and that's what a lot of people play around. It's when you start to see that any given sort of autopilot game plan stops working, it is on that player to start playing around the game plan of the opponent whose game plan is working, which means that you have to start adapting, and once you find that answer, the coin is flipped. It means that the other side goes, you keep going because your strategy is working. You don't need to go for anything too crazy. But speaking of a very good up special from Alex, will be able to close out that stock and get the Luigi out of here.
Right, and looking at this Game 5 for Rocket League, like I said, these games are going to be so close. That ball almost nearly nicking the kind of hitbox of Nico's car. But one thing I want to ask you, Smash in particular, I always hear Smash players saying that they had a bad matchup or their character wasn't as great against this character as someone else's. So what kind of situation or how many players or characters do you have to master to basically kind of solidify it to the point where you could play someone comfortably against anybody?
The way I think about it is generally your high tier and your top tier character, which would, I'd say, 25 to 30 characters are generally safe enough to only play the one, and you will do fine for 90-95% of the characters on the roster. It's when you start to get into the middle that you may want to pick up 2, maybe 3 if you're really trying to cover a bunch of matchups that you think are really annoying. But then after that, if you're going much lower, generally those players just stick to the one character purely out of enjoyment of the character rather than much of a competitive, like, I need this for the good matchup experience.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, something that I thought about a lot and something that maybe isn't as common in Rocket League, definitely as a Rocket League player myself here at Shenandoah University, something that I always hear about is like different car choices, like every different car has a hitbox, but it's not going to generally affect you too much. It's basically all preference, honestly. The only thing that really decides how you play is Red is going to 50 that one beautifully. Bunny Girl dancing in the goal, looking to equalize this game out. But back to Smash Ultimate, something I never really thought about is I always see our favorite Yoshi player, Igloo, or our favorite Pac-Man, Kib, kind of only playing those characters, and I see very rarely Igloo plays maybe Zero Suit Samus or something like that, whereas it's completely a different character, but they're still able to play it at such a high level just because they might have a bad matchup.
Yeah, and it's taken time for Ultimate's player base to really embrace that sort of mentality where players are so incredibly comfortable with what they have for their main, and generally, yeah, that's fine. You had to learn 80+ different matchups, but at the same time, it really turned on its head now. Ultimate has been out for long enough that players are hitting that level of comfort, which means that now they are starting to pick up these random backup picks to really continue sort of this idea of getting these specific matchup experiences, but it really all depends on your comfort. Speaking of, though, I mean, we've seen the Teo and Alex do a really good job of just understanding each other's game plan. Teo has been really embracing this sort of like aggressive, oh my goodness, multiple up specials connecting at the same time, just one after another, as Ike is at 192 and is going to keep that percentage going because he just does not care. Is just throwing out the sword, is able to use that giant hitbox to counter out the Luigi, and Luigi able to neutral get back up on the stage, and that will do it.
Right, and like I said, 2v2 Rocket League, right? These players have to not leave their teammate on their own, as we see final minute and 40 seconds of this 2v2 semifinal match, right? These two teams are so equal in kind of skill level and ability, where everything that's being done is thought about, right? You have to be aware of where your teammate is, aware of where the boost is, aware of the ball and the opponents. That's 4 different things all thinking about at the same time, right? Not to mention that once you get the ball, what are you going to do with it? What can you do positively for your team? Can you instantly get a goal or look to attack, or are you kind of in a situation where you need to buy time for your teammate? Something that you always need to be thinking about.
Yeah, we do see the 3-3, a shot onto the goal, but bounces off of the rim, and a minute left on the clock. I mean, this is as close as it can get for a best of 5, and I am so excited to see. We are down to these final seconds. The pressure is going to be building, and now it is on these players. Who is going to stay level-headed? Who has more control of the ball? And who is going to get this last point to really show that they want these winners finals?
Right, absolutely. And in this point of the game, it's either on one player to step up, or it's as a team, do you play and wait for a mistake to happen, right? We see these players with really good mechanics, such as Proto, as when he gets in the air, if your team is not doing anything, as Nico's going to bounce this one off the crossbar, giving Proto the 1v1 against Red. Flip, reset, going to look to put it over. What a shot by Proto. Absolute mechanical genius he is. That's like what I'm talking about, though. In these 1v1 situations, the more mechanical player is going to have the freedom to do whatever they want.
I mean, he just had full control, bouncing off of the top crossbar, and is able to carry it all the way over there. It all just fell into place. It was an amazing shot, but it's not technically over just yet.
Oh my gosh.
There are 10 seconds.
And Red's going to tie this up. We're going up.
No
oh, wow.
way.
Oh my lord, this game is not over yet. We see that double commit coming out from Proto and Cairo, kind of stuck on that same rotation. Nico going to slam this one and back to the net. Right, but that's what I'm talking about. This game can change on a dime. We saw Proto have to come out with this great mechanical play, but one mistake and the game's all tied up, basically meaning nothing.
Yeah, and we are back at this kickoff, and again, we're seeing players able to save the ball, making sure that the kickoff is going crazy. But Red and Nico, 1 second left on the clock, are able to get a point in, which means that they will walk away the winners, going into the winner's side, continuing their winner's run, excuse me. I cannot believe it.
Gold, I love that. Oh, I love a late game goal, dude. Anything better than that is crazy. The absolute pressure that put on Cairo and Proto to now have to win their way through the losers bracket and kind of come up. Now, one thing we haven't talked about yet, I don't think, in our Rocket League is that there's actually a bracket reset. So whatever team comes from the losers bracket has to beat the winners twice. So I think that's going to mean that it's going to be Red and Nico versus Daydreams and Comet into that winners, and then the loser of that will play whoever is alive down in the losers semis. Probably going to be Proto and Cairo, if I had to guess.
Oh, wow. I mean, I hope to see both of these teams one more time. It could be so much fun. But we are going to move on to the Smash Bros. Side of things. Right now, we are seeing a swap up from Teo. We have seen the Luigi for so long, but it has been struggling against the sword that Alex 2020 has. And so because of that, we see the Bowser Jr. come out to play with Teo at 80%, able to sort of space out this Ike, but has been struggling to get past the sword again. Will they be able to make it back? The forward tilt will connect. No kill spark needed. Instead, just sends it out, and Alex 2020 will walk away the winner to start things off.
Right, and something I want to ask you, what does switching from Luigi straight to someone like Bowser Jr. do for Teo?
The way I view it is that when you play a melee character, someone who usually only fights with like their fists or their feet. They are truly like difficult to deal with a character who has a sword because, I mean, best way I could describe it, if someone's holding a sword out to you and you try to punch them, there's a lot of distance to cover. But that is a very fundamental of Smash Bros. Is that there's a level of melee can be difficult for sword fighters, but sword fighters find it difficult to throw out their moves in time to deal with projectiles, and then projectile-based characters struggle when a melee character is in their face. It's this rock, paper, scissors of Ultimate that really can shake up everything, and Bowser Jr. is more of that projectile-based character. But with all of that being said, I do want to give a quick shout out, a quick thank you to all of the sponsors. Of course, for the McDonald's Esports Tournament, we have Frederick County Parks and Recreation, we have First Federal Credit Union, and of course, McDonald's. Thank you so much for all of this. We are going to cut to a very quick break, but as you saw, there is more Smash Bros. To be played, there is more Rocket League to be played, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
Shenandoah University is
Welcome back, everyone, to the McDonald's Apple Blossom Esports Tournament. My name is Avery Giesman, back here with Kyle Dexter beside me, Kip. We are the Smash Bros guys on the desk for you here tonight. Going to get more Smash Bros action, some more Rocket League action. We're super excited about that. We want to first shout out all of our sponsors before we kick off. Thank you to McDonald's and Frederick County Parks and Recreation, as well as Partners First Credit Union. We want to say that more than 50% of owners currently at McDonald's started working at the front desk. Kyle, what do you think about that? I think that's sweet.
I think that's a cool way to like think of it as like you're like working your way up. You go from like working as like a cashier, and now like after so much hard work, you're the owner of a new store.
Yeah, it's like it's a little bit like Smash, you know. If you could quite put it that way, you know, you start coming to tournaments like this one, and you're not going to win your first one. You have to keep going to tournaments until you eventually become as good as the players you see here today that have been going to tournaments for a while, and you could potentially take home the prize. You know, own that Apple Blossom trophy. So I'm super excited to see who ends up winning both of these brackets. We got to witness some amazing Rocket League action before the break. Proto and Cairo and Red and Nico just absolutely all over this Rocket League court, just putting goal after goal in the net. A lot more defense, though, as well. We've seen some amazing high-level defense out of these players, a lot lower of score lines than we were seeing earlier in the day. The Rocket League action has not disappointed at all.
Of course. We can't forget about Smash. That great winners finals from Alex 2020 and Teo. That was the 3-0 for Alex 2020. Teo still put up a great fight, and a bit of an unexpected counter pick with the Bowser Jr. almost ended up working out, but Alex was still able to clutch it out with that dash attack.
Yeah, the Alex 2020 is looking so poised to win this tournament. I mean, taking that 3-0 over Teo, who I thought was a very strong contender coming into this tournament, playing very well for the St. Francis University here as well. Yesterday for our Smash the Nest tournament, a great prospect here, and then Alex 2020 from our local scene as well. I've known him for a very long time, and I've had the pleasure of playing him in tournament myself. A great player, some great movement, so I'm excited to see more action from him. But for the Smash Bros side, we are going to continue in the losers bracket because Alex 2020 is all the way to winner's side grands now, earning himself a guaranteed second place finish. So congratulations to him already, but we're going to move on to the loser side of things. I'm excited to see what kind of matchup we're going to have in store for us as we move on in this top 8. It's important to know for Smash Bros that that's going to be best of 5, so you know we were able to watch those winner semifinals, and those are best of 5. In the losers bracket, the top 8 will also be best of 5, so we're really looking forward to that as well. And then in the Rocket League side, we're not totally certain on the format of the grand finals just yet. We want to make sure that we're going to keep things on schedule, but in the loser side, we're gonna get plenty of action regardless, and we're just gonna keep trucking along.
Of course, and like what you said earlier, Alex, he's sitting pretty tight, pretty comfortable in that grand final spot on the winner's side with the Ike. He's been piloting this character for as long as I can remember, ever since I've joined the local scene around here. He's been piloting that Ike and doing really well at these local events.
Yeah, he's been on Ike since I've met him as well. He's really dedicated to his craft. He's tried to pick up a bit of Joker here and there. That's a little bit of a conversation I've had with Albie, who's also competing in this event, is that they might try to go Joker versus Alex 2020, but I can assure you that Alex 2020 is quite well versed in the Joker matchup as well, being able to play Joker himself. So I think that that's going to be a tough matchup for Albie. So I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table to continue to challenge this really strong player, or if someone else is going to come out of this losers bracket. Still a lot of players left in this losers bracket, so really anything can happen.
Yeah, and I do think as of right now, it does look like Alex is the favorite to win, but that just makes things so much more interesting if you think about it, is like who could be in the way of Alex, who could be making it back from losers. Could be Albie, like you said, maybe Zero, the Wario player we were talking about. Maybe Teo wants that run back against Alex. We'll just have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, I know Bongo, Wii Fit Trainer, also in that loser bracket as well. I don't know if any of the other St. Francis players are in there as well. I'm really excited to see if we get into those kind of matchups. But let's take a break for Smash Bros for just a minute, and let's go back into some Rocket League action. Another best of 5 for us here. Let's see what's going on.
Starting off the demo on Teed Up. Very unfortunate on Orange's side. All right, let's see. Prismal trying to score on the Orange. Fortunately, Teed Up. Great defense from the jump shot.
Yeah, these two have not been one that I've gotten to cast is Prismal and Za, but Jexu and T-Dop have been looking pretty strong. Unfortunately, we're not able to beat one of those like Titan teams, but they've been looking very good in this losers bracket. So I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table. I think this should be a fairly close match here on the duo side again. I mean, this is a Rocket League 2v2 tournament, as we might get a breakaway here. They're going to double commit on the defense, but it's not going to be enough. Jengsu is going to get the first goal of this series.
That is ridiculous, because look, you can see on the replay here, you can see Jengsu managed to get through the defense of both Prismal and Za.
Yeah, that was some incredible navigation techniques there from Jengsu. Definitely looking really strong on this orange squad. The orange squad been looking a little bit dull this tournament. The blue squad's been taking over, so they're trying to turn this around here, try to get some games on the board for orange, but a minute off the clock already and only one goal scored. Some pressure onto orange's net, but they're just pushing this to the wall, trying to get a breakaway here. That could be an open net for Jengsu once more. It's in the top of the net. T-Dop is technically going to get that score, but certainly assisted by Jengsu there, making sure that that ball actually does go in the net and doesn't quite hit that left wall. That was perfectly executed from mid-court.
Yes, like you said, just these mid-court shots have been just so accurate, like hitting the target dead eye. It's crazy.
Yeah, that net certainly doesn't cover up too much space, but it's big enough that you can put it in different parts of the goal if there's a defender in one part of it. So just amazing execution, just like we saw right there. I mean, Jengsu is in that goal as well if he needed to redirect it, but no redirect is going to be needed because the blue players are just too far away, and that's going to be a 3-0 lead nice and early. Wow, incredible stuff from the orange team on this left side. And let's move on into another match here. We got Proto versus Cairo versus Kells and Honeybee. I believe this is going to be a run back from earlier, so I'm excited to see if Kells and Honeybee can bring anything new to the table this time.
As of right now, Proto and Cairo just scored the first goal of the set, and I brought this up with Xander earlier because we were casting Kells and Honeybee Warrior very often. We made the observation that those two are very momentum-based players, and their games tend to usually snowball towards their favor as long as they get the first goal. But I wonder how things will go this time, now that they didn't get the first goal.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a bit more defensive plays come out of them. Oftentimes, if you want that first goal, you want to get your lead and keep it. So I'm hoping they have maybe a defensive strength here if they can get the lead, but the lead is not something they're going to have, so they're going to have to show off what that offense can really bring to the table, because if you're not able to hold that lead, you're going to have to bring it to your favor. So they're going to have to put some offensive plays on the table onto Proto and Cairo, and that all starts with a good kickoff. So as long as the scoreboard keeps going up, the kickoff will continue occurring, and we do see a nice chip here from the orange team as it progresses towards the blue goal, but not able to get a goal right away. It's going to be pushed back to their net, and I think the defenders are too far away. Unable to make a play happen there on the offense, so Cairo is going to turn that one around and get another score for the blue team.
This unrelenting offense from blue team, it just feels like so hard for orange team to keep up. Like, I feel like they're playing too far apart from one another, and you know, maybe they're not so focused on defense this time around. Like, maybe for the games that they've won, they just had like so much like offense, they just don't really compensate much for their defense.
Yeah, maybe instead of taking those like one-on-one kind of man defense, you go for more of like a zone defense type idea. I don't know how close it is exactly to basketball defense, but that's just something I kind of came up with in my head. Yeah, but these guys are just rolling through this bracket. I mean, both sides of the match we see here on our left and our right, just one team not being able to get a score on the board. And don't forget, it is a best of 5. So regardless of how far the score does go up here, it will still reset to 0-0 as we go into games number 2, 3, and potentially 4 and 5. So a lot of adaptations to be made as we continue in this Rocket League series.
Very great point, Avery. You know, like, even though like these games might look bad for the losing teams right now, but they still have a shot. Like you said earlier, once the timer hits 0, the new game starts, it'll be 0-0 again. They still have about, I believe, what, 5 minutes, 6 minutes?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes per game, and the clock stops every time you score. So it's like you get 5 minutes of actual game time where the ball is in the air.
Yeah, and I like to think that using like the pause time in between, you know, the replays and the kickoff as like a time to like recollect, maybe rethink your potential strategy as Kells and Honeybee try to go for more defense, as Honeybee try to go for maybe a potential pass from Kells.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that kind of coordination come out as we continue on in this bracket. We're just going to continue to see teams that work with each other more and more often. We're going to get to see those kind of passing plays work where they really work back and forth off of each other. Like Mango said earlier, this 2v2 game is really a game of whether you want to take your individual battles or whether you want to play that passing game. And thus far in these matches, I'd say it's a really individual style match where you can just kind of take your 1v1s, and because the mechanical skill gap is there, then you're going to win out those. So I think that the blue team on the left side and the orange team on the right side are going to have to bring out those passing games to at least try to get the ball past one of these defenders, because when you go for the 1v1, it's just going to be too difficult at that point, and that's going to be something we're going to have to try to navigate, but try to get at least one goal on the scoreboard.
Very true, and oh my goodness, before I can even say anything, Cryo scores another goal for blue team.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so mechanically talented, these two kids on Proto and Cairo on this blue squad. Both, I believe, are going to be high school players. I know Proto is, at least. I know he's a local player that's been out to the Virginia High School League tournament in the past and has performed very, very well. And then Cairo, of course, being his teammate. Yeah, those two are very mechanically talented players, and it's unfortunate that they are in the losers bracket, but going off against a very good team. To put them there, I am sure that they are looking to get some revenge onto Red and Nico. As we move on to some Smash Bros as well for the first time in this break, we're going to have Retro Z and Bunga, two players that we saw earlier on broadcast. We should be seeing a lot of repeat players now as we progress in the bracket. This is a match I'm very excited for, Kyle.
Yes, of course, like you said earlier, Bunga, I like Alex 2020, is one of our local players, and he's shown up with Wii Fit every so often. He doesn't show up that often from what I have gathered, but when he does, he doesn't do bad.
Yeah, and he's going to go against Retro Z, the K-Rule from University of Mary Washington. I believe that's going to be the farthest advancing player from that school, and Kyle and I have had the pleasure of playing against their school in some Wi-Fi crew battles here at Shenandoah, as Bunga does go and take the first stock. A little bit of experience Bunga has versus this K-Rule as well, as he goes for a double dip here in the second stock. Bunga is such a flashy player. I love watching him play. He is more than willing to rush his opponent down, and when you're playing against a character like K-Rule where you don't want to allow him to set up, it can be a great strategy.
Yes, I do like this style of Wii Fit from Bunga. Like, I said this with Xander earlier, but I like players that are able to balance just like this, just go in and scrap, and then going into like a more like defensive play style, like what's happening here. Like Bunga, even though like Wii Fit's really good at like planking and like camping with her projectiles and like deep breathing, like passive healing from it, she can still scrap because she has like those weird hitboxes, but the frame data isn't bad either.
Yeah, just look at this pressure he's been able to put onto Retro Z. But Retro Z answering back here with some advanced state of his own. I agree, Bunga may have to adopt a bit of a slower strategy here as Retro Z begins to adapt to the really fast pace of Bunga. We are in loser semifinals, as you can see at the top of your screen, so that's going to be a best of 5. So plenty of time for these players to adapt to each other's pace. And the pace of this match is certainly very fast. I'm excited to see if Retro Z decides to slow it down later on.
Shoot, that's a not kill, and K-Roll's so heavy, even with deep breathing.
Wow.
Oh, that down air, that felt a little unnecessary. I felt like a forward would have been perfect, but you know, maybe that down air was just to be sure. More consistent hitbox, because the spike hitbox of forward air, very small, very inconsistent. Oh my gosh, that down air into up air, killing so early.
That was exactly what Retro Z needed to bring him back into this game. What an incredible confirm he was able to find there, but not able to find the ground. This deep breathing up smash from Wii Fit is just so strong, and accidentally going to air dodge in the blast zone as well. Retro Z is under so much pressure right now. Bunga just unrelenting in this pressure. He cannot find the ground at all, and he's never going to, Kyle.
He's finding that F tilt. No deep breathing needed. Just so quick, such a quick move, and it kills so early. So, and even if he doesn't hit you in the front, around the back, around like Wii Fit's legs, there's a hitbox that sends you directly upwards. And if you're not careful, if you're not aware of it, you could get caught off guard and just die off the top.
Yeah, and the orange team is going to officially win there on the left side. Not exactly a surprise there, up 13-1. And this game, of course, out of reach as well for the orange team. So yeah, I do want to talk a little bit more about that Smash match as we're going to go into game 2 here very shortly. I mean, Wii Fit, that character, like you said, has all sorts of different hitboxes that you have to navigate around. They're so strange. And then you have K. Rool, a character who can certainly contest that with his armor, but it's going to be difficult to get around these combos with that big body. You're going to have to find a way to pressure this Wii Fit up close, because that's exactly the game that Bunga is trying to force. But K. Rool should be able to do it. I definitely have confidence in Retro Z if he's able to somehow change this match around.
Yes, of course. Like, and you know, this character. Oh my goodness. In the nature of K. Rool, you have to play a little bit. You know, a little bit cheesy. That's okay. Like that's in the nature of like all heavies. You know, like Bowser, Donkey Kong, Incineroar, DDD. Like they'll kind of force the player to play a little dishonest, to be completely honest with you. Especially with K. Rool, because he has so much armor, especially that belly armor. He has moves that expose his hurt blocks, and that belly armors through just about anything. You don't really see it get armored through, like it doesn't break the armor often, but with his Nair, you sometimes see K. Rool players sometimes press Nair at a disadvantage to challenge any moves that would potentially juggle them, because the belly armor, and during that animation, would cover most of his hurt blocks.
Yeah, great point there, Kyle. And as you were just saying that, I noticed just exactly where we are in the bracket as Bunga does take that second stock. This is actually I said earlier, it's a loser semi-final, but I didn't fully process. That means that this is going to be the winner of this taking 3rd place. So this is actually going to be for getting into that prize pool match, Kyle.
Yes, that is true. Remember, 3rd place for a smaller Smash tournament like this, $50 for 3rd place. That's still very good. You can get that kind of money for getting first in some like weekly local tournaments.
Yeah, shout outs to McDonald's and our sponsors, Frederick County Parks and Recreation, as well as First Federal Credit Union. Thank you so much for allowing us to put on this incredible event, provide these players with the pot to fight for, as Bunga is certainly continuing to fight for that pot. I mean, an even more dominant game number 2 there. It seems like Bunga is adapting a little faster than Retro Z.
Yeah, and that JV3, such amazing showing from that game 2 from Bunga. We have to see if Retro Z can show some signs of life and maybe claw his way back up.
Yeah, moving back over to the Rocket League side, Jiangsu and T-Dop, of course, taking that first game in the series and moving on to game number 2 here. They are going to start off again 3-0 lead with only 58 seconds off of the clock. These guys are looking to expose these players. I mean, they're just racking up the score. They want this to go for as long as possible. Just keep this score going. But, you know, Prinzel and Za got to figure something out here. Got to try something new. If you're not going to win the game, you at least got to make some changes. Figure out what's going wrong, because that's what competition is all about. Coming out here and playing people that are just mechanically so talented. Just try to learn, have fun.
Of course. And I always thought this, like in any esport, I always kind of thought that learning how to defeat a certain like playstyle, a way a certain player plays, like think it was like a fun puzzle. And it looks like Prismo and Za still need, like, they're still trying to figure out all the pieces to solve this puzzle as Jiangsu and T-Dop figure out that 4th goal onto Team Blue.
That's a great way to put it, Kyle. One video I was watching was talking about how to kind of deal with the situation where the opponent's like tactically or mechanically, that's the word, more talented than you and has been playing the game for longer. And as we see the Bunga switch to Joker up top.
Okay.
Very interesting. But yeah, sometimes you just got to learn one thing that might work. And when you find that one thing that works against really high-level players, if you're able to apply that versus low-level players as well, or like players that are more your skill level rather, it'll be like so successful. You're like, this works at a high level, and they're like, this works like crazy at my level. So it's really helpful in that sense. So if you can even just learn one thing, as Bunga does swap over to the Joker here, was doing great on the Wii Fit, but perhaps warming up this Joker for a future match, and of course, a great matchup into King K. Rool.
And yes, I do want to bring up that if you're in such a good position like Bunga is, you can either just stick to what works, which is very valid. Stick to what works, or you can swap to a different character to prevent your opponent from potentially adapting into your character and be like, okay, you think you're ready for my character? Now here, I'm going to swap to a completely different character, just completely throw you off and make you forget everything about the other character I was originally playing.
That's very true, and we've seen that at all levels of play. I mean, Retro Z going to stick to the K rule here, and a lot of players like to stick to just one character, but if you have multiple characters, that's certainly an option you do have, is to stop that adaptation phase before it even occurs. And Retro Z is looking much more comfortable in this matchup. Almost lands the back air into up air. Is going to start off the ledge trap here. Has to be careful though with this. Arsene is going to get rid of it with this down throw and a beautiful up air. Going to put that Bunga Joker away. If he's going to stick to this Joker, try to warm him up, he's going to have to play a little better than that.
Great point, Avery. As we get back into these two Rocket League sets, you know, it's still both very dominant from both sides. Proto and Cairo 4-0 on Kells and Honeybee Warrior. And Jengsu on T-Dub 5-0 on Prismo and Za.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say about these Rocket League matches. I mean, these blue squads are just mechanically very talented, and they're showing off right now on the Apple Blossom stage, getting as much camera time as they can. But yeah, these guys are just looking so good. I'm excited to watch them continue to tear through this bracket as those orange squads continue to try to just learn what they can from this experience, have some fun. But yeah, the mechanical difference is really strong in Rocket League, and it's a difficult game to balance. You gotta just continue to learn what you can and have some fun while you're doing it. As we move on into the Smash Bros, it is 2-1 in the favor of Bunga. Gonna start off with the Wii Fit once more, and a huge edge guard here. Yeah, Retro Z is racking up the percent.
When you're racking up percent, you're also racking up a lot of rage, and with such a heavy character like K-Rool, that can be very detrimental to someone like Bunga, where Wii Fit usually struggles to kill without deep breathing, but he did get deep breathing, so he's able to find that dash attack, a decent burst option, just to quickly run down the opponent and find that kill.
Wow, look at that deep breathing sun salutation just going right through the crown toss. That's a brutal interaction there for King K. Rool to try to be able to zone out this Wii Fit, try to slow down the pace. But if Wii Fit trainer is able to just throw your sun salutation through that crown and break your armor, that is an insane option for Bunga to be able to go for. And I know he has some experience versus K. Rool as well, so I'm sure he's well versed in that kind of interaction. Charges the down smash, tries to get a spot dodge there, but he's gonna eat a down air into up air there from Retro Z. An excellent kill confirm that Retro Z has been continually going for in these sets. He loves ending those combos with that up air. So strong, so meaty, but Bunga with the deep breathing just as meaty. That F tilt's gonna certainly do it, and Bunga with a huge lead once more.
Right? Oh my goodness, that was so fast. There is something, usually when Wii Fit heals, with your deep breathing or sun salutation, you usually don't really think of it as much of like, oh, it's just like a 1%. Might not be like that much, make that much of a difference. But especially for a character like K-Rool who can kill so early, sometimes getting that little bit of actually healing could make a little bit of a difference.
That's a great point, and the healing's not going to save you there. That down tilt berry is so strong there from King K. Rool, and that can net you some great early stocks. That move is very slow, but when it hits, it is powerful, and some counters off stage is going to put you in big trouble. No back air there from Bunga. Going to go for the soccer ball instead, and now at the ledge, K. Rool goes, going to get the sour spot of the back air, and now almost full rage for K. Rool. He's got to make a play happen. He's got to make it happen now.
Yes, max rage K. Rool, very scary. Especially he's at kill percent already. Oh my goodness.
That soccer ball was so huge, Kyle.
Yes, just get him off that, get some more stage control. Oh, there we go. That very fast, like I said before, very fast F tilt to close up the set as Bunga takes the 3-1.
That was a great showing from Retro Z. If he was able to live just a little longer, one more down air into up air, one more back air into up air, anything that leads into his favorite kill move or even another down tilt or something like that, and he was right back in that match. Bunga did end up getting to kill percent there, so that was a really great game number 4 from those two, and glad we were able to see the Bunga Joker as well. I'm curious to see if he was warming that up for a future match or not. As we move back into Rocket League, Proto and Cairo are going to take game number 2, and they're going to take it very strong. Still one more game to be played on that Rocket League side, but that's going to conclude the series for Bunga versus Retro Z. Bunga moving on to losers finals.
Yes, and like you did say before, I do wonder what the Joker was supposed to be in preparation for.
Well, like, thinking about it in my head, he would be playing against Teo, so maybe liking Joker into the Luigi or Bowser Jr. matchup potentially?
Maybe, yeah, maybe when he has Arsene, he could just make obviously some gun camping, because just that's a little bit of underrated thing about Joker. Just Arsene gun just racks up so much damage. It's so fast, and Joker can still move around while he's doing gun. And Luigi sometimes it's hard for him to contest camping, especially when in like platform camp. You do have to worry about the uppie to challenge it. However, as we get into this next game, this game 3 of this best of 5 series, is Jiangsu teed up over 2-0 on Prismo and Zaz. They take the first goal of the set of the game.
Yeah, already putting one off the wall. There is the blue team here, Jiangsu and T-Dop. That was pretty fancy. I like that ricochet there to put that one in the goal. And yeah, T-Dop and Jiangsu looking so strong in this set. Very excited to continue to watch them put some unique goals into the net here as they, the orange team got a solid kickoff there, but the rotation's just too strong on the defense as well. A nice little pass play there. Love seeing the coordination there from the blue team. T-Dop and Jiangsu able, love that assist there. Oh, back and forth. I didn't even notice the first pass, and then back to the first original passer as well.
What a phenomenal pass that is. That's what I like seeing about these two players, Jiangsu and T-Dop. They always play so well into each other. They're always like, even though they're probably connecting, like they're always like communicating with each other, probably by voice. Sometimes these plays don't need words to coordinate it. Sometimes they just know what needs to be done to get this play to work, and they would properly get into those positions.
That's so true, Kyle. I mean, that kind of game sense, as we call it, is not a skill it's easy to teach. That's something that you just kind of learn from playing the game for so long, is how to just kind of understand positioning and where you're allowed to be at certain points in a match. And that's so universal across all esports, like without a doubt. Just the knowledge of knowing what your strengths and weaknesses are and knowing where you gotta be to make your strengths count and your weaknesses not show through as much. And positioning is such a big part of that. Being able to position yourself to know, all right, if I'm in this spot and this situation happens, I know I can score a goal off this, or I know I can get a hit off this, I know I can get a flank off this. It really does apply to all sorts of esports, and it's a really interesting dynamic to know that you can't like teach it really easily. It just comes with experience. It's really part of your conscience once you get to a certain level of your play.
Yes, and I do want to like emphasize the fact that, oh my gosh, that demolition as they score. Prismo and Zaz score their first goal of the series.
How about that, Kyle?
I do want to emphasize the fact that this is a team game. You know, like it doesn't matter if one person is playing so much better than everyone else when it's at the end of the day, it's a team game. This goes for any other team games that you can think on top of your head. Like, for a team to win, they both have to be coordinating with each other. They both have to be like just know exactly what to do in these sorts of situations and how to properly work with one another.
Yeah, and I mean, being part of a team, I want to shout out our sponsor, McDonald's. When you work at McDonald's, you become a part of the McFamily that cares about you and offers you tuition assistance, flexibility, and wages that are well above the state's minimum, and your entire household free virtual doctor's visits. Start your McDonald's career by texting APPLY to 38,000 today. So yeah, being part of the McFamily as you're a part of the Rocket League team as well. So just that dynamic of being around with community, of being with people, that's what Apple Blossom is all about.
Yes, thank you McDonald's once again for sponsoring this event. As we get into this sixth point of the series, oh, now we're already going back into this losers finals. Bunga versus Teo, the run back. Oh my goodness.
Oh no!
As we started off right away, Teo getting a down throw into the up B right away. And I believe when these two played, I believe it was a 3-0 Teo's side.
It was, yeah.
Teo knocking down Bunga into the losers bracket, and it's just this is so interesting about Teo. It's just this unrelenting offense. That's okay. Luigi always makes it back there. He wants to jump in. His up B goes so high.
What a great reminder, Kyle. I didn't even remember that Teo is actually able to take this 3-0. That makes a lot of sense. Maybe Bunga is going to bring the Joker to the table if he's not able to make something happen with the Wii Fit right away. If you'll recall, Teo is actually teammates with Straight Shot with St. Francis University. So a lot of Wii Fit trainer experience on this Teo here. And so, yeah, able to know what Wii Fit wants and how to counterplay it specifically with Luigi. So that can be a big part of maybe the reason that Bunga has to switch up the game plan. But if he's able to hit edge guards like that, that's such a big weakness of Luigi, and that'll help out Bunga a lot.
For sure. And I do, like you said before, Straight Shot, one of Teo's teammates in our Smash and Nest event yesterday. So you would expect that Teo would have a lot of Wii Fit experience, knowing that Straight Shot also plays Wii Fit. I think we might have also seen Straight Shot play earlier today on stream.
Yeah, we have, and I believe they use the same color as well, so that's kind of a neat little thing as well. Sometimes when you're playing against the same color, you're like more confident because you're like, oh, I'm used to this Wii Fit. Whereas when I was playing against Byleth a lot, and I would play against female Byleth, and I'd play male Byleth, and I'm like, this is like a different matchup. It's the same character.
Yeah, it's like a psychological like battle you're like put yourself into. But I think it's funny. Sometimes like some players like to cycle around different costumes.
Yeah,
like
Teo's doing that right now.
Yeah, it's swapping to the green and the blue, like they're kind of like the reversed almost like color.
Yeah, it's reverse Luigi.
Yeah, it's almost like my favorite. I do like the I don't know, it feels like contrast of the two. But as we get back into these Rocket League games, wow, these scores, man, 8-1. And 7-0, just so dominant from both of these teams. It looks like they're both so far poised to win these sets.
They most certainly are, and this is the decider game in both of these Rocket League sets. So, you know, although a lot of time on the clock, it is pretty certain to say that the blue teams will be advancing, but yet they're just able to put so many goals into the back of the net. And yeah, the Rocket League action is just incredible. I mean, seeing these players be able to putting off these kind of tricks, that was a bit of a stunt there, Kyle. That was pretty cool to watch.
He did it. Hold on, let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, let's look at that one more time.
I want to see this.
Oh, we weren't able to see it up close. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I do believe that Jingsu did flip his car around like the front end of his car, managed to hit the ball into the goal. What amazing like show play.
All right, and here is the Joker from Bunga. It's exactly as I predicted, warming up the Joker in the last match to be able to go it versus Teo, but was not able to take the game that he did go Joker versus Retro Z. So I can't imagine the confidence is overly high, especially because Joker versus Luigi, I mean, maybe a better matchup than Joker versus K-Rool, but if it is, it's not by a lot.
I'm even thinking about this now. Maybe a big issue that Bunga was dealing with before in Wii Fit versus Luigi. Maybe he wasn't so confident in this match because of how fast Luigi could be on the ground. And oh my goodness, getting the up smash read on the roll in from the corner. Maybe Bunga opted for this Joker because maybe he felt like he wasn't fast enough with Wii Fit. With deep breathing, you do get that speed boost, but it's not consistent because you need deep breathing to have it active. So you're not going to have it all the time. But with Joker, he's a naturally really fast character. He can be a fast follower. He sinks like a rock when you fast follow with him. And he's so fast. So maybe having the speed on the Joker can help you control the pace better versus Teo.
Yeah, almost certainly. And like you said, having access to that gun to be able to play slower as well, to really make Luigi jump. If you use that gun on the ground, you can really force Luigi to jump in your face. And jumping versus Joker can be a difficult task as well with those really potent aerials, even without Arsene. And then, of course, the edge guarding on this character. If Luigi has to side B, which he will certainly have to do for a lot of this match, you can call it out with an Arsene back air like that, or you can even jump into it and counter. A lot of options for Joker to call out that Luigi recovery.
Of course, that's something. Oh my goodness, that down B barely scooping up Bunga, killing about like 80 from there down B. And oh my goodness, are you dead? Please, oh no, the damage is racking up.
He's just going for damage.
Oh no, you may not die, but you did get 87%. You know, a little bit of a big deal. That is something really crazy about characters like Luigi in this game, where these touch of death characters, like, oh, even though like they might not have like completed the full combo, we still take a ton of damage. And you can see Bunga already lost most of his meter on Arsene.
And that's really the biggest issue, is that now you don't even have Arsene. You're gonna have to kill Luigi here off stage, which you most certainly will. But now you don't have Arsene for the beginning of this stock, and Luigi's going to land the grab and the back air. Yeah, you just can't get grabbed in this match. You can't get grabbed versus Luigi in general. Like, you think you can't get grabbed at 0 because you're going to get 0 to death, but the truth is, when you fight a good Luigi player, you can't get grabbed at any percent because the mid-percent combos are there, the high-percent combos are there, and we saw it earlier in this match when you were able to get that falling aerial into Cyclone that killed Joker at like 90 with bad DI. Like, you know, sure, it like caught Bunga off guard and he died early for it, but that same combo would have worked at 120 when it's guaranteed to kill. So yeah, like, there's just so many different combos on Luigi that work so well at so many variable percentages that it makes him such a difficult character to fight, and it's why Bunga's going to opt to go back to the Wii Fit trainer here. Just, you need comfortability versus Luigi. If there's something you need versus Luigi, it's comfortability, and Bunga's going to try it once more.
Yes, and you know, Bunga has been carrying this character for so long. So maybe having that comfort pick, you know, I've been playing this character for years. it probably would make more sense if I were to play the character I would be most comfortable with. Maybe this secondary slash pocket Joker I haven't really been putting too much time into so far. Maybe isn't the best pick into this.
Yeah, and another great start for Teo here. He's just unrelenting in this pressure, and I've been really impressed with how well Teo's able to put up shield pressure. He doesn't just go for grabs, he actually goes for a lot of attacks up close as well, and that mix-up is something you really need as Luigi, catching the jump there with the soccer ball, but not able to find the down air. Plays like that can cost you, and, you know, although it's a tricky spot to be able to react off of, you definitely can, and unfortunately Teo is just going to be a little bit faster in most of these regards.
Yes, and I do want to mention Teo's been really good at catching these out of the corner options from Bunga.
Especially his rolls, right?
Yeah, because something I'm noticing, every time Bunga would do these rolls, it would be as soon as he grabs the corner, and I can see Teo's been taking advantage of that. Because a lot of people, especially I'm not in lower levels of Smash, not a lot of people tend to notice that they don't have to get off the ledge right away. They still have a little bit of invincibility, and not everything can hit your ledge chain, right? Depends on some characters. You might have some really good ledge chains, or you might not. But even then, you could still mix up your timing for when you get off the corner. Maybe it's if you're getting ledge trapped a lot, it's not always what option you pick, is when you pick that option.
And that's another immediate get up for Bunga, right?
Yes, exactly.
You didn't choose roll that time. You're like, I chose neutral get up. But Teo had that backer up before Bunga even got up because he knows and recognizes Bunga's timing. And that's a sign of a high-level player. When you know the timing of your opponent. And speaking of timing, the 0 to death just off.
Oh. But still, Teo still has a whole stock lead. You know, about roughly the same percents, but he still has a big stock lead. Even for a character like Wii Fit, with such damage and such amazing kill power with comeback potential from oh my goodness!
That was huge for Bunga.
That frame trap on that air dodge. And waiting for a potential panic air dodge, Teo waiting for it, but didn't manage to catch it.
Oh, scary stuff. You don't want to land on a Super Mario Bros. Character. They all have very strong up smashes that are incredibly difficult to contest as Bunga attempts to slow down the pace here. Going to find an entry here and get some great damage on the board. If he's able to get an edge guard here, Bunga could potentially take his first game of the set. Going to go for the downer, but he doesn't even need it. Catches Teo out of the jump, and that's going to be the first game for Bunga. Love to see those edge guards. That is such a big weakness of Luigi. He commands the stage. He has such great combos. If you can catch him off stage, he only has side B and up B. And when you can snipe that jump, Luigi's up B doesn't have any drift. You need to side B. So when Bunga was able to catch that with the downer, even though it didn't spike, Luigi is put in a horrible spot where there's nowhere to go.
Yes, and especially in a game like this, in Smash 4, he used to have a lot more air drift on his Cyclone, but now that's gone this game. And Luigi, he has one of the worst air speeds in the entire game. So that plus having no air drift on his uppy makes him a sitting duck. If all he can do is recover from the side, and if he doesn't get like a misfire to potentially just make it back to stage, but if he needs that other jump to get another side B in, then potentially he's just a sitting duck.
Yeah, so let's see what kind of adaptations we may see from Teo if he's able to mix up those recoveries so that Bunga cannot edgeguard him anymore. But he's been recovering really well, so I expect that Bunga needs to be able to continue these routes in order to continue to mix up Teo, because his recoveries have been quite good so far. He doesn't get gimped too often. But one thing I know about Bunga is he is certainly not afraid to go off stage, and you can't be versus Luigi. So I'm really excited to see that he's going to be able to continue going off stage with the Wii Fit. Obviously, it would be easier if he were going Joker, but on the stage play, he's just much more comfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, that is something I've been noticing from this set. They've been going small battlefield this entire set. Both players very comfortable with this stage. It feels like such a neutral stage where Wii Fit can still play defensively while still having some space to work with. But for Luigi, the platform's in such a good position for him to extend with his combos. And forward sent in a different direction, couldn't capitalize from it. A forward barely surviving such great DI from Teo. And let's see how he get out of this corner. Jump from the forward air. There, okay.
Yeah, Bunga's pressure is really strong, but Teo just navigating it beautifully. Look at all the hitboxes just flying out of this corner. Teo able to live it really well. If you get hit by that Wii Fit back air, you are flying. So expert navigation here from Teo.
Yes, I do like Teo's navigation, getting through these projectile walls, because generally, a lot of Luigi players like to press a lot of buttons. I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm saying that because it's the nature of the character. These characters' buttons are really fast. And with a character like Wii Fit, you know, their primary like zoning tool is the soccer ball, as you're seeing a lot. And you can hit it back similar to D's Gordo with a move. And with Luigi have so many fast buttons, Teo claw back into center stage. He's been throwing out a bunch of like nairs, forward airs, and zairs to make it back.
Yeah, but as much as you want to press these buttons, just look at Bunga's zoning right now. This is the first time I've really seen him lock down and hold his position with soccer ball. Unfortunately, missing the deep breathing there, so not going to quite have the up-close pressure. But, yeah, look how much he's willing to sit underneath this small battlefield platform right now, Kyle. We might be seeing more of that zoning that you were talking about that's really beneficial to Wii Fit on this particular stage.
Yes, and I do believe that Bunga playing this. Oh my gosh, clanking with the misfire.
That's huge, he's dead.
Very unfortunate for Teo. I think actually would have been better for Teo if he didn't even get that misfire as the down throw into Cyclone connects.
Yeah, Bunga up an entire stock for the first time in this set.
No.
But you know how Luigi is, unfortunately going to miss the 0 to death there. So Bunga, counting his lucky stars there, only going to take 15% off a Luigi grab. You're certainly happy about that. And Luigi can no longer kill you off of these kind of grabs. He's just going to go for damage here until we get to those more mid percents. And this is Bunga's time to play the game. And he might choose not to play it at all. He might choose to make Teo come to him. And I think that's his best strategy.
Sometimes in situations like these, the best way to play the game is to not play it at all.
Yeah.
He said, oh my goodness, catching that neutral getup with a deep breathing F smash to kill at 70.
Maybe we will play the game a little bit, Kyle. Maybe we'll catch a humble little neutral getup with a deep breathing F smash.
As soon as I say Bunga starts to camp more, he starts to press it on the gas with a deep breathing and closes that game 4 out.
And that's why Bunga's a good player, right? You're able to slow down the neutral with Luigi. You don't want to get grabbed at mid percents. You're playing with your soccer ball. But when Luigi's at the ledge, he can't grab you from the ledge. He has to choose a defensive option. So what are you going to do? You're going to make a play happen, and that could happen by like just trying to get damage. You try to call it a roll with Wii Fit F tilt, like we covered before, covers both neutral get up and roll get up. Or you could go for a big read like Wii Fit F smash, which also covers neutral get up, a lot more committal, but you're not going to die for it. And that's exactly what Bunga was going for there. Knowing you already have the lead, knowing the habits of Teo in defensive situations, and you're going to go for that big play. And it's going to work out for Bunga. I did not expect this to go to Game 5, but here we are, Kyle.
Yes, and here we go. Let's see what kind of stage they're coming up against for this Game 5. Since this is Teo's counter pick, I wonder if we'll go back to small battlefield or for comfort pick or go somewhere else to figure something out.
Yeah, surely you go somewhere else, right?
And we do. We go to Hall of Action. Maybe there's a platform in the center. Maybe it helps Luigi extend his combos a bit more because it's a bit of a bigger platform. He might be able to get a zero from one side of the platform to another. Who knows? But with this longer, more FD-like formation of the stage, allows for less platform camping. So there's only one platform with a longer stage. I like to think it's basically just a bigger Smashville, so which is still very good for camping. So this might not be that bad for Bunga to begin with. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! He's gonna get this.
Oh, he went the wrong way.
Still racks up a ton of damage. He might get this. Oh my goodness! That frame trap is ridiculous.
Oh, that
no.
Cyclone taking the stock so early. Incredible play from Teo, though. Look at just the awareness to remix that combo in the direction it needed to go. But the retaliation is coming out from Bunga. Again, Luigi has to side B into up B here. Yeah,
no
Luigi
jump.
is so weak off stage with no jump there again. If you can clank with that side B, he is in big trouble. And Bunga knows that. The Cyclone going through Wii Fit up tilt. I was not expecting all that. As another combo starts from Teo. Teo's so strong at these low percents. He's loving this middle platform to command through.
Yes, how's he get out of the corner? Bunga's starting to throw some hitbox out, try to challenge Luigi's more stubbier hitboxes because, you know, like I said earlier, Leaf has such weird hitboxes. Misses that down air, but gets that back air, claws his way back into center stage with a bit of an even stocks and percentage. Bunga again, the deep breathing. A couple more hits with this deep breathing, and Teo could be potentially on his tournament stock.
What an important second stock this is. Whoever gets this stock will have the lead going into the final stock of Game 5, and we know how potent Luigi can be at these low percents, getting the opponent to mid percents before you can even blink an eye. So if Bunga continue to play this game where he can just chip away at this Luigi, make sure he gets that stock lead, and he's going to! The back air with the deep breathing is certainly going to take the stock at 120. And now you get this kind of lead. If you can get Luigi with some rage, it's harder for him to combo you. And at these mid to high percents, he doesn't have like those huge strings that don't involve up B. Teo's gonna have to start looking for that if he wants to claw back into this game. And he does get an up B,
Oh my
Kyle!
goodness, oh no. So normally you would think that Bungo would still have the lead because his stock percentage, but you have to remember, it's Luigi. If you could grab that 0, you could potentially die if he messes up this. Oh my goodness.
Oh, watch out, Bunga!
Oh, spot dodge to grab, perfect timing. Now let's see how is Bunga play around this Luigi.
Goes for the nair instead of the down air.
Finds the racking up some percent. Bunga needs his deep breathing, needs to get this kill. Both players playing very panicked state right now. They both want this so badly. They both want to go face Alex 2020 right now.
Oh, he waited for an air dodge, Kyle.
Waiting for an air dodge, but he doesn't get it. Oh my goodness. I can hardly speak how close this is.
Teo is continuing the advantage onslaught. Bunga has been off stage for most of the set. Bunga has not been able to set up his camp that has worked for him so well in this set. The deep breathing upper going to poke through the Hollow Bastion platform, but it's not going to take it. Luigi forced to the ledge, gonna roll out of the situation, trying to find a grab, trying to find a down smash. Any move, that'll do it. Will the grab do it? Cyclone
yes,
does the Bunga DI correctly. Off the top, Teo is going to take it with the Cyclone. Incredible last hit we've seen from these players. Teo preventing the reverse 3-0. What a set.
What an incredible last stock that was. Both players play such panic, but that's what makes it so interesting. Like, both players want this so badly, but they're so scared of both characters' like win conditions. Luigi, it's like such good grabs. Like, even if he can't kill you with like a down throw into whatever he wants, he can still kill you with like a forward throw, like a more emphasis on a back throw. But with deep breathing, like almost anything will kill from Wii Fit.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually even surprised that up air from Wii Fit didn't do it on Hollow Bastion. I mean, right through the Hollow Bastion platform off the top. I mean, we're like 110, but like with deep breathing, that can be a scary spot. So, I mean, excellent stuff to Teo. I could not be happier with that losers finals, and I'm really excited to see what he brings into the finals. Will he bring back the Bowser Jr.? Will he continue to try with the lead G that's been working for him? But if Alex 20 is able to keep him out of range, that could be difficult. So we're going to have to find out, Kyle, but that's going to be it for us right now. Make sure you stick around for more Super Smash Bros. And Rocket League action here at the Apple Blossom Esports Tournament, sponsored by McDonald's, Frederick County Parks and Recreation, and Partners First Federal Credit Union. Thank you so much to our sponsors. We are going to continue with this tournament very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
Welcome back, everybody, to the McDonald's Esports Tournament here at the Shenandoah Esports Arena in Winchester, Virginia. My name is Chris Clayton, and I am joined, as always, by my lovely brother, Kevin. And Kevin, we will be getting into some intense Smash and Rocket League action soon. But first, I want to talk about how great of a time we've been having today, right? It's Apple Blossom time here in Winchester. We get this once a year, and thankfully we have been blessed to host an amazing tournament every year with our sponsors like McDonald's and Frederick County Parks and Rec and Partners First Federal Credit Union. So thank you so much to them for bringing this opportunity to us, and I want to give an extra shout out to McDonald's because you may not know, but more than 50% of McDonald's owners and 75% of McDonald's restaurant managers start behind the counter. So if you're looking for a job and want to find one at McDonald's, be sure to text APPLY, all caps APPLY, to 38000 today to get yourself started. So thank you so much to our sponsors. We've got some great stuff to talk about, Kevin, as we look to get into the action here pretty soon. But
yeah,
how you feeling?
Buddy, I'm feeling so good. Right before this break, I am in the broadcast room surrounded by multiple students and faculty for Shenandoah University, and we are squealing about the match that is going on, and I was loving every single minute of it, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. But also, we've been keeping an eye on the Rocket League, and now we're heading into the final rounds, which we've been talking about. Now the points are really starting to fall where, like, Cairo and Proto have been making such a commanding presence throughout this entire bracket that I'm starting to get excited to see what the rest of their run holds as we do see a little bit more of their Rocket League gameplay.
Yes, the game on your screen to the right, I believe, is the losers semifinals. So, and now as we bring to you a new game on the left side of your screen, that will be the winners semifinals. So the winner of the right screen, winners finals on the left side of the screen. So the winner of the Cairo Proto versus Jingsu and T-Dop game will go on to play the loser of Red and Nico versus Daydream and Comet. A lot of info, we'll be sure to keep you posted, but two very important games as we get very deep into this bracket, and we have certainly seen the top talent start to emerge as we got a bit what could potentially be a finals preview in a match between Red and Nico against Cairo and Proto.
Yeah, and it was relatively closer because we've seen a lot of commanding play. These players are very good. Some of our Rocket League players who are helping run, and one of them was on the desk earlier, Griffin, mentioned that they've played against these players before, which means that, frankly, they are incredibly high-level players. If you are playing at the collegiate level, especially in Rocket League, you are tangoing with the pros very often, and so you need to have that level of skill, you need to have that level of awareness, and I think we've seen a lot of that today.
Yeah, we absolutely have. In that series earlier, like we said, between Cairo Proto versus Red and Nico, going the absolute distance to Game 5 and scoring, Red and Nico scoring with literally 1 second left on the clock to pull ahead and put the game away. An incredible series, and what I personally expect to be our final series, but not if either of these orange teams have anything to say about it, because they're certainly not out of this yet, as they're showing both of these scores being 2-1, already much closer series than we've seen for most of today.
Yes, and frankly, even on the lower side of the bracket, we do see that 2 minutes 30 seconds have passed with only 3 points, and a lot of the games today have been very commanding, point totals hitting double digits, which isn't always super common in Rocket League. But as we see another point for T-Dop and Jingsu, we do see it is 2-2, and it is very possible for it to swing the other way. The pendulum is going back and forth, Chris.
Yes, but on the other hand, right, we have plenty of exciting Rocket League action, but I would argue even more exciting action on the Smash side of this tournament, as we are in the grand finals between Alex 2020 and Teo.
And we have Teo coming in from the lower side of the bracket, which means that Alex is going to want to take this win early on and is already definitely feeling the pressure. Oh my goodness, Luigi! Lord. Getting a down throw into the up special, which will take the stock. And this is something we have seen all weekend, Chris. Teo's Luigi is a force of nature, and I am fascinated by it.
No, yeah, I had the privilege of casting with Igloo earlier, and I said it a couple times actually about both of these players independently, that these are two of my favorite players and characters to watch, because they are both so incredibly talented and skilled at the characters they have chosen, and we're seeing that on display now. They've both gone through the bracket very successfully, stringing these insane combos together on both of the characters, and now Ike finds 2 kills in a row as I've been talking about it. These are the moments we're talking about. This is going to be an incredible series.
I love seeing the fact that this player, that Alex 2020, has these Ike Nair combos just down to a science. Luigi has been doing a good job of trying to find these options to get around them through earlier matches in the bracket, but I mean, we see it here where it's just one after another, but at the same time, when Ike lands, that is where he's going to be most vulnerable, as Luigi is able to connect another grab. The wind box sending Ike off stage, but he will be able to make it back, but after getting grabbed by Luigi, as we do see a good air dodge will allow Ike to make it back onto the stage, and here comes that neutral special, Chris. Oh, and a very good timing for the invincibility means that Luigi will be able to make it back onto the stage, as now Ike continues to space out the forward tilt and get Luigi back off stage, not wanting to deal with whatever sort of shenanigans Luigi can get up to. As the up special comes out, will that be enough? It will not, as Luigi is sitting at 135 but is off stage.
Yeah, and I cannot stress enough how impressive Alex 2020's movement has been throughout this entire bracket, finding another up B into his shield, and finally he will go down, and Alex 2020 will take the first game in this series. And it is worth noting, this is a best of 5 with a potential bracket reset should Teo take the series.
Yes, and there's a lot that is working against Teo right now, because when you're dealing with a sword character, they have that little bit of extra range to cover these options, and Luigi really wants to be in your face, and he struggles to find his way in, so it's going to be on Teo to find these opportunities. We've seen little bits of that light, little moments where it's all started to click together, but it hasn't been enough yet. He just needs a little bit more fuel, a little bit more pressure on the gas, and it frankly could swing the other way. We could see that bracket reset, but for now, if I'm Alex 2020, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you can't help but feel good, and as we now take a look at the Rocket League side, I'm going to point out that how close this series on the, or at least this game, is on the right side of your screen. Kyra Proto against Jinxu and T-Dot was just a 1-score game a moment ago, but now Kyra and Proto are able to pull up 2 with only 20 seconds remaining, might run away with that game, and we will keep you posted. But as we load into game 2 of this grand final series between Alex 2020 and Teo, a very even start so far.
Yes, and Luigi able to get a couple of good hits off, able to use the plunger to get the confirm onto the grab, trying to bait out an air dodge or something onto the platform, and Alex 2020 making the call out that Teo won't air dodge, going for the up smash, which will be able to take the stock right away, as now Ike is sitting at 103 but does get a grab to start off things for Alex 2020.
Man, yeah, both of these players are so explosive. They're so good at taking advantage of slight missteps and stringing them into insane combos, taking stocks at really any percent. And here comes a textbook Luigi combo, able to get out of that one for now. And Ike is able to find an up tilt to potentially start a combo of his own, but a couple missteps both ways will mean both players now just fighting for control of the stage and looking to start any one of their combos in their playbook, as Luigi finds a spike into the stage, nothing to quite follow up. A good dash attack will send Ike off stage, but I mean, this is so back and forth, and both of these players have so many options, so many tools to take these stocks at any given moment.
Yeah, and we do see Luigi trying to dance around the Ike, using that Cyclone to potentially shake up what sort of shield pressure Ike is going to be dealing with, because we do see Ike has been doing a lot of holding around the shield and only keeping it up for just a little bit, trying to maximize the punish window, but because the Cyclone lasts for so long, that means that Luigi has been able to poke the shield a couple of times, as we do see a very quick reaction from Alex 2020, trying to use that up B, won't be fast enough, as both players going for a strong enough back air will be able to take a stock, as we have a 1-stock to 1-stock game, but here comes Luigi with the grab.
Man, yeah, and these combos are so scary. Every single time Teo finds one of those grabs, you just never know what could come of it. There's so many different outcomes depending on how both players react to it, and we see now Ike just trying to get any traction of his own, but so far this stock has been Luigi all the way, and a Cyclone leading up to the top of the screen will mean Teo will tie this series 1-1.
Chris, I mean, Luigi, off of one good hit, is able to get Ike higher up onto that stage. That move's knockback is relatively solid, but it's the fact that you can use it so high up and it sends at just the right angle that it can take stocks at relatively early percents, and it's offering just so much value. I have never seen Cyclone just get so much going for it beyond this weekend. It has been crazy.
Yeah, this has just been incredible to watch, and I want to point out that Cairo and Pro did end up taking game 1 in this series as we caught the end of it right before that Smash game. Meanwhile, it does look like Nico and Red on the other side of the bracket will be taking their game 1 by storm. And I mean, like I said, the talent at this point in the bracket is so intense, and competition is so intense that all of these players are so talented now. We do see Red and Nico still able to find such a commanding game, winning their game by like double digits. But enough of Rocket League, right? We have more Smash Bros. To bring to you as we have a new map for Game 3.
Yeah, we're sitting in the Animal Crossing country, and we do see Ike going for the jab on the shield. Means that Luigi gets an up special sweet spot just for being around. Ike able to go and try to land, but Luigi landing an up smash and then landing the back air to close out the stock onto Alex 2020, with Luigi sitting at a very comfortable 26%. This matchup is starting to look a little bit better, but one good air dodge call out from Alex 2020 means that Luigi is feeling the pressure again.
Yeah, and I thought Luigi might not have had his jump, but he is able to recover back from as I was wrong. He did have his jump and recovers pretty easily, but now, I mean, again, stringing these combos together, all these up airs jumping off of the platform in the middle, but Ike now using it to his advantages. He's able to string his own combos up, and I mean, just back and forth combos both directions, able to find a back air for this Ike and finally tie up the stocks as Ike finds himself all the way up at 80%.
Alrighty, and now a Cyclone able to get Luigi out of whatever combo Ike was cooking up with that up throw, as we do see a couple of good up airs into the back air will send Ike off stage, but the quick draw is able to bring him back onto the stage, as now we are sitting in that neutral. Luigi looking for an opportunity to get that back air in, and a couple of good fireballs will keep Ike on his toes and eating a good amount of leather from Luigi's shoes.
Yeah, and it just looked like the hits done from those fireballs also just kind of stunned the player, right? Kind of stuck in that moment trying to dodge them and just kind of keeps falling into him. And you said it, I mean, catches a boot to the face, launching him all the way across the screen, but now looking to put this stock away. Hasn't taken much damage yet in his first stock, although Luigi does find a couple forward airs, and now here come the up airs.
Yep, a couple of good hits. Look how Teo is dancing around Ike's shield. If he's getting these hits, whether he's getting these hits or not, it's very just rapid succession.
Man.
Hitting the shield and walking away. Not going to risk Ike going for an up B out of shield, going for any sort of aerial out of shield, making sure that the spacing is working in his favor, and Teo is getting great advantage off of that, which means that right now it's on Alex to find new opportunities to find his way in, as we do see the up special off stage. The forward tilt after the roll-in will be able to take a stock if we have a one stock to one stock situation, and Ike has been doing an amazing job of stringing combos together as well, but again, Luigi showing off his new shoes is going to get another good back air and bring this series 2-1. Chris, we are one game away from a potential bracket reset.
This is crazy, man. Both of these players are so evenly matched, and although Teo had to run through the loser's bracket because he dropped a series earlier, it should not be indicative that Teo is at all a worse player or anything. I mean, that's going to be the point of this series. We're gonna see who the better player is after potentially a very long season. But man, these players are neck and neck, and the talent is off the charts. It's so much fun to watch.
I mean, Alex 2020 has had a lot of sunshine, like these great spotlight moments where suddenly you're seeing just these crazy combo strings, and he's taken out characters. He's had a handful of 0 to deaths throughout this entire bracket, and I love it because it just shows that these two characters, who you don't see much anymore, are truly still have so much going for them.
No, yeah, it's so much fun to watch, and I have said it all day. I love watching these characters specifically, and so yeah, I mean, although they don't get much action anymore, I mean, this is special.
Oh, absolutely. Now, Alex 2020 looking for the nairs. We are on the small battlefield, which will work well for the Ike up special, but we do see an up special from the Luigi trying to call out the landing just a little bit too slow. The Ike aerial being safe enough for him to land with the shield up, as now we do see Ike trying to space out the nair, Luigi trying to space out the plunger, trying to catch these landings. Again, that is where Ike is going to be most vulnerable throughout all of this, and which is why we're seeing these grabs connect, is because Ike's main combo setup is going for this nair, which means that you need to be going for this startup. But because of that, if you're able to get around it, if you are able to space it out just right, that means that you can find that punish window. It's going to be on Alex to almost mix up these landings, as we see Luigi getting a 90% combo, 107 onto this Ike. A down throw into the Cyclone means another stock is gone. Chris,
Dude,
it's happening.
This is crazy. The way Teo is able to just literally sprint at you no matter where you're standing and apply so much pressure. I mean, you're just begging, you're pressing buttons to just try to get away from him and find any window to start your own game. But Teo is so all over it all the time, everywhere, all at once. It's so overwhelming to watch.
Yes, but we do see the Ike up tilt able to secure that stock, and we have seen multiple times where Alex 2020 has been able to find a string of his own and really bring this back. But a very good nair will be able to get Luigi to go for the up B, but it won't be enough as he does fall off stage. He's sitting at the ledge, and we do see Alex able to get one nair, two nairs. But the Cyclone, again, helping Luigi fall out of this combo, as we do see another couple of nair string. But Luigi able to get the grab, goes for the, that seems like a slight misinput if I had to guess, because that would put some value, but it very well also does not matter, because Luigi gets the up smash and we have the bracket reset.
Oh my lord, Kevin. I mean, after watching the bracket this far, I would have taken Alex 2020 so far, because his fundamentals, his movement is so incredible, right? He's so good at spacing himself around the opponent moveset, and it seemed to me like he'd be able to control and like be prepared for all of these Luigi combos that are going to come out based around his grab, right? But Teo's showing that absolutely not, right? He can run at you and find whatever he needs, and it's just such a strong competitor in every way.
Yes, because on the one hand, if Luigi is running at you and is constantly doing that, means you want to throw out the forward tilts. But if that's not going to be enough, then it's going to be like, let's assume you throw out that forward tilt. If it doesn't connect, Luigi's going to get that grab, and that grab offers so much value. Igloo mentioned it earlier, low percent, mid percent, high percent, it slices and dices, it purees and fries, it just doesn't matter. It does everything and more.
No, it's crazy. And now Ike going for it all for a fully charged forward smash. Teo quick to react and gets out of that situation. But, I mean, excuse me, now as we have a bracket reset here, the score is now back to 0, and that one game that Alex 2020 was able to find for himself is now gone. And a down air into a shield will land to a sweet spot up special for Luigi and lead to a first stock taken for Teo.
The up smash landing on the weak spot at the end, which means Luigi will take a little bit of damage, but is going to be feeling the pressure. There's that up special. That will be able to close the stock, and that move is definitely going to be the go-to going forward for a lot of this match, but it's going to be on Alex 2020 to find these opportunities, because again, if that move misses, that's where we're seeing Luigi get a lot of these combo starters off, and so it's getting to that awkward spot. But we do see, look at how Alex 2020 is spacing out his option, is trying to really dance around Luigi, but also earlier we've been seeing Alex 2020 almost sit back a little bit too much and give Luigi his own space to start spacing out the Ike nairs. Now he's sitting a lot closer. He's making sure that if Luigi is going to keep running at me, I'm going to punish him for it. And so the up special does connect, and now Alex 2020 has the lead.
Yeah, and changing up his off-stage options as well, opting to go a little bit more out wide to pursue the Luigi. And as the Luigi saw it, Teo forced to go out a little bit more and try to recover low. But Alex 2020 able to make it back to the stage comfortably and defend it. and leading to a great stock there. But now, I mean, yeah, with Alex 2020 having one of his biggest leads of the day, now he gets up smashed and will lose that lead. Equal stocks 1-1, but Luigi up to 60%, now 75, and above Ike is a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, buddy. Now Luigi at 83 and about a nair to a back air or a nair to the up special, or just frankly an up special, will be able to either take out Luigi or at the very least get him back onto that offstage, which will allow Alex 2020 to bring it back. But we do see a very good Luigi combo trying to go for the Cyclone, but it will not connect as Ike jumps over the plunger and hits him with the back air, as we do see Luigi able to go for the side B, is able to make it back to the stage, but immediately goes for the neutral get up, and Ike covers the option with the forward tilt, which means Alex 2020 goes up 1-0.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty clear that Alex 2020 was trying to get a counter off of whatever Luigi's recovery was going to be, whether it was the side B or an up B. Alex was trying to get there, but he went down, saw the side B coming, and couldn't get back to the stage in time, and ends up getting hit by the side B, but ultimately able to get the very, very tip of his forward tilt to hit, and it launches Luigi just enough at a high enough percentage to get the kill.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see the other side of this, right? When we talk about adaptations through the bracket, and especially in a tournament setting where you are rewarded, you are encouraged for adapting your own game plan on the fly. I think we're seeing that here because both players are doing a really good job of dancing around each other. But right now we are seeing just a very quick sort of button check, making sure everything is good. They are making sure.
Yep, looks like we're good to go, right? I did turn around and look. The players were just talking to each other real quick. It looked like we might have restarted, but they have both agreed that we will just play. So I'm not sure what the issue was, but it seems like whatever the issue is can't matter enough, because Teo finds a proper 0-to-death combo and will take his first stock before we even knew the game had started.
Oh no, Chris, I think I've seen this one before. 49%, Luigi still sitting at 0. Okay, the Ike down tilt, and not going for anything more. Notice how he doesn't want to get hit by that Cyclone. He's very deliberate about trying to dance around that move. That move offers so much, but Ike able to connect the back air, able to get the dash attack. The percents are starting to even up, but you do still have a stock lead to deal with. It's just a matter of how do you close this one, as we do see the Ike nairs. But again, Luigi has good space, and now there is the approach. I've seen this Luigi go for the jab into the plunger, and I think that's a very good option because, frankly, it forces... Oh my goodness, Chris. Ike went for the counter, but it just barely missed the time.
Yeah, we keep seeing Ike go for this, right? Every time Luigi's off stage, he's able to match the basically horizontal value that Luigi's falling at. So just waiting for him to side B so that he can counter. But that time, it did not matter. A counter was not ready for that one, as Luigi finds a kill and will go up another stock once again.
Yeah, now we do see Ike going for the nair. Luigi able to return it with a quick plunger hit in the air, which means that the combos will start. Both players trading a couple of hits. A good nair into the back air will mean that Ike is currently the one with the advantage. Luigi is off stage at 100%, and the neutral special is charged, but will not connect. But at the up special will, and that does bring this to a one-stock game, which is so incredibly good for Alex 2020, who had a slightly rough start. But Luigi able to grab at 45%, able to get the down air into the nair, into the up special sweet spot, and it all just falls into place.
It really just is all falling into place, and the talent that I cannot emphasize it enough. These players are so clean, so well polished, and finding those combos, finding their own setups, creating their own setups, and capitalizing. The execution is gorgeous. But I do want to take, we've been talking about a lot of Smash Bros. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Rocket League that you guys have been seeing between games, as Red and Nico are pulling way ahead, and it looks like will advance unless barring a miracle. But Cairo and Proto actually falling behind and dropping Game 3, so that game will at least go to Game 4.
Yes, but we are in Game 3 of a Grand Finals reset for Super Smash Bros., and that means that it is anyone's game at the moment, as we do see Luigi off stage 55%, and everything is starting to build up. Look at these Ike nairs and how he's making sure he's creating as much space as possible, but Luigi has been doing such a great job of really dancing around them. The up air into the back air, and look where he stands, making sure that if Ike is going to get close, he's going to take at the very least a forward air, just a little bit of chip damage, but at the same time, if that move misses, I mean, Ike is just calling it out again. Teo not opting to air dodge, which has paid off a lot during this bracket. Alex 2020 returns it with an up smash, but at the same time, I mean, look at the Cyclone, man.
I mean, it's just back and forth. Both of these players, once again, taking advantage of the opportunities they create. Ike able to find that fully. Oh my lord, not quite a full 0 to death, but again, like, these combos getting him up to 90%, even if that's not a kill. Luigi is primed to get another stock whenever he needs it, but Ike absolutely striking back, looking for a back air. Well-timed air dodge will get Luigi out of that situation. And, I mean, it's just so explosive. Both of these players killing each other within seconds of the first one going down. I mean, it's just textbook back and forth.
Yep, Nair into the Cyclone again, taking Alex 2020 off of the top, as we do see Alex 2020 going for the up smash. We won't be able to connect, but the Nair into the up air will, as Luigi opting for the Cyclone, trying to potentially catch Ike for another aerial. Again, the invincibility being able to get Luigi back onto the stage and not have to deal with whatever these sort of setups will lead to, but the up special from Ike won't be enough. Very good DI from Teo means that he will be able to hold on to the stock for a little bit longer, and we talk about it a bunch. That 12% may change the entire game.
It certainly could, and only time will tell, but as Luigi's able to find another grab, all hearts drop as he looks for the up special. It ticks once, but it is not able to find a kill. Air dodging down, Ike falls out of the combo and still just needs to find anything to get his own game going. A forward throw off the stage will mean that Ike has to protect the ledge but can't quite keep it, and now looking for a down air, can't quite find the spike, and I mean, this is so crazy.
Oh, the wind box, but he doesn't go down,
oh
Chris. But they roll in, and Luigi, on reaction, is able to get the up smash and punish him for it, meaning that he will be going up. Teo is 2-1 and may potentially bring this back from a lower bracket reset and all.
Yeah, man. I mean, now, we looked too at potential upsets, right? We moved to Rocket League, and Cairo and Proto are what I assumed to be the favorite, at least in this matchup, but Jinxu and TDAP have absolutely held their own, right? Taking a game of their own, and now within the first minute of this game, there have been 4 goals scored in 60 seconds. So this game has been a shootout while we've been watching Smash Bros.
Oh man, I love good close matches, and so the more we have, the merrier. But in a minute here, we are going to be switching back to Smash Bros, and I just want to talk for a second. Teo has been competing all weekend, has been competing in a tournament yesterday that Shenandoah hosted, and then this McDonald's Esports tournament as well, which means that he has been feeling the pressure, and a lot of people do feel exhausted, but frankly, I think Teo has almost just continued to just get better and better and just find new ways to continue improving these combos, finding ways to improvise, and even if you aren't getting what a lot of people would consider to be the textbook standard, you can improvise something new, and I love it.
Yeah, and we're seeing more of this Teo playstyle of just running straight at you now. An air dodge off stage, trying to get to the ledge, won't quite get there, and will lose his stock for it. And after what was such a strong start for Teo, it does go a little bit wrong, but he's able to find the kill anyway, and we are back to a fresh slate with 2 stocks.
Yeah, we do see Ike going for the full hop nairs, is able to get the tech chase, get a solid 52% as Luigi is forced to air dodge down, will be able to make it back to the ledge. Ike, another nair into the back air, is going to continue racking up this percent. It's starting to look good, but here comes a couple of good Luigi hits. One jab will equalize everything, as now 72% on Ike, 78 on Luigi, as both players look for their next in.
Yeah, and a back air into a forward air all the way to the corner of the screen. Probably the most aggressive off-stage interaction we've seen from Alex 2020 this set, and I love that. I think that might be what needs to change for Alex 2020 if he's going to come back in this series. Now down 2-1, needs to win these next 2 games back-to-back. He needs to play almost perfectly.
We talk a lot on this desk about respect, what you have to respect of your opponent's options. But when it comes to this sort of game plan, there is such a thing as too much respect. So if you're going to let the Luigi recover back onto the stage, if you have the opportunity to go and swipe at him, by all means, you can take it. As right now, Ike is at 156 and is trying to sit close to Luigi as Luigi goes for the back throw, but it won't be enough. Ike is sitting at 169 on the platform, is going to get the up special. It won't be enough, but with that rage knockback, it is really starting to add up.
Yeah, and I thought he might have just dragged Luigi down with him, but a back air will finish the job anyway, and Alex 2020 finishes game 4 of this bracket reset with 2 stocks remaining, and we are going to a game 5 in this bracket reset.
Oh, wow, so many close matches, and I love that we've seen Game 5 multiple times throughout this weekend because it speaks not only to the level of the players, but the level of the community is just growing. People are starting to match each other and really start to figure out, how do we continue to improvise? I can't go in with just the same game plan. I need to figure out new ways to sort of bait my opponent's options and try to figure out new things. But as we sit here, we do see Rocket League is still going. Cairo and Proto are up a point with 1 minute and 20 on the clock, but Jengsu and T-Dop will be able to get a shot onto the goal, but it won't be enough. 1 point will bring it to overtime, Chris, and frankly, I think it is very possible for that reverse sweep as well.
Yeah, that game very much still in striking distance, although they are down 1 goal. Plenty of time to find a way back in, but let's watch this game 5, right? Nothing else matters for now as we are in grand finals reset between Alex 2020 and Teo. I mean, this has been insane. We see the adaptations throughout this series, but although we see the adaptations, both of these players absolutely still sticking to their fundamentals, their strategies that they came in with, and I mean, it's just been crazy to watch. My God, as we see Alex 2020 just trying to get back on stage and catches a Luigi forward smash to the face, but a down tilt into a back air won't quite secure that stock, and Alex 2020 needs to be careful going that far off stage. He does know his limits and is able to get back without taking any damage until he gets back, but now Teo on the aggression.
Yes, and it all comes down to this back and forth of who's going to be playing aggressive and who's going to try and sit back with their options, because frankly, we've seen where Ike tried to approach with this Nair and instead ate the Luigi forward smash, and that's a lot of what this comes down to. But Ike's up special will leave him in enough lag for Luigi to connect the up special himself, and that means that Teo is up 3 stocks to 1.
What percent was he at? That was such an early kill.
I think 88 at the end.
And that had to have been, I mean, like pixel perfect perfection percentage to make that kill happen. But that's disaster for Alex 2020 as he now has to claw through 2 full stocks, and this is game 5. You don't get another opportunity. You can't look at the next game. You need to capitalize now.
Yeah, we do see the Cyclones coming back out, and we do see Alex 2020 doing a really good job of trying to capitalize on that, playing incredibly aggressive and making sure that if he is going to commit to these options, that at the very least he's going to be rewarded for it, as he does see Luigi going for the down throw, trying to get an air dodge or some other reaction. Ike opting for the back air to potentially fast fall. We do see another Luigi down throw into the Cyclone, and that is it. Teo walks away, the McDonald's Esports Tournament Smash Bros. Champion, and walks away with the prize.
Wow, that was incredible. I mean, I want to take so much time to talk about what we just saw, but I don't feel like we can. We'll talk about it later. This game 4 in Rocket League is in overtime between Jingsu, T-Dop, Cairo, and Proto, and now a big shot will get cleared. No threat there. Wow. Okay, back to Smash Bros. For half a second. An incredible series from Teo to claw through the bracket reset, find his opportunities, get his combos, and show that he is the best player here. And after a long weekend of competition, he gets rewarded. He will walk away our grand champion in the McDonald's Esports Tournament Smash Bros. Competition. And meanwhile, Cairo and Proto will walk away with this series. Game 4 overtime does not matter. They will not be taking this to a game 5. They will advance to play Red and Nico.
Wow. There's so much going on, Chris. Oh my goodness. We had Rocket League go into the overtime, we had a little bump just be able to close that out. But also Smash Bros, oh my goodness, it just all fell into place.
Yes, and I misspoke too. There, I got a little caught up in the excitement. They will not quite go and play Red and Nico yet. They have one more game remaining. But losers finals will come at you later. Oh my lord, we just saw so much incredible esports competition on both of those games. That was electric to watch. I think I need a minute to sort of gather my thoughts. So we are going to take a quick break from the competition here from the broadcast McDonald's Esports Tournament here in Winchester, Virginia. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with an interview from our Smash Bros. Champion.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
Alrighty, we are back with more of the McDonald's Esports Tournament action, and I am back on the desk with Teo, our Smash Bros. Champion. Teo, how are you feeling right now?
Oh my, the emotions are going everywhere. I played him earlier in the bracket, and he had my number. He 3-0'd me. He's really good. I think his name's Alex. He plays a really good Ike. I'm just really happy that I was able to represent St. Francis. We're always looking for new players, so definitely take a look into that.
Yeah, buddy. I love to hear that. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the bracket run. You played against Alex earlier in the bracket and did end up going down into the lower side, and then you brought it back. What ended up changing? What was running through your head when going into that match again?
You know, we compete at St. Francis. Our games are online, and if people don't know, Smash Bros. Isn't supposed to be played online. And there's a big difference, and we don't compete a lot offline. So I've been playing all day. I played in a tournament yesterday, and my hands got used to pretty much the feel of that. I started reading his moves, how we played. I got used to his play style, and I was able to execute my kills and not mess them up as much this time.
That's good. I do feel like we do see, Luigi feels like a character that we don't see nearly as much as often. Do you feel like this character has a lot going for him? You seem very comfortable on him.
Absolutely. The fact that you can 0 to death people, I messed up. So I didn't even do a good representation of it. I didn't even hit it once. So there. Oh geez, the fact that you could 0 to death a character and they can't do anything about it. I mean, gotta kind of have to give him some props for that. You know what I mean? He's a pretty good character. I think people underestimate him a lot. You have to play him really well in neutral, and you have to execute your combos. And if you don't execute, I would have lost. I'm going to be honest with you. So
no, but you did execute, which means you do walk away the champion of today. And I do have one final question for you. Is there anybody that you would love to shout out on the desk right now, whoever you want?
I first and foremost want to say what also really helped me get through this and keep my anxiety low was my faith in Jesus Christ. It's a big part of my life, so all praise to him. I want to shout out my mom and my dad if they're watching. They probably can't even believe I'm standing here right now. And my roommate, Dan. Shout out to you.
Yeah, buddy. Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations once again for walking away the Smash Bros. Tournament champion for the McDonald's Esports Tournament. And I will congratulate you once more. But with that, I think we are going to take one more quick break before heading over to Rocket League. So don't go anywhere, and we will be back with even more action.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the McDonald's Esports event here in Winchester, Virginia at Shenandoah University Esports. My name is Zombie Xander. I'm joined by Mango. Welcome. We're here for the lower bracket finals. We've got quite a matchup here as Red and Nico sent the other gauntlet, or not the other gauntlet, the other juggernaut of the tournament down to the lower side. That would be Proto and Cairo. It's hard to remember all these names when I don't have them right in front of me, but they are now in the lower bracket finalists, or lower bracket finals, and it's going to be a good matchup here. They've got to get through one last team before they can try and face off against Red and Nico one more time. We'll see how it goes.
Right, absolutely. We got Proto and Cairo sitting on this blue side, and we're going to have Daydream and Comet out on the orange. Now, Daydream and Comet arguably had an easier ride all the way up until the losers finals rather than Cairo. And Proto of course, having to run into Red and Nico. Like I said, though, both teams have been pretty dominant throughout all of these games. Both teams only losing one game to another team. I believe Daydream and Comet lost to, I'm blanking, I don't know who. But Cairo and Proto lost to Red and Nico, who are arguably the team to beat in this tournament. But we're looking for a best of 5 here. And of course, whoever wins this will go on to play Red and Nico in the winners grand finals.
I think it was Red and Nico that actually sent them both to the lower bracket. So.
But yes, there will be a bracket reset. So whoever wins this will have to beat Red and Nico twice.
Which is a tall task, considering that Red and Nico both sent them both down here to toil away in the lower side bracket. But Proto with an opportunity to Daydream, easily swatting that away with Comet backing that one up. Another opportunity, but Comet there for the defense. And good pressure so far from Cairo Proto, and Proto putting the first one on the board.
Absolutely. Proto and Cairo have been such an outstanding kind of offensive pressure, and what they're really doing is trying to lure Daydream and Comet kind of out of that defensive position to kind of get them into an uncomfortable zone to where one touch simply as Cairo banging it off the wall and Proto getting a really nice redirect into the back of the net can simply just put a goal away against this team.
Yeah, and the fact that Daydream and Comet weren't really able to get any really meaningful clears in that defensive stretch. Wow, and what an attack back. Proto trying to save this one. Let's take another look as he gets back in time, but has to deal with Comet and the pressure that he was putting on, trying to get the bump out of the goal, and just couldn't quite save that one as Daydream going to put that one through. Absolutely. Comet trying to of course, demo Proto, open up the goal for Daydream. Proto having to force to be kind of go for that squishy save, which puts him in a very inadequate position, and Daydream kind of being in the lucky position that Proto saved it right into, slamming that one into the back of the net. Going to tie it up here, basically a brand new game. But like I said before, it's twos. Anything can happen. Things can change on a dime. You just want to be able to kind of play with your teammate, right? You don't want to leave him out to dry. One of the best things about being able to play twos is you have to have a fast rotation back or a fast recovery. You don't want to have your teammate in the play by himself for too long. But another one of the most important things and the most kind of useful things in twos is demos. If your team can get a good demo, as Proto is going to slide that one right into the near post, Comet just kind of quite unable to finagle his car to block that. But yeah. Beautiful setup from Cairo there to put that one, really making it a little bit awkward from Comet to try and get up for it, not really knowing if it was going to be hitting the crossbar or just being topside goal. And then Proto, right off the rebound, able to sink that one pretty easily. Now Comet with a nice shot, but Proto getting a good touch on it. Another good one from Comet. And this is the offensive pressure that we expect from Daydream in the response that they had in their first goal of the game. But now, going back the other way, Proto with an easy one in the breakaway. And now they've got the 2-point lead here. 2 minutes and 49 seconds left in game number 1. Absolutely. Comet there trying to get that cut for Orange to kind of keep the offensive pressure intact. However, Cairo also cutting in was able to bump Comet out the way, which really opened up that counterattacking opportunity, leading to that 3-1. And now, Comet to midfield. Cairo with a good touch. Misses that one, though, and Proto have to make a move here. And a move is exactly what's going to happen. Tries to get the flip reset, but gets taken away. Cairo there to clean up. And a nice rebound off the wall. Proto barely missing it to redirect into the net. And Daydream's going to go back the other way, waiting for his teammate try and help out because the 2v1s are where it's at, and Proto able to defend.
Right. And something so like prominent in these 2v2 games is that if you have one player like this that can kind of 1v2 into getting the ball into a great position, something like this where Proto is really putting on the pressure and Daydreams is in a bad spot taking that cut up when he should have taken that ball across the back wall. But it really was enabled Proto to be able to force that ball into the middle. Cairo absolutely diming it to the left side, taking a kind of bounce off the sidewall. But like I said earlier, cheating in twos is one of the most prominent forms of early pressure that you can get.
Yeah.
If you can cheat in twos, right, and have your teammate kill that ball for you, and then you're getting that free possession in the middle, whereas the other player might still be on defense, and especially if you're someone like Proto that can do a lot with a little bit of boost, it opens up a whole new ballgame. He's going to look to double tap this one just like that. That's why he's a mechanical guy.
Oh, beautiful. Let's take another look from coast to coast off the top left part of the wall, and an easy double touch there right into the net. Daydream and Comet really don't have an answer for a move like that. Now 5-1 in favor of Cairo and Proto, and looking to get something going here late in game number 1. And nothing doing as Cairo once again piling another one on. They may have to start looking at game number 2.
Absolutely. I am 100% agree with you. If you're in this situation, you're down 5 with less than 2 minutes left, you might want to just kind of be like, all right, look, we're not going to win this one. We need to kind of focus our things on the next game. What are they doing good, right? What do they have that's going well for them? That would be their overwhelming offensive pressure, right? If you can cut their pressure to the point where you can kind of get that first man to be too far overcommitted, and then you can have a 1v2 counterattack, it might open up a lot more chances for you and your teammate to kind of work in some goals of your own.
Yeah, Proto had an opportunity for a shot there. Opted not to take it, went and rode the wall all the way down to give one over to Cairo. Wasn't able to secure this one, but Cairo and the communication these two have, really something else.
Right, absolutely. These two have been playing together for a couple years now over at Woodson High, playing in VHSL, and kind of always been being so dominant, right? I mean, it works so well, especially these great players play a lot more twos than they do threes because, I mean, I don't know if anybody knows this, but pros actually play probably 3 to 4 more times twos games than they do threes games, right? They get more time on the ball. It allows them to play at a faster pace. It allows them to kind of be put in more uncomfortable situations more often, and it really provides a lot more practice.
Well, if that's any mark of success for Cairo and Proto, the fact that they're playing so well here in the lower finals in this tournament, got a bright future in Rocket League, it seems, especially being 2 of the best high school Rocket League players in Virginia.
Right, absolutely. Proto arguably being possibly the best or second best player in VHSL right now. The only other person that comes to mind is Connor from Lord Botetourt High School. But anybody else would argue and say that this guy has the best mechanics in the entirety of the tournament. He just knows what to do with his car in almost any situation.
It's absolutely showing as this clock ticks down to 0 in game number 1. A 7-1 scoreline in favor of Cairo Proto. Daydream and Comet looking to get some things sorted as they move into game number 2 as the ball is killed and the win goes over to the blue squad here. Best of 5s here as we finish out this bracket. So with the lower final that we have left, the remaining games there, and then the the grand final bracket, we also are going to be doing a bracket reset. So in the off chance that the lower finalists here, whoever wins this series, goes and wins against Red and Nico, they will go to a full bracket reset and play another best of 5, as something we just saw in the Smash bracket.
Right, absolutely. It just goes to show that really anybody can win this at any time, right?
Yeah.
We have these teams I believe when Cairo and Proto played Nico and Red, they actually went to Game 5, and the only there was a 1-goal differential between the teams, and it was a last-second, 1-second goal by Red.
Yeah.
I mean, literally anything can happen. Any of these teams could win. It can go both ways. We saw the last team that Cairo and Proto played, I believe it was... I honestly am blanking on the names.
Cairo and Proto.
They played J-Dot and Kenzo.
Yep.
Kenzu or whatever. Jinxu.
Jinxu.
And, yeah, that was his name.
People want to say Jinxie.
Right. Like Jinxu and J-Dot or whatever his name was. And basically, those games were actually a lot closer than anyone would have thought they had been. Just because, like, it just goes to show that there are so many different adaptations to a 2's playstyle. Like this, right? Cairo overcommits for this ball, and Daydreams is able to sneak that one past Proto, but they got a demo which really opened up the playing field. They were able to basically have a 2v1 onto goal, and Daydreams was able to sneak that one in the back. Proto caught mid-flip and wasn't quite late to that ball.
And maybe that's the key, that they need to open up this field a little bit more, is start to get a little bit more physical, because playing straight up didn't seem to work. But if you get a demo, that is half of your opponents off the field for a short spell.
Right, exactly. And something also so prominent, which we just saw Comet do, is fake challenging. Fake challenging can kind of lure your teammate to get rid of possession on the ball. And it kind of can lead to a bunch as Daydreams is putting on the pressure. He's not going to step down without a fight, right? Proto caught in this unfortunate situation, and Daydreams arguably getting the best possible bounce for him, and Cairo unable to kind of read Proto's miss and get that save.
And this is kind of a dream start for Daydream and Comet coming into game number 2, a 2-goal lead just 40 seconds in. Now all they have to do is play the clock. Obviously, Cairo and Proto will not stop their offensive pressure, as 5 seconds later they put their first goal on the board. However, they still have a lead here, Daydream and Comet, in game number 2. And continuing offensive pressure is going to be key for them to continue competing well with Cairo Proto, especially how many goals were scored in game number 1 for the blue squad.
Right, absolutely. I mean, like we said, this is up in the air to anyone's game, but like I said before, it just shows that there are so many different possible playstyles that you can play. You can see Proto and Cairo going for more of these flashy plays where they're kind of going for individual over team.
No way!
As Comet is just quite unable to kind of get that touch on the ball. And Cairo is going to sneak that one right past. I believe Comet accidentally double jumped instead of front flipping, but it's okay. It happens. Believe me, even at the highest level of the game, people are making those slight mistakes like that. But like I said, Cairo and Proto are playing kind of a lot more individual and flashy game, whereas Daydreams and Comet are working together. They're finding those 2v1s and getting those demos to open up that backfield from the side of Cairo and Proto.
Right. And I love that you're talking about the different play styles from these players. And boy, talk about flashy. Some of these angles that these passes these two players are getting to each other, this is just absolutely awesome. Right by Comet, Daydream a little bit flat-footed there, unable to get in front of the net. And all of a sudden, Cairo Proto hitting 3 in a row to take the lead here in game number 2.
Right. And good save by Daydream. I thought Cairo was going to be jumping for that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, though, you can't get too overconfident and overzealous. You want to kind of be balanced, right? I believe that 2s is like a yin and yang kind of thing. Like, you give and you get. You have to kind of let your teammate do it like their own thing. You have to support them no matter what. Proto going to bounce off the ceiling. That's just in the back of the net. But like I said, someone gets too overconfident or goes up for a bad ball that they have no chance of getting, and then something like that happens where you're not quite able to get back in time, and then it's a quick turnaround goal. I mean, simple things like that can change on a dime.
Yeah, absolutely. Now 4-2, 2-point lead, a comfort goal for Cairo Proto. 3 minutes left here in game number 2. As Proto once again maintaining possession off the kickoff. A challenge by Comet there, but a clean miss. And Proto taking advantage once again. Another goal in the net. Now just under 3 minutes to play. And this is looking pretty solid for the blue squad as Daydream and Comet came out swinging early, but have fallen a little bit quiet here towards the middle of the game.
Right, and something that Cairo and Proto are doing so well is that they have this overwhelming presence. Once Proto hits a couple of these shots, it kind of scares off Comet and Daydreams to the point where maybe they're not as confident in their defense as they should be. And something so prominent is like a fast turn like that where the defender wasn't kind of expecting Cairo to turn and chow. That has to come from your teammate. Your teammate has to be like, hey, one's turning, one's cutting. You have to be aware of that situation, and the barrels down to a lot of communication. Like, twos is, like I said, give and take. You guys also just have to be able to commit with one another.
What seems crazy to me is that it seems like Kyro and Proto, and we see Daydream Comet getting another one on the board here now, just a 3-goal deficit, that it feels like Kyro and Proto are gaining momentum as they continue to play. We're not even at halftime yet, and they've almost equaled the number of goals they scored in game number 1. They just need one more to equal that, and their rate of goals seems to be picking up. So if they actually, this might be something interesting, that if Kyro and Proto do win this series, they may be able to take this momentum straight into the grand finals, where Red and Nico maybe have gotten a little bit cold because they've been sitting there waiting in the grand finals lobby for a bit. Obviously, they're going to be warming up a little bit, but against competition like these guys where they're really starting to hit a really solid stride, could be dangerous for the current grand finalists waiting there.
I 100% agree. Something at this high of a level where Proto is able to kind of dance his way around the field and kind of do almost anything he wants in terms of aerial control and aerial flexibility, right? He has these kind of weapons in his arsenal that he can just pull out. And something so prominent, like I said, is most players play a lot more 2s than they do 3s, which that goes to show, like, tournaments like these, we didn't think we'd have as strong as a, like, kind of turnout as we did, right? We weren't thinking that we were going to have 8 teams. Personally, I thought we would have maybe 3 to 4 teams show up. And then when they said we had 8, I was like, oh, wow, we actually have a decent turnout. We can play a full bracket. But it just goes to show that, like, people want more 2s tournaments in the scene. There's not enough of them being done, and especially ones like this where it's, like, local, right? We have people from Nova, Maryland. I believe Woodson is almost really far east on the kind of the coastal region, and then we have some people maybe from West Virginia, where it's like these local tournaments, it invites more people to come play and kind of get into that kind of competitive scene, because I think for some of these people this is their first ever tournament.
Yeah, and we know there's great players from West Virginia, as we recently just had the NACE Grand Finals. West Virginia University takes it, and they also won Boost on the Beach.
Yeah.
Which is a Shenandoah University special that we hosted down in Myrtle Beach.
Right, absolutely. Go check out Boost on the Beast, guys. It was a good time. I wasn't there personally. I had some other things to do. Sorry about that. But it's all right. It's all good times. But once again, host those tournaments. Everyone, I mean, universities are welcome to come. Like, oh, that is a great ball down.
That was a really nice waterfall down.
Man, that was a good touch. I mean, what do you, like we said in the first game, what do you do here if you're down 4 goals with like a minute to play, right? You cut your losses and you go, all right, what are they doing good? But against players like Kyro and Proto, who are just so mechanical in the air, and they have that overwhelming offensive pressure, right? They are starving Daydream and Comet to where the point where they can't get any boost, and then you have to kind of have a big clear to give away any sort of possession that you can get just to get a little bit of boost in your tank.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy is that the fact that there are 8 goals on the side of Kyro Proto, but Daydream and Comet have not been slouches on the offensive side of the ball. 4 goals will win you most games.
That is very true. It's just like when you have competition at this high of a level, it's hard. It is definitely hard. One thing that I think Daydreams and Comet should both utilize a little bit more are these demos. I know that Kyro and Proto are both fast players, and they're not just going to sit in place and let you demo them. But into that situation, that was almost a crazy good play.
Yes, really good save.
Yeah, true. But in these situations where, like, you're kind of, I don't want to say outclassed, but that is the word I would use. If you're kind of outclassed and, like, your opponents are naturally this prominent and this aggressive, the only thing that you can do is either get a good save and a good clear and maybe connect on a great pass out, or you have to kind of get a good demo on this.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see if Daydream and Comet can really step up their defense a little bit. It's so tough to do against these high-flying Proto and Kyro players. It seems like they're riding up this wall constantly, getting great passes to each other. 13 goals scored in game number 2 here in the lower finals. Pretty crazy stuff from both teams. As I said, again, Daydream and Comet, 4 goals in most games is going to win you the game. But if you're up against the intensity of 18 shots on goal from Kyro and Proto, you saved half of them, which is respectable. but unfortunately there was 18 of them, so half of that is 9. Simple, quick math for everybody at home.
Yep. I mean, with that situation, though, something that we always look at here at Shenandoah is, like, did we outshoot our opponents, right? If you have more shots on goal, chances are you're going to have more goals fall on goal. That is something that I stand by. I am known to take a lot of shots in the games. Do they go in? Not really. Not really. That's Nate's job. But anyway, yeah, so shooter's going to shoot.
Shooter's going to shoot. Well, we'll see if Cairo and Proto continue to shoot as they have been wont to do. And if Daydream and Comet can stop the onslaught from the blue team, as already possession in favor of Proto. He's got one across, right across the net, but Cairo nowhere to be seen on that instance. But as I say that, a nice little shot on off the right post. Comet going to help that one out. Daydream's backing up. Oh, no. And Cairo, first goal of game number 3, 17 seconds in.
Absolutely, and that's something that we talk a lot also about here at Shenandoah is, like, playing backwards is never the right thing to do. we have some resident backwards drivers on our team, some of them sitting in the crowd right now. But like I said, you never want to be backwards. You always want to be facing the ball and aware of what's going on. Anybody that's kind of being backwards is kind of like you're kind of taking yourself out of the play, right? You're slowing down. You kind of have no momentum. You're forced to make a play that you might not want to be able to make. Okay. And like I said, Proto and Cairo might be getting a little overzealous here, right? They might be thinking like, oh, we've got this in the bag, we're going to get overconfident, and then Comet says, actually, we're still here.
Actually, there's only 2 of you on the field, and if I can get a cheesy little steal, send this one right into the net. We're tying everything up here, 1-1, 32 seconds into game number 3. Cairo once again winning the kickoff, and Daydream's trying to collect this one over towards the corner. Proto, a nice little 50-51. Daydream's going to send this one through. No, Proto with the save. Beats him to the ball, beats him to the net.
Wow.
And going back the other way, trying to get the pass over to Cairo. Off the back wall, Daydreams to midfield.
Ooh,
a good 50. That might actually go his favor if he can beat Proto, but no. Too good at the 0 mile per hour challenge.
Right. Something I want to mention, by the way, is even though, like, maybe Daydream and Comet aren't, like, these highest level players, they have the capability to pull out some amazing things. If they just made maybe one decision over another, they could easily be beating Proto and Cairo. Sorry, combine their names there. But, like, something as simple as going for a bump instead of maybe going for that ball when Daydreams was kind of stuck behind the ball. Something like just going for a bump and getting your opponent out the way can actually change the flow of your offense completely.
Oh my gosh, and that bump might have done it. It did indeed. Cairo, a really nice touch. Let's take one more look at how this one happened. Oh. Yeah, I think Daydream's got a touch of the ball, but I also think Cairo got more of a touch.
No, I think Daydream's definitely hit it. Whether if Cairo hit him, I'm not sure. Yeah. But I know for a fact that Daydream touches it because the color on the back of the ball is orange when the orange team hits it.
Wow.
Yeah, the more you know. You learn something every day. But yeah,
I don't actually think I ever realized
really?
That. Yeah.
Every time like the team hits the ball, so if blue hits it, the trail will turn blue. If orange hits it, the trail will turn orange.
As a Rocket League caster, I'm embarrassed.
No. You learn something new every day. As a Rocket League player, I'm not that good, so it's okay.
You've made me better today.
Oh, I try. Anyway, back to this gameplay. Right, we still have both teams are relatively in this game. 2-1 with 2.5 left on the clock. Proto and Cairo known to get a little over extravagant, I will say, leading to maybe some counter attacks that could fall in the back of their net.
Now I can't unsee the trail.
Is that all you're looking at now?
Yeah. Oh, a nice little flip over the head of the defense. And Proto going to get a comfort goal here, halftime in game number 3. Daydream and Comet looking for a couple more to try and tie this one up. And they can't let any more of those easy ones by, or at least the slower developing goals. But, you know, if Cairo and Proto are going to slow things down as fast as they've been playing, I think that probably plays into the favor of Daydream and Comet.
Right, absolutely. If they're going to slow things down maybe to a level that Daydream and Comet are not necessarily, like, more able to hand, but something that's more comfortable for them, it would honestly completely change the flow of this game. It's just, like, something that a lot of players don't think about is, like, keeping possession. Like, right here, Comet has no boost. He should be keeping that close and maybe playing for a 50 for his teammate, but he might get rid of that ball and then leaves his teammate in a bad situation.
Yeah. Now, nice 50 here at midfield. Comet trying to put that one through to the net. Taken by Proto. Going to ride this one all the way down the field. Oh, just barely missed by Daydream. And no, Proto with the slow developing shot here. Played this one right past Daydreams. A nice 50. But Proto able to get this one through.
Yep.
Now 4-1.
Comet just kind of unable to keep his momentum into that jump. I think he was a little scared that if he went too quick, he'd own goal.
Yeah.
But still quite unable to get there. But hey, like I said, cheating on kickoff. Look, we're seeing more implementations. That's what you should be doing. Take notes.
That's right. Innovations. When things aren't going your way, change it up. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. And finally, we're seeing a little bit of development from Daydream and Comet's game play. But now, Cairo and Proto once again linking up for yet another goal here.
Right. Something so quick is like normally a player not as high caliber will turn away from that ball. Cairo, being a intelligent player, is going to be like, oh, wait, there's no one in net, and I'm the closest one to the ball. I have a little bit of boost. I can land on this wall, turn, and pass this down to my teammate, and we're going to get a goal from it.
And there you have it. I know. There you go. Kickoff goal, too. See how this developed. Going high over Daydream, and Comet unable to get back in time after trying to get a little bit of boost. Sometimes those fast developing kickoff plays, if you're not in the way, you aren't able to get back in time from your boost corner route.
Yeah, something I want to mention is in 2s especially, it's definitely a lot more faster than 3s. 3s, you kind of have that buffer of there are 6 people going for the same boost pads, right?
All right.
There's 6 players and there's 6 big boosts. Not to mention that good players are naturally going to go for these like pad routes through the middle. And I mean, good players will naturally take the same pad routes. There's like what we like to call the, I think my coach, shout out Joe, calls it the football field, right? The little curving. Oh, Proto gets another one, making it kind of a Brazil gameplay. But there's a football field of curves on the field, and he will tell us that, hey, stick on these when you're rotating in and out. It'll get you like 60 boost if you turn in properly. It allows the kind of flow of the game to happen a little bit smoother than going out and getting these big boosts.
I like that. Shout out Coach Joe. And now the aggression continues, but a demo. This frees up Daydreams a little bit to get downfield. Proto standing tall, and Cairo respawning at the right time, right place. Uh-oh, look out. Oh, what a wacky bounce.
Story of Rocket League. Nah, I swear, that always happens to me, and I get the worst bounces ever. Whoa. I mean, it's just, Rocket League is Rocket League. What else can I say? I mean, different people play Rocket League different ways. People look at my camera settings and say they suck. It is what it is.
And Cairo Proto going to slow this one down as they cruise to a 3rd win here in the best of 5, taking down Daydream and Comet. And they'll go on to face Red and Nico in the grand finals. And they've gone through the gauntlet of the lower bracket, and they're ready for revenge, as they're the ones, Red and Nico were the ones who sent them down. But before we go to our grand finals, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the culmination of our Rocket League event here at the McDonald's Esports event. Stick around.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
Shenandoah University.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your Shenandoah University broadcast brought to you McDonald's Esports Tournament. I am joined here today by Ben for the first time today. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you.
And like I said before, we are back with our grand finals. On the blue side, we're going to have Red and Nico versus Cairo and Proto. And like we mentioned before, with me and Xander on the desk, we have a bracket reset. So what that means is that Red and Nico only need to win one game because they are our winners through the winners bracket, and Cairo and Proto have to win twice because they are our winners through the losers bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very close matchup. These two teams have already faced off against each other in the winners semis in the upper bracket there. Red and Nico, the ones taking that one, sending Cairo and Proto down to the losers bracket. So a little bit of a rematch. That was an insanely close game, ended in a Game 5 buzzer beater for Red and Nico. So very excited to hop into these games shortly here. But what are you thinking? What are your predictions for this rematch?
If I honestly had to predict, with how dominant Proto and Cairo have been on that offensive and that aerial pressure, I don't know how much that'll factor in, because all the games that Cairo and Proto won, they were winning 5-1, 6-1, and then the games that Nico and Red were winning, they were winning maybe like 4-2, 4-3, 3-2 in that very last game. So it really could go either way. I think if Proto and Cairo can set a tone early of dominance in the air and being able to kind of handle any sort of aerial kind of competition that's going on between the two teams, it could go that way. But I've played with Red a lot. He plays a lot more kind of centered and plays the standard game. He plays a lot of fundamentally based Rocket League. And what that means is that if he can control that middle of the field, I think it could very easily be on the side of Red and Nico. If I had to place my prediction, and maybe we could get that ESPN thing where they like put it right here with like the logo on it, that'd be great. I'm going to say that I think Red and Nico are going to win.
Do you think it goes to 5? Because I'm feeling another Game 5 possibility here with how close that first series was. I'd be shocked if it didn't go the entire length.
I agree. I think it very easily could. Remember, bracket reset, so... do I think the bracket reset will happen? My honest prediction, I think Red and Nico win in 4 right here.
Win in 4
No
games.
reset, they win in 4.
Really? Okay, interesting. I'm hoping for some more
action.
time.
Your
right?
action.
So I'm hoping for that reset coming through Cairo and Proto, hopefully winning for me at least. I want some Rocket League. So yeah, if we get that bracket reset, it'll be really interesting to see, because then it's like, all right, this last series, this is everything on the table, right? Red and Nico, like we established earlier on, they only need to win that one game because they are through that entire upper bracket, so they didn't have to go through the gulag of that lower bracket run that Cairo and Proto did go for. So it looks like we will be jumping in very shortly here to our matchup. Yes, we will. Red Nico, Cairo Proto for the grand finals.
I mean, absolutely. And like we said, we've seen a lot of these two teams today. Cairo and Proto have been kind of making themselves out to be as the aerial combat team to beat, whereas Red and Nico have been playing a lot more fundamental. Oh, that's almost going to fall, and I think Red's going to attack this one. Proto barely able to get that clear out, as like I said, though, this play through the middle is what's going to really come down to, right? Whatever team can control the boost and I think control the middle of the field is going to have a lot easier of a time handling everything that's going to happen on defense. Whether I think more goals will come from kind of individual play or counterattacks, that's completely up in the air.
Yeah, Proto in the air now, the flip reset coming through. Will not be able to connect Red, able to get that clear in favor of Red and Nico, this duo here. This is double, so it's a little bit faster pace, I'd say, than that 3v3 style that we are used to seeing here on the SU broadcast. Cairo now trying to send this one into the corner, trying to set up Proto for a response, but unable to get anything going in this first minute.
Right, absolutely. And something to mention is that Proto is such an outstanding force on this offense in the air that he is really the force to be reckoned with on this offense. And like I mentioned before, Cairo is that level-headed player that can kind of make up for a lot of kind of over-aggression that Proto might have. So it really could go either way. But like I said, you don't ever want to leave your teammate out to dry. This is twos. You're not going to have that kind of third line of defense, that last man back, as Red is not going to be quite able to reach that one, and Proto is going to sneak it into the back of the net.
Yeah, Proto just doing a good job at reading this ball movement, able to find that angle. Red was so close to being in position there, but that ball moving fast enough to squeak by the defense of Red and Nico. Cairo and Proto now with a 1-goal lead, the first goal of the series in their favor.
Right, absolutely. And something I want to mention real quick, Ben, is that none of this wouldn't be possible without our beautiful sponsors over at McDonald's, Frederick County Parks and Recreation, and of course, Partners First Federal Credit Union. Special thank you to those people out there that can help us put this together and have an outstanding turnout for today. I believe that we had over 30 participants in our Smash bracket and 8 duo teams being 16 players for Rocket League. It was a great turnout. While I was not stop talking, I'm sorry about that. Proto and Cairo have scored another one to put this kind of into a 2-0 lead. Like I said, though, any team that can control the boost and the middle of the field will have an easier time taking control of this game.
Yeah, and this was practically off of kickoff. You're able to intercept that ball from Nico and then play that off of that wall beautifully, getting it just above Red's car there at the top of that goal, just barely squeaking under that crossbar as well. 3 minutes to go, 3-0 lead here for Cairo and Proto. Still, though, a lot of time. Those 3 minutes can go very fast. Red just barely able to get back and push that one over to that post. Nico able to find the clear now. Red and Nico trying to get aggressive, but the defense already set up for Cairo and Proto.
Right, absolutely. And some wise old person once told me that first game, that's just a warm-up game. You want to get into your opponent's heads and kind of get a feel for what they are going to do throughout this match. And Proto and Cairo are setting the tone early. They are not going to be this complacent team that's okay with getting 1 and 2 goals and holding on to the lead. They are going to keep shooting and pounding the ball at the net.
Yeah, I mean, Cairo and Proto doing a great job at playing together and knowing when these rotations need to come in for this defensive side, and they're able to transition that so well into these offensive attacks. Red and Nico just unable to get anything really going on the orange half of the field now. As I say that, they might be able to get something on the board here. Red with the follow-up, just pushing it over back to that corner where Proto is laying in wait. Cairo now up in the air, has the angle, but Red able to get back, find that clear, that push over into that corner. And now it's Nico with the dribble, able to bring that one through. Proto trying to get there, but unable to find that clear. Red and Nico finally on the board.
Right, absolutely. And what happened was Cairo kind of got that overcomplacement, and overzealousy, and he basically kind of used the rest of his boost to follow that dead ball, which then Red was able to kind of clear away, and Nico was able to take control of. Why we're not cheating on kickoff, I am uncertain. What was that? I don't know. Anyway, what happened was that he was able to kind of take control, and then it was a 1v1, and Nico, being a lot more dominant on the ground rather than in the air, knew exactly how to play that situation.
Yeah, and Proto there off of that kickoff, just more aggressive than Red and Nico, right? We saw them going for the boost, but Proto was like, all right, this ball is just sitting midfield. There's no one around this one. No one's on that goal, and is able to just punch that one through. 5-1 now in favor of Cairo and Proto. Red getting in the air, but already Cairo in position to find the touch, the pass over to Proto. That will be the goal again for Cairo and Proto. 6-1 now in game 1 of this best of 5.
Right, absolutely. And like I said with Xander out here on the desk when we were doing the losers final, something to look at is you're down 5 goals with relatively less than 2 minutes left. How do you kind of handle yourself the rest of this game? Do you cut your losses and examine what you could do better for game 2? Or do you just kind of try to keep fighting and maybe claw back at this lead a little bit?
Yeah, the goal on target there from Red, but Red and Nico, they were sitting for a little bit, right? So Cairo and Proto had all this energy coming in from that last best of 5 in that losers finals to advance to this grand final. So Red and Nico, maybe just a little bit cold on the hands, not fully warmed up yet. This is only game 1 of this best of 5, so there's still a lot of Rocket League and a lot of potential for Red and Nico to come back in this one. It is still 6-2, a minute and a half to go, but still not a whole lot of time on the clock to bring this one back 4 goals down.
All right, and I'm really glad you mentioned that, Ben. That's something that Xander said when he was out here, that Red and Nico we haven't really seen for maybe like the last hour. They have definitely been playing, whether it be free play, competitive, competitive, or casual, sorry. I don't know. But like you said, Proto and Cairo have been like hitting the sticks. They've been playing these competition games that where if they lose, they're out, and they're hot.
Yeah, I mean, Cairo doing a great read off of that corner there. Proto just able to find that pinch over to that left corner. And then, I mean, you can see Proto trying to get in position, trying to find that drift, but just unable to do so. Cairo in position first, able to bang that one to the back of the net. 7-2 now for Cairo and Proto in this game 1. A minute remaining here on the clock. Red Nico trying to get something going on this offensive side, but no follow-up from Red as Nico was trying to find that center cross.
Right, and something that Cairo and Proto are doing so well is that they're really like complementing each other. These two have been playing together for so long. They know each other's strengths, right? Cairo, like I said, being that level-headed player, right? He can kind of play anything that he wants. And Proto, I know personally, has played a lot of ones, so he knows exactly how to be aggressive and what works in certain situations, and he's developed his mechanics to a point where he can honestly do almost anything that he wants aerial-wise, and it just kind of goes to show how much something like that can open up.
Yeah, the ball now slowly rolling over towards Red and Nico's side of the field, but Nico just able to get that clear, that touch over to Red now. One-on-one here with Proto, flipping it up off of that crossbar, not able to follow up on that self-pass, but Nico in position. Proto recognizing that, no one's on that goal, able to get back, get that clear, and now the flick. Red in position to find that clear yet again. But yeah, I mean, Proto, one thing that I've noticed about their game style is that they are extremely confident in the air, able to find those huge aerials. 5 seconds now remaining here. Game 1 done and dusted. Even if they score here, it will mean nothing. The ball finally hitting the ground. 7-3 game 1 for Cairo and Proto.
Right, absolutely. And I think that really just kind of sets the tone early for what is to come, that both these teams are high-level teams, and they are really here to play, right? Anything can happen in these games. And like I said before, this situation where it's like the bracket reset, right? Cairo and Protos are playing for their lives out here, whereas Red and Nico kind of have that cushion underneath them, right? They can play a little bit more kind of calm and composed. But what happens when Proto and Cairo get to the point where they're so hot and they are kind of here to play, and they're setting the tone for every game that Red and Nico can't catch up?
Yeah, and you like to look at both sides, right? Maybe on the side of Red and Nico, this is like, okay, we're going to use this series to warm up, and if we're hot, we'll be able to win it outright. But maybe they're playing for that kind of bracket reset, trying to even up that playing field. Maybe Cairo and Proto tire themselves out trying to win this first best of 5. Game 1 already under their belt here. Game 2 kicking off immediately. Cairo and Proto in position to capitalize. Red and Nico, they seem a little bit lost right now.
Right, they seem a little slow off the jump. I think Red just kind of taking that kind of touch poorly, and Proto, being the offensive powerhouse that he is, kind of was already there to have some pressure, But like I said before, this situation that they're in, I think that it's interesting that you bring that up, that could possibly be the technique that they're going for. Maybe that's their plan, is to kind of wait out and make the side of Cairo and Proto maybe uncomfortable, and they can't hold out the pressure for 7-8 straight games, and maybe Red and Nico are just waiting for them to fizzle out, and then are going to play from there.
Yeah, Proto now getting that full boost of Nico, able to find that demo. The offensive power of Cairo and Proto off the board. Cairo still able to find that clear. Now just trying to drop that in for a possible Proto follow-up, but won't opt to go for that full boost. Nico finding that demo as well. That could be the follow-up. Red off the wall, back to themselves, tying it up 1 apiece.
Right, and this was really a beautiful game, a beautiful play by itself. Nico able to get that demo out onto Proto, which really opened up that whole kind of ordeal that happened right there. And that just goes to show how useful bumps and demos can be, and especially 2v2, right? This should be a goal. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure, right? Like I said, though, this situation is like, I don't know. It's a very awkward situation to be in, because it's like you don't want to go like all out from the start and then burn out and then lose in a bracket reset, or do you kind of wait for the other team to make some mistakes and capitalize on them? I don't know. But bumps and demos in 2v2 Rocket League is one of the most like important and underused mechanics, especially in like low level. I know it's really used in a high level gameplay like this. You're seeing like a lot more bumps and demos come out to the point where like almost every play.
Red with a nice touch there on that ball to get that one on target. A little bit just kind of off that ceiling. Cairo is there. Well, hits it off of Cairo's car instead. I thought that was just all Red, but using the opponent to their advantage with that positioning of that car, tying it up 2-2.
Right, and something new I want to mention, that Rocket League has not had a major kind of gameplay mechanic update since they added transparent goalposts back in 2017, right? And we had an update roughly like 2 weeks ago, which you see these little bubbles next to the player names, right? That actually indicates how much boost they have, right? That's a new mechanic that they added. So if you look over at Nico's car, you can see he has probably 70-60 boost. Cairo has full boost. It's just a way for you to be able to tell how much boost your teammate has without having to like communicate, hey, I have 100, hey, I have half boost.
Yeah, one thing to note is that we can see everyone's boost as Red able to follow up on that one, giving Red Nico the lead here with 3:14 to go in game number 2. Just off of that post, Red, great job at reading the pressure, understanding that this is the opportunity to strike to get that goal. But back to what I was saying earlier is that we have this kind of God mode being in Spectator. We can see everyone's boost gauge, whereas Red and Nico can only see their teammates' boost gauge. So they do not know how much boost Proto and Cairo have. They can't kind of predict, kind of assume just based on boost pads missing on the map. But yeah, Red and Nico doing a great job here in game number 2. But Cairo, again, from the air, able to tie that one up.
Right, absolutely. That's just a great shot from Cairo. I mean, Red kind of taking an unfortunate clear, Cairo kind of predicting where he was going to clear it to, and Nico being a little stagnant in net. A little flat-footed, was unable to get to that top right corner, top left for us, to the point where Cairo shot it at.
Yeah, tied 3-3, 3 minutes to go here in game number 2. Red Nico looking a lot better on this defensive side. The flip reset coming through from Red, just trying to get that double tap off of that post through, but we can already see the defense coming through from Cairo and Proto. Just still trying to find these clears. Nico doesn't have any boost to their name. We'll be able to find that full boost in that corner, but Cairo and Proto were able to find that clear. Now Proto up in the air, running out of boost of their own, meaning that Cairo and Proto can't follow up on that beautiful clear that they were able to find.
Right, absolutely. And one thing I do want to bring to attention is, like, this game is kind of like young talents versus veterans, right?
Yeah.
You have Red and Nico have been playing this game basically since it came out and have been in the scene for a really long time. And then Cairo and Proto, both seniors in college, or high school, sorry. Like, they're relatively young for being able to compete at this level.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of like Rocket League. We're seeing all these pros come through, and they're I think the limit is like you need to be at least 13, and you can be a pro.
Yeah, they just changed it.
So there's a lot of really, really young talent in this game, and I love seeing that come out in this community. Cairo and Proto playing very, very well here in game 1, game 2, tied up 3 apiece, but still, I love the talent and the energy coming from these 4 players.
Right, and we just saw an unfortunate double commit coming out from Cairo and Proto, leading Nico just to kind of bang this up, and he doesn't have to be too accurate because he knows that Red will clean it up just in case it's out. Red just tapping it in just to be like, hey, that's in. Gotta take that lead if we can. But like I said, this game could basically go either way.
Yeah, Red Nico looking super, super good. Like you said, that double commit coming through from Cairo and Proto weren't able to capitalize on that one, leaving the net wide open for Red and Nico to strike. Now going to that opposite corner again is Cairo, but just unable to find that connection. Nico able to send that one. Cairo in position. That is a tricky ball to really get on top of and hit in a proper location for your team.
Absolutely. Nico kind of unable to get the power that I know he wanted on that ball. If he had the power on it, it easily could have gone in the back of the net. Cairo able to realize that, hey, that was a weaker hit. Let's try to get a touch on that.
Yeah, Red now just trying to find that clear. Nico as well off of that corner, but already you can see Proto and Cairo just in position to find these clears, trying to keep this over in the blue half of the field. Red getting aggressive now, sending it over to the corner. Nico midfield able to meet that one. The boost looking very, very favorable right now for Cairo and Proto. If they are able to get on this offensive side, which is like Proto is looking to try to do that double tap to pass, Nico trying to, excuse me, not Nico, Cairo trying to follow up on that one, unable to do so. Nico with the clear on the side of Red and Nico there.
Right, absolutely. And one thing to mention is that, like, with this high-level gameplay, you have to be super aware of what's going on. You have to check out other team, how much, if they're picking up a boost pad, how much boost you have, how much boost your opponent or your teammate has, where your opponents are, where your teammates are. There's a million things to think about in this game. Not to mention, like, what's the ball doing? Where is it going to go? What do I want to do with the ball? And I think we're going to see a last-second breakaway here as Proto might be able to tie this up as Cairo is keeping it alive. 0 seconds left to bounce off the corner. Red could play this, but is going to hit the ground, and Red and Nico are actually going to take game 2, and we are looking at a way more competitive game, right? Yeah. We mentioned this. I still think that Red and Nico could win in 4 if they win 2 back-to-back, but it's equally as possible that we have a bracket reset and we end up going a lot further in depth into this tournament than we thought we might be.
Yeah, Cairo and Proto looked like they had a good look towards those final seconds onto that net, but Red and Nico just doing a great job of just playing time right. They knew they had that one goal, and that was going to be an overtime if Cairo and Proto did manage to get that goal. So they were just playing defense, finding these clears and keeping that ball out of harm's way. The kickoff going in favor of Cairo and Proto for the time being, but now the clear coming through from Nico off the corner, full boost. But Proto able to respond in the air. No boost of their own means they won't be able to follow up on any crazy aerial plays just yet. But Cairo able to get there in position. The demo as well coming through. What a great individual play coming through from Cairo.
Right, and something to mention is that 2v2 Rocket League, like I mentioned before, demos are such a huge kind of like eye-opener, and they can really set the tone for any like attack that could really happen. It can relieve pressure, it can basically start pressure, but something else is that if you are stagnant in 2v2, which means that like if you're not willing to move or kind of get into the play, like something like that where maybe Nico hesitated for half of a millisecond and kind of got beat to that ball, a different play could happen just depending on that.
Yeah, Nico trying to just shove that one through the defense of Cairo and Proto, just unable to do so. Red now going into the air off the crossbar, but Cairo again in the great goalie position there for Cairo and Proto to secure and keep this 1-0 lead a minute into this game number 3. Very low scoring compared to the first game, right? Game 2, I believe, was only about a 4-3 scoreline in favor of Red and Nico. Now this one's 0-1, a minute and a half in. And that first game, what? I think we had 10 goals?
Yeah, I think it was like, I believe like 7-3 or something crazy like that. But one thing I do want to ask you in particular, Ben, is what do you think that Red and Nico did so much better in Game 2 that allowed them to kind of keep those goals closer and then they did in Game 1?
Yeah, I feel like they had their rotations more on lock, right? They knew where they had to be in these moments, and they were able to find much more successful clears in their favor and were able to follow up on that one. The possession was more even over that last game, whereas compared to Game 1, Cairo and Proto pretty much had the ball almost 100% of the time, and Red and Nico weren't really able to get any offensive power going because they were stuck playing defense.
Right, and I just think that it's something so crucial that you don't let the other team get a breakaway like this. We saw both Red and Nico's kind of offensive pressure getting dunked away by Proto, and then Proto able to chase it down with some boost and some clean kind of logistics and what's the word I'm looking for?
Aerial wall play.
No. Oh, angle. Holy crap. And with a clean angle, he is able to kind of find the back of the net on that one. I mean, but like I said, it's 2v2. Something could easily change as simple as that, and Red is going to serve it up right to Nico's doorstep, where he is able to tap that in, bringing this game from an 0-2 kind of sleeper fest into kind of an interesting game.
Yeah, both players of both teams were in position there, but just a better placement there from Nico, able to get that goal in their favor. Not tying this one up, bringing it within one here in game number 3, but we can already see Cairo able to answer back almost immediately. Proto able to send that one towards Nico, excuse me, able to find that clear, but then Cairo just in position yet again to find that goal.
Right, and that just barrels down to you have to be so aware of what you're doing with the ball when you have it. I believe Nico kind of could have taken his time a little bit better and kept control of that to the point where he might have been able to do something better with it, and at the same time kind of bought time for Red to get some boost and get into a better position, but he kind of threw away the ball, which led to Cairo being able to like jump onto that and get that free goal.
Yeah, Nico now just trying to find these clears, the passing over to Red, but Cairo already in position to send that one over towards Proto. And this is kind of what we saw in this first game. Proto and Cairo were just able to play very well together on this offensive side and keep this ball in Blue's half of the field. Finally able to find that clear is Red. Nico trying to follow up Red as well. But the defensive rotations coming through from Cairo and Proto are just so much better right now than on the side of Red and Nico.
Right, and once again, that demo alleviated so much pressure for Cairo and Proto. Cairo able to find that demo out really opened up the field as Proto was looking for a demo onto Nico if Nico had jumped for that ball, which is like the new meta right now in Rocket League, where it's like a lot of air dribble bumps. Like they're trying to get the ball in like trajectory of the net and then look for a demo onto whoever's defending, and it really kind of makes look like no shot of going into basically a free goal.
Yeah, Proto now just trying to find these clears, finding this dribble. Has to try to get it over. Nico will be able to do so off of that crossbar. A beautiful placement of that shot, just barely out of the reach of Nico and just low enough to catch the bottom side of that crossbar to get that goal. 4-1 now for Cairo Proto.
Right, and this game is kind of over and done with basically in terms of like availability to pull it back. But one thing we do want to mention is like this is still anyone's game. Stay tuned. Like anything could happen. It's 2v2 Rocket League, right? We still have a bracket reset if Cairo and Proto are able to kind of win that first series. If not, Red and Nico are able to win. That is game. But I think this one is going to shape out to be a long one. I'm going to change my answer. I think the bracket reset is looking more and more likely with every game. But I don't know. It's still anyone's game in my mind.
Yeah, this game 3 pretty much done and dusted here. Only 30 seconds left in a 3-goal lead for Cairo and Proto, but the series far from over. Cairo Proto will, at the end of this one, find themselves at a 2-1 series lead, trying to force that bracket reset and an opportunity to bring this one back and win the tournament all together. Cairo now getting in the air. Red able to meet that one halfway, trying to get aggressive on their own, but the shot goes just barely wide. Nico able to find that demo onto Proto, but with that one just going a slightly right than what Red would have preferred it to go. Unable to find the goal. Now the pinch as well coming through. Great team play there, but just a little bit too late.
Right, too late and $1 too short, right? I mean, that's the name of the game, basically. Anything can happen at any time. It's completely up in the air whether or not kind of who can take away what from a game, right? From this game, I take away that Nico and Red have maybe some thinking to do. Like, how can we deal with the overwhelming offensive pressure that is Proto and Cairo? Yeah. And what can Red and Nico bring to the table to be like, all right, should we jump them earlier and force them to get rid of the ball? Do we focus more on playing as a team and not leaving each other like in 2v1 situations? How do we deal with Cairo constantly demoing whoever is most closest to the ball? It's just a lot of things to think about at the same time.
Yeah, it seems to me that Cairo and Proto are playing very well together, right? They're trying to open up these lanes, and the communication is there to recognize, like, hey, I need Nico, or Red out of the way so I can find this goal, and they're able to capitalize on that. But on the side of Red and Nico, I'm not seeing that kind of communication in those lanes coming through. It seems a little bit more individualistic to start some of these matches.
Right, and that's definitely something to think about in the long run. How long do you kind of play with one another to the point where you can do things with your teammate that you might not be able to do without them, right? I mean, Proto and Cairo have been such like a demanding force, right? They can pass to one another. Like we said, Proto is so dominant in the air. He can play on his own on the ground, baiting the reset, sending Nico over top of him, and then forcing it to the ground and getting that 1v1 to force it into the bottom left corner against Red. I mean, like I said, though, they can combine on a passing play and have just as much success as they could if they were doing like a solo play.
Yeah, I mean, Proto in the air, that's just the name of the game for him right now, able to find that angle yet again, trying to Cairo now as well, able to follow up on that corner hit there off of that kickoff pretty much. Cairo just able to send that one over into the corner, and then Proto able to follow up on that one as well. Just a great game plan off of that kickoff, and just being able to read the movement of this ball. Cairo and Proto are just looking so good.
Right, and that's definitely something to think about. Like, you have to also like kind of factor in speed. Like, faster players are going to have more chances against like players that aren't as fast, and that's just a beautifully placed shot from Red. He recognized that both players were stuck on that near post, and he could place that to the back corner relatively easily, and no one was going to get there.
Yeah, Red with a great read of the movement coming through from Cairo and Proto, bringing this one back within one. And we're only 35 seconds into this game 4, and we already have 3 goals on the board. Cairo, Proto trying to win this one and force that bracket reset. It's looking like they're going to be able to do it. Proto, again, the presence off of these kickoffs are astounding.
Right, and I mean, like we said before, Proto has played so many 1v1 games. I believe he is SSL, which is the highest rank you can get in Rocket League. I believe he is SSL in 1v1s, which means that it just goes to show that in a 1v1 situation, whether it be aerial or on the ground, he can basically pull anything out of his arsenal, and it can be effective. But what that also means is that when teams like Nico and Red can play as a team like this, where they catch one person being too kind of overzealous, Cairo kind of jumping for that dead ball that he had basically no chance of getting to, it can lead to a simple turnaround goal. Something that I think about a lot when I play is I work really hard for a goal, right? You're fighting back and forth for 2.5 minutes straight, and then one mistake happens, and then suddenly it's an even game, and they got a goal for free when I had to work 2.5 minutes for mine.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely something to think about. As we see a Rule 1 coming out, Nico and Cairo stuck together as Proto is going to bully Red and get a free tap in. And, I mean, I would have taken Proto in that situation. He is the 1v1 guy. I mean, unfortunate kind of clash of events, but it happens.
Yeah, seeing Proto being the one not stuck in that Rule 1 is like, oh, I feel bad for the other guy, right? Proto able to win out on that 1v1 situation, advancing to that 4-2 position here in this game number 4. Proto again off of that wall. Cairo just playing it safe, waiting for this clear to come through from Red and Nico that they were able to find. Red now just trying to find this cross over to try to give Nico an opportunity to try to find that goal, but just unable to do so. It's going to be Proto again with a little bit of boost going in by themselves, but Nico able to find that clear in favor of their team.
Right, and I mean, in that situation, do you play more as an individual or do you play as a team? I think it has to be kind of a healthy mix-up, as Proto is going to dive onto this one, beating the last defender out and kind of just showing why he's such an overwhelming force.
Yeah, I mean, Proto, again, just in the right position. Nico just not able to get back in time. Red, after losing out on that slight little exchange there, means that no one's back on that rotation. You get that defense set for Red and Nico. 5-2 now. It's looking like it's going to be a bracket reset. You thought it was going to be a 3-1 in favor of Red Nico, but it looks like this might be a 3-1 in favor of Cairo Proto here.
Yeah, tell me how wrong I was. I get it. I know. I mean, they're waiting to kind of turn up the heat to the second half. They're a second half type of team. Trust. I believe.
Nico now just trying to find the ability to keep this ball in this orange half of the field. Will be able to do that for a moment there, but Cairo able to find that clear yet again. I mean, Cairo and Proto, their rotations have been looking super, super clean so far, and Red and Nico just haven't really been able to keep up with this offensive power. They can find some looks, but the defense is really on lockdown right now for Cairo and Proto. Proto finding that demo as well onto Red, passing it up over to Cairo and Nico. Not able to get back in time. 6-2 now in favor of this orange team.
Right, and once again, another demo goal coming out. It just goes to show that a demo or a well-timed bump can really just completely turn around a single game, right? It can open up so many doors, and it can close doors for your opponent, kind of limiting what they're able to do. I mean, it turns a 2v2 into a 2v1, and I don't know about anybody else, but I favor a 2v1 versus a 2v2. That's just me.
Yeah, definitely in kind of these 2v2 formats. It's a little bit more manageable when you have that 3v1. Cairo just able to find that clear on target yet again. 7-2 now for Cairo and Proto here in this game number 4. But yeah, when you have these 3v3 formats, a demo is not the end of the world, but when you're in this 2v2 kind of format, that demo leaving you all by yourself against two very, very talented players is very, very hard to deal with.
Right, and I think you hit it right on the money, especially when you have players as fast as Proto and Cairo playing on the field. If you get beat to a single ball and you kind of full committed on this ball like Red did here, you're kind of like SOL.
Yeah, I mean, Proto, again, just doing a great job playing with their teammate of Cairo. 8-2 now. 150 still left to go in this game number 4. You would think you've had a little bit more time to play with if you are Red and Nico, but playing very, very well.
Right, and I mean, once again, Proto is showing why he is the overwhelming pressure on offense. Like, that is a very, very well-timed and executed flip, right? He kind of delayed his flip to the point where he could flip and land right underneath the ball, which then allowed him to catch and instantly flick over Nico's head. I mean, it just goes to show that, like, he is capable of doing this stuff, and it's not like a fluke. He has it in his arsenal.
Yeah, Nico now trying to find that shot on goal, but Cairo doing a great job at getting back, finding that push up onto that crossbar. Now trying to get that cross over to Proto, but Nico doing a great job at responding, finding that clear in favor of Red, and Nico still playing in that half of the field, but Cairo able to find that clear back into the blue half of the field, looking very, very strong, and the offensive power of Cairo and Proto still coming out to play.
Right, and it's kind of crazy to think about because it's completely like the opposite of how I play twos. Cairo and Proto are kind of like jumping at every ball. Like, we're not seeing like them go for any like fake challenges or like kind of taking their time with anything. It's almost as if they're diving for every ball, and then they just trust one another to be able to like handle what's going to happen like from the consequences. It's kind of like, all right, I'm going. This is a future you problem.
Yeah, Cairo able to get that touch to get that ball a little bit off target there. It was a good shot coming through from the side of Red and Nico, but the defense, again, Cairo and Proto able to capitalize on that one and just find these clears. 25 seconds left remaining. Cairo Proto looking to secure this bracket reset. Cairo and Proto in the air as well, but Red able to find that save. Nico now trying to find that clear. 10 seconds remaining. Looking like a bracket reset. It's going to be one best of 5 to decide the entire grand finals here. Very excited to get that one underway. 2 seconds left here for Cairo and Proto with control of the ball. Nico just trying to get it into that net, but unable to do so. Very, very strong showing from this orange squad.
Right, and that just goes to show our bracket resets here. It's anyone's game. Just because one team is on the loser's side and one team is on the winner's side doesn't really mean anything, right? The first time we saw this matchup, we went to Game 5. Red and Nico were able to kind of take that one away by the skin of their teeth in the last second. Buzzer beater, I believe like 1 second left on the clock or something. It was extremely close. Whereas now, Cairo and Proto are winning 9-2 in one game to send a bracket reset. So this just goes to show anyone's game. We're going to have a brand new, fresh best of 5. First team to 3 wins is going to take it. Of course, both are in the money already, so you can't be too upset if you lose. But, I mean, it's just great to see everybody out here.
Yeah, Red and Nico as well doing a great job at kind of coming back into their element, right? The defense was looking pretty strong in the middle half of that series. The offense as well coming back alive. Getting a little bit warm after sitting for just a little bit, waiting for this grand final. Cairo and Proto, though, still having that momentum coming through from that lower bracket run. It'll be interesting to see who was able to take this one away.
Right, absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on the head with that. I think something that's definitely important to remember is that there was definitely some period where Red and Nico weren't quite able to kind of take away that situation. They were able to kind of take a break, but whether that hurt them or helped them, I'm not sure. But we will be right back with this grand final after the bracket reset. Everything is on the table. Winner takes all. See you in a little bit.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back after that short break. Hope you got a drink and something to snack on because this grand final is going to be juicy. I am once again joined by Ben. We stepped away real quick, but we are right back for more Rocket League action.
Yeah, so to update anyone that might just now be joining us, the bracket reset did go through. Cairo and Proto were able to win that first grand final series 3-1. Red and Nico trying to bring this one back. Now it's just 1-1. This best of 5 is it. Whoever wins the entire thing. Cairo and Proto were looking very, very good in that first series. It'll be up to Red and Nico to bounce back to see if they can find a response.
Right, absolutely. We saw the overwhelming offensive pressure coming out from Proto and Cairo. They were kind of all over the place, which is how you really play twos. You like to monkey around and kind of do whatever you can. Aggression, like just being aggressive as possible. Bumps, demos, tricky plays in the air, I guess you could say. But anything to kind of pull out of your arsenal to show why you should be in this situation is what they need to do. And what's it called? Proto and Cairo did that beautifully, right? We saw Red and Nico kind of being on the heels, right? They were kind of flat-footed, and we were like, whoa, what's going on, right? They got caught a lot of times in difficult situations, maybe having a few too many like rough clears than normal, but anything can happen in Rocket League.
Yeah, I mean, Red and Nico started to heat up in the middle of that series there, but Cairo and Proto, were able to bring that one back in full force in that final game, winning, I believe, 9-2 the scoreline. As we will jump into this first game already, Proto on the board, 11 seconds in.
Right, and it just goes to show why he's such an outstandingly competitive force, right? He air dribbles that ball up to the ceiling, bounces up to the ceiling to actually get the reset, falling off the ceiling, to then have his flip that he can get past the defender. It's an offensive masterclass, honestly.
Yeah, Proto looking super, super good in the air. Nico, however, able to find that demo onto Proto, and now Red able to bring that one into the back of the net. Cairo trying to find that contest, but goes high, and Red just keeps it low. A great read and a great play coming through from Red.
Right, absolutely. And that demo really just opens up so much. It becomes that 2v1 that we talked about earlier. Your odds are greatly increased in a 2v1 situation. With how dominant Proto and Cairo are being on this like offensive pressure, I would not be surprised if we saw Nico going for a lot more demos this game than maybe we would have last game.
Yeah, Nico there, able to find that clear for the squad. Proto now in the air again, the flip reset coming through. But good defense. Cairo, however, with the follow-up, Nico able to get back in time to find that save, keeping this one tied up at 1. A minute in now. 1-1 the scoreline. Nico almost able to dribble that one past Proto, but Proto doing a great job at reacting to the play coming through, able to find that save.
Right, and that's a pinch coming off of the back wall from Proto. And one thing that like not a lot of people utilize is pitching. It's kind of a lost art, in my opinion. It's an easy way to get a lot of power on the ball. It's not always the easiest to control, but it's definitely something that you can pull out of your arsenal. One of my friends is really good at doing ground pinches. They come off the ceiling and will like slam it off the ground, and it's crazy to watch. Yeah, pinches certainly travel at a very high speed. It's very hard to react to some of those shots in time because they are just going so fast. Proto now able to catch that clear coming through from Nico there in the air again. Has good amount of boost. The flip reset coming through, but again, Red in position. But Cairo able to follow up on that one, able to get the goal. 2-1 now for Cairo and Proto. Yeah, what I want to point out is that on offense, neither Proto nor Cairo are hesitant to jump into the play, right? They can both bounce in and out on offense as quick as possible. Whereas on defense, they're playing it really smart. They're letting one person kind of attack the ball, and the other person is playing purely reactionary, right? They're going to maybe let Proto jump whoever's in the air, and then if they're able to get past Proto, then Cairo kind of cleans it up. And that's like how you should be playing kind of these two situations.
And Nico finding that flip up onto that upper corner, just barely unable to get that one through that tight window. But still, Red and Nico have a lot more offense going here in this Game 1 compared to the Game 1 of our last series. Nico able to follow up the shot on goal. Cairo and Proto just unable to get back in time to find that save. They thought they found that clear.
Right, I think Cairo got kind of caught up lurking. I think he thought that maybe Proto was going to be able to beat Red on that first touch, and he was going to get a pass out middle. I don't blame him. I would have probably been in roughly the same situation myself, waiting for that pass middle to then have a perfectly kind of like content offensive attack, a 2v1. But, see, like, that's what I mean, though. Like, a clean fake chow can completely change a game, as Cairo is going to sneak this one into the bottom left corner. Proto recognizing, like, hey, I don't have to beat this. I don't have to shoot this. I can pass this out of reach of Red over to Cairo, who recognized the situation perfectly and rotated properly.
I mean, yeah, that's just perfect communication between Cairo and Proto. They're able to get that goal on the board in that bottom corner. Now we see Proto again trying to find this clear in the air, keeping it in the air, but Nico able to find that response, sending it back over to the orange half. A little bit of ping pong going back and forth, but the missed aerial gives Proto an opportunity, but off of that crossbar, won't be able to sneak that one underneath. And now Red, with that demo, giving them a 2v1. Cairo will have that respawn up and available quite quickly there. The cross coming through again from Nico, but Red unable to follow up.
Right, if you're Nico in this situation now, you have to play safe. Proto having the reset, going to fake it underneath Nico. And, I mean, I don't know if I would have played this any differently. I mean, Proto being this overwhelming force, like, you're expecting him to hit that every time, right? It's not going to be often that he either misses or, like, fakes it. Like, it's completely up to chance what he's going to do.
Yeah, and Red opted to go high. The ball did go low. Proto just doing a great job at reading where they wanted to go and just being able to switch it up on the fly, having things be different every single time you look for that goal. And that's Cairo there, setting it up off of that backward, and Proto able to come back from that midfield position and just nail that one through.
Right, and I just had a kind of recollection moment, right? I mean, something like this, being in this situation that I am right now, I'm casting Rocket League. I mean, just being able to have a situation like this is huge, right? Being able to host these kind of tournaments where we can have a really positive turnout, where we can have maybe some first-time appearances from like a bunch of players for like kind of like a tournament like scene is crucial. So once again, we just want to thank McDonald's, Frederick County Parks and Recreation, and then Partners First Federal Credit Union for kind of being helping us out and being kind of like some of the people in our corner helping us kind of create this whole experience for people to play in. Huge shout out to people over at Apple Blossom as well for kind of supporting and pushing out to the public that this is kind of here and kind of helping us get a positive turnout.
Yeah, it's awesome having that community support, right? And as we say that one, Red able to bring that one to the back of the net, bringing it within 2 with a minute to go. But yeah, a huge shout out to our sponsors, right? It's very heartwarming to have this sense of community that we have here in Shenandoah, and the positivity that brings to everyone. And then Red again off of the kickoff, bringing it within 1. That was a 5-second goal.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. We were down by Red and Nico. They were down by 3, and then 2 back-to-back kind of like tap-in like quick attack goals, and suddenly this is a 1-goal game with a minute to play. Are you kidding me? This could go either way.
Maybe we have to keep shouting out our sponsors. Maybe that's what is doing the magic for Red and Nico. Yeah, McDonald's, thank you so much. Oh, wait. Okay, no, that was a demo for Red. Looking very, very... Another demo. What is going on? But the ball stuck in their half of the field. They aren't able to capitalize on it just yet.
I mean, something... Oh, and Nico quite unable to get that touch, as this might be an interesting shot. Red able to collect some boost, going to be able to kind of handle this defensive play a little bit better, as he's going to recover to the ceiling, drop down, gets demoed by Proto. Now, if you're Nico in the situation, you kind of have to buy time for Red to kind of get boost and get back into the scene, as this could be a goal. Double commit on the shot. Nico with a good touch here. Red's going to turn around. Is he able to get it? No, he's not. He's going to grab this boost and keep this one pressure alive.
I mean, Red just barely unable to get around. Finds the demo onto Proto. Nico has a boost available. 7 seconds left. It's just Cairo in position, but able to read the shot up high. Able to find that clear. 1 second remain. The ball still up in the air. Red and Nico trying to tie it up, but it will reach the ground. Game 1 ends in a very dramatic fashion.
Right. I mean, it was kind of crazy to see. Halfway through that game, you would have been like, okay, this game is over and done with. Cairo and Proto have taken this kind of first game lead and kind of set the pace for this entire kind of bracket final, I guess you could say. But within 30 seconds, we saw 2 goals come out for Red and Nico. I mean, that turned into anyone's game for that last minute. For that last minute, it was completely up to whoever made a mistake first and the other team capitalized on it. Like, it could have gone either way.
Yeah, a very, very tight game one, 5-4 to end things off in favor of Cairo and Proto for this final best of 5 for this grand finals. But yeah, Red and Nico had a lot of firepower towards the end of that series, just barely coming up just a little bit too late in that 5-minute span of that game one.
Right, a day late and a dollar short. I think that's the go-to saying. But like I said before, a demo can easily change out the whole course of the game, right? It can turn a 2v2 into a 2v1. If you can get a demo, right, and then you have 2 people chasing down the last defender, you have the person in the back dribbling, and then the person in front hunting another demo.
Yep.
It is one of the most infuriating things if you are that last defender, right? You have, well, not only do you have to save the ball, but you also have to do it by dodging the other offensive player coming to demo you. It gives me a headache trying to pull it off. It hurts.
Yeah, Red at the end of that game one, able to find those 2 quick goals to bring it within 1 during those final seconds. Cairo and Proto. Cairo specifically able to save the day there towards the very end in that another one of those 1v2 situations, able to find that touch and win that 50-50 and just keeping that ball out of harm's way. Great job coming through from that player as now we enter game 2 here. Cairo up 1-0 on the series.
Right, and I think we're seeing and going to see a lot more aggression come out from Red, right? We saw him getting active early and chasing that ball that maybe he would not have chased like 20 minutes ago in maybe game 2 of the first bracket. It just goes to show that like you have to adapt to how your opponents are playing, right? You kind of have to change the way you play to try to counter what they're doing.
Yeah, Nico did get demoed there. Red doing a great job at just playing time, playing safe, able to find that clear towards that back corner. Nico as well on that respawn. Red trying to get aggressive, but no boost for Red or Nico. Nico finally able to find one of those glowy orbs there, but unable to get high enough to contest Proto yet again with another aerial goal.
All right, I do this move all the time. What Proto did, he had a period where he stopped boosting, and it fakes the defender to think that you are out of boost and you are no longer in the play. And as soon as you see them jump and maybe hesitate a single second, you boost again and you can beat them. I do it all the time in 2v2s. It is one of the most underrated moves in the entire game, and it has nothing to do with mechanics, and it's completely like just reactionary and just kind of big brain play.
Yeah, Cairo again there. Cairo and Proto jumping up to another early lead. Proto able to bring that one over. Nico trying to find the angle, but again, just stuck kind of in a 2v1 situation. Red putting trust into Nico to find that clear, but just was barely unable to find it. 2-0 now in favor of Cairo and Proto here a minute into this game 2.
Right, and something that I think that Nico and Red need to do is kind of figure out what's going wrong on this offense and how can they kind of control the midfield better to the point where they might kind of create some more opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, Red now just trying to take it right to the net, but Cairo already in position. Proto as well on that rotation back, able to catch those passes and just keep this ball out of the orange half of the field. Red now having some boost to their name, but won't be able to catch back up as the boost does run out. Nico now having to retreat back to this defensive side. And this is kind of what we saw early on in that first best of 5. Red and Nico haven't really been able to get any offensive power going. Cairo again with the demo. Proto able to follow up. This team is looking so strong right now.
Right, and one thing I do want to mention is that something like this is not normal, right? We're not going to normally see teams of this high level like competition-wise, who I'd argue are really close in skill, kind of being this like skewed, right? It definitely goes to show that like 2s, there are people that are naturally really good at 2s and that's all they play, and then there's people that are way better at 3s, right? But something to mention is that if you look at this really nice overlay that we have on the broadcast, right? You can see, oh, Nico's going to slam one in, all right, 2-goal game. I'm going to keep talking. If you look on the left and right sides, right, we have the players and their boost bounce, right? And throughout the game, I've been kind of examining them, and it tends to be that like Cairo and Proto always tend to have a little bit more control on their boost. They tend to always kind of be in a better situation with more boost, to the point where they like are kind of controlling the whole thing, right? Proto doesn't use any of his boost when he doesn't need to, and he's able to sneak this one past Nico. looking to extend their lead back up.
Yeah, a Proto again in the air. Nico just unable to get in position fast enough to find that touch. Tried to get that touch a little bit earlier to avoid it being so close to the net there, but Proto just barely able to squeak that one past yet again. The aerial power this player has, the flip reset coming through now from Cairo, trying to find that goal, but Red able to bail Nico out there. Now Nico trying to go on the aggressive, trying to find this cross. Will be able to do so. A good response coming through from Nico.
Absolutely. And he was kind of running this counterattack, and I don't think Proto figured that he could get this, but he was able to get that last second touch, and Cairo was definitely not expecting him to kind of get that last little touch on the ball to shoot it to the middle. I think he thought that like he would miss and it would be over and done with it. He could take possession up the wall. But when Nico got that last second touch, it really kind of threw Cairo for a loop and then allowed him to own goal. And as we can see, Proto wall dashing, a recently new developed mechanic that allows you, if you have kind of no boost, to kind of get some speed on the wall. I can't even do it. Like, it's hard.
Yeah, Red now able to get aggressive here against Cairo and Proto. Nico as well on this side, but Red will have to opt to go back to defend this goal. Cairo again in the air. Red will be able to meet it, finding that clear over to Proto. And like you said, looking over towards these boost meters, it looks like it was heavily in favor of Cairo and Proto, but Red, again with a good clear on target, brings the game within one yet again.
Right, and like I mentioned before, Red and Nico, kind of what I would consider veterans of the game. They've been playing for a really long time. They know when players can get to the ball and when they can't, whereas Cairo and Proto are kind of the younger players, seniors in high school, looking to take that next step in their career towards maybe some collegiate Rocket League gameplay. I would honestly be surprised if neither of them played in collegiate due to the fact that they are so kind of outstanding at such a young age. But something that, it just goes to show that anything can happen in any situation, right? We're seeing like these teams come out and they're able to compete at this level when they haven't really had too many LAN appearances, and that goes to show like players from like VHSL, especially like Virginia High School kind of esports league, they were able to kind of, it offers a lot like more opportunities for players to come and kind of get this experience, because this is nothing new to Cairo and Proto, right?
Yeah.
They go to Woodson High, who have been I don't know what's happening. They've had quite a few runs. I believe they have won a state championship for Virginia, and I mean they're no strangers to this like LAN experience.
Yeah, Nico able to find that clear. Under a minute remains in this game number 2. 4-3 the scoreline. Red and Nico have to get this ball out of their half of the field, but so far Proto and Cairo are just keeping the pressure on. Nico possibly with an angle won't be able to save it. 30 seconds now on the clock for this game number 2. Red, Nico, they need to try to find these clears.
Right, and I mean, if you're in this situation as Cairo and Proto, you're looking to kind of play solid. You're looking to not make any mistakes, because it barrels down to what other team is going to make these mistakes. It gives the other team like more opportunities, and if the other team can capitalize on them, it can completely change the flow of the game.
And Nico got demoed there off of the respawn. We'll have to beat Cairo out in this 1v1. We'll be able to do so. 5 seconds remain. Red taking it to the air, has boost available. Will be able to find the corner? No, not quite yet. Nico now has to try to keep this one up. Red, however, trying to send it to that wall, won't be able to meet it. Cairo and Proto winning that game 2.
Right. I mean, with how Proto and Cairo looking right now, it could honestly be a sweep, right? We could see the bracket reset and then a quick little 3-0 for them to take home this win. But now, for the first time this tournament, Red and Nico are fighting for their lives, right? This is their last situation. Or, I mean, this is the first situation where they have kind of been on the back burner, right? They have their backs against the wall. It's do or die time, right? They have to win 3 straight and get the reset.
And we are jumping right into this game number 3. No hesitation coming through. Nico trying to find the angle onto that orange net, but just barely unable to do so. Passing it off of that corner again. Red not in position to follow up. Good defense coming through from Cairo and Proto. Proto now again in the air. We see that he has no boost. Cairo able to find that demo, but Red coming through with the save. Boost to their name, but Cairo able to get back fast enough to find that save.
Right, absolutely. Cairo taking practically like a perfect rotation back, getting that football field track back that I talked about earlier, kind of allowed him to get into that situation of kind of being able to reach the ball in time, where if he kind of got greedy and went for a big boost, he definitely wouldn't have been able to get that.
Cairo now trying to send it over the cross to Proto. Just a little bit too fast for Proto to catch up to. Full boost over in the air. Able to navigate through one member, but Red able to find the clear for Red and Nico. A little bit of a ping pong match going on here in this first minute of Game 3. Red now able to find that clear. Just barely over Proto, but still has pretty decent control over that ball so far. Just trying to find that pinch, trying to send that one back over to Red Nico's half of the field.
Right, absolutely. And what we're seeing coming out once again is that Proto is being kind of this overwhelming force, and Cairo once again being that kind of solid rock that's kind of holding the team down, right? They're kind of keeping it close to the point where Proto is able to kind of dive for any ball that he wants, get aggressive, and maybe go for some normal things that like an average player would not go for.
Right.
And then Cairo is kind of being like, okay, I know how you play. I can do that. I'll chill out for you so you can have your moments. I get that.
You can look at this boost yet again, heavily in favor of Cairo and Proto right now. Red having a majority of the boost. Nico doesn't have any boost to their name, trying to get back in time. We'll be able to pick up a few boost pads on the way, able to find that save, keeping the score line 0-0 here in this game number 3 with 3 to go.
Right. I mean, it seems that every time we look at Nico's boost on that left side of the field or see him, he very rarely has a lot of boost, right? I feel like he's possibly being starved a lot by Cairo and Proto to the point where he's unable to get the boost that he needs to be able to make some of these crucial plays to keep them in the game.
Oh, the pinch on the ground coming through. Proto able to find that angle. Nico again thinks they're going to go high, opts to go for that jump, but just stays right on the ground there, scooching right under Nico's car. Cairo Proto up 1-0 here in Game 3.
Right, and this is still anyone's game, right? Half the game to play, you're roughly at halftime. Still a lot of Rocket League to be played in this game. It could easily go either way as Red's going to clear that one off the line. And these are, like I said, two of the probably arguably the two best teams that came out to this tournament, right? They've made a name for themselves fighting through upper, lower brackets, right? They've played once before, and it was a different story as Proto is going to beat Red to the ball. Nico not quite being able to recover in time, putting Cairo and Proto 2 up in this game.
Yeah, 2-0 now with 2 minutes to go here in this Game 3. A potential sweep angle after the bracket reset for Cairo and Proto. Red and Nico haven't been able to get this offensive side going. Well, we've seen this in every game previous. It's always that final minute. Proto again on target. Red Nico nowhere to be seen on that goal.
Right. I mean, definitely something to think about. That in that situation, 2s is very different from 3s. If you're not used to playing as much 2s as you are 3s, you're not going to play the same, right? You're expecting your third man to be back. You're expecting someone to be on that back post and giving you comms. So in 2v2s, it just goes to show that perfect rotations and perfect comms is why good teams win. But like I said earlier, in my opinion, every 2's kickoff should be cheating, right? Nico not cheating for that boost, got a little greedy going for that big boost. Don't know if he turned towards net or upfield, but who knows?
Yeah, Cairo Proto now blowing this Game 3 out of the water. 4-0 now with 2 minutes to go. Red with boost to their name, trying to find this aerial goal, but Cairo in position, the rotations coming through. I mean, this 2v2 team of Cairo and Proto have just been looking super strong throughout this entire tournament, and it looks like they figured out the way Red and Nico like to play this 2v2 matchup, because right now they are looking lights out.
And we're seeing some Proto going for some of these fancy moves in the air, right? He's looking to get a reset, then backflip, flip cancel into another reset, then get a musty. I've seen that move quite a few times. It's definitely one that's not easy to pull off. But like I said, I think Cairo and Proto have done a way better job of controlling the middle of the field in this game, especially this series overall, right? They've done a lot better than Nico and Red have in terms of holding their own and holding their boost to the point where only using it when they need to, kind of taking those proper rotations, not getting greedy or going for anything extra.
Yeah, you can see these boost differentials yet again heavily in favor of Cairo and Proto here, possibly going on this offensive prowess again. Cairo trying to find that angle, trying to find that cross. Will be able to do so. Proto won't opt to try to take the shot. Nico able to get there first. 40 seconds remain Red and Nico to stay alive. They have to find this goal and 3 more very, very fast. But again, the defense coming through. Cairo and Proto, 30 seconds left, looking to complete the reverse sweep.
Right, and if you're Cairo and Proto in this situation, you got to be ecstatic, right? Not only did you bracket reset, but then you swept after the bracket reset. I mean, something that is not done often.
Yeah, I said reverse sweep there. Just a clean sweep in favor of Cairo. Proto. It would have to be a reverse sweep for Red and Nico, but Proto again from downtown, able to get yet another goal. 5-0, 10 seconds left in this game 3. Cairo and Proto able to bring this one back from that losers bracket finals, getting that bracket reset against Red and Nico, and then playing lights out Rocket League for that final series.
Right, absolutely. Cairo and Proto being such a dominant twos team makes you wonder, like, who could stop them, right? I mean, Proto has shown time and time again why he is the #1 kind of mechanical player in VHSL, and especially like this tournament here, right? He showed that he was a force to be reckoned with. He was always in the air with that ball, resets, flip cancels, double taps, like nothing was like out of his arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, Proto and Cairo just complementing each other very, very well. Cairo doing a great job at setting up a lot of these passes and a lot of these plays with these bumps, with these demos from Cairo, and then Proto just able to capitalize on them, just looking super strong in the air, and just the game sense and the knowledge of knowing where these balls are going to end up, where these plays need to develop, and being able to capitalize on them.
Right, absolutely. But like we said, Proto and Cairo go looking to take the win today. Red and Nico are runners-up, but that is going to do it. But don't go away. We are actually going to be right back with a little interview from one of our winners. We will see you then.
Shenandoah University is a big little university rising.
With 22 Division III sports teams, over 200 areas of study,
Over 300 annual performances, an elite academic esports program,
Nationally ranked health professions programs, one of the biggest university presences on Broadway.
immersive AR and VR learning programs,
Cybersecurity and computer science programs, and innovative undergrad and graduate programs.
all at a place that cares for you.
Shenandoah University is the big little university rising. Find out more at su.edu/rising.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have a little bit of a post-game interview. I am joined by Proto here from the winning team. Proto, how are you feeling right now?
Very excited.
Very excited? Yeah, I mean, you were able to go through that lower bracket run. What was it like going through that lower bracket after falling to that heartbreaking loss against Red and Nico in that upper bracket? What were the comms, what were the emotions, and how were you guys feeling after that final run?
To be honest, we didn't really talk. We were just listening to music.
Hey, there you go.
And when we played them again, we just knew how they played, so it was easier to beat them.
Right. Yeah, so walking through that kind of bracket reset that you guys were able to find in that grand finals, was it really just being able to play them a second time, being able to learn their play styles that really separated you guys at that final hurdle of that grand final?
Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations. Is there anything else that you would like to say?
No, just thank you.
All right, well, thank you guys very much. Congratulations to Proto and Cairo for winning that grand final. Shout out one more time to our sponsors, McDonald's, Frederick County Parks and Recreation, and Partners First Federal Credit Union. Thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful Sunday, and we will see you next time.